the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
Thank all of you for joining us. It's the kickoff hour, a brand new day together, and we appreciate you always choosing the Rick and Bubba Show. We have a very special day when it comes to our two interns today, Alapuka and Cam Solo. They get their degree in common sense, and they just fly away back to college. And boy, are they going to make an impact on those campuses. They're just walking and talking common sense, which is a superpower. And so we celebrate them today, and we appreciate their hard work. We'll be sending them off today, and we appreciate them each and every day they're here, getting ready to go for another day. And that's what Alapuka's doing now, pulling show prep, and on the phone lines at 866 We Be Big. Cam Solo will be joining us shortly. Rick and Bubba as well. Don't forget the Bible study live today, noon Central, with Rick. And I know a lot of you make that an appointment on each Wednesday. All right, so let's bring everybody in. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right, it's Michael Holmes.
Yep.
What's up, boys?
Hello, hello. Hello.
What's happening?
I want to thank you for something right out the gate.
Okay.
Had no idea until yesterday that Jesus Revolution was on Netflix, and watched that last night. Really good. I had not seen it.
Okay.
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet.
It's good. Powerful movie. I
is.
had not. It was. I started watching it, and I was like, am I going to get into this? And all of a sudden, wow. I was like, this is good stuff. So
yeah, I just saw
I
it
should
pop
go
up.
to the movies more. I really should.
I know. And that's my thing. It's not that it ain't about the money. It ain't about, Speedy's trying to save money on something.
I bet you ain't getting no popcorn.
That's pretty played out. But it's just we just don't go to the movies a lot anymore, and I don't know what's up with that. I guess
I completely forgot it was even out, or it was even available.
And well, I didn't know. I think I don't know when it hit Netflix. I just saw it was the new and trending now kind of thing, and so it must hadn't have been too long ago. So, yeah, that's there on Netflix now. If you have that streaming service, Jesus Revolution, the movie is on that source, so that's good. And you mentioned another one. Hit Paramount Plus.
Linus.
Yeah,
we'll be all in on that one.
Okay.
It's Taylor Sheridan's new work.
Yeah.
Check it out. See what I
CIA. It's
very Jack Ryan's type.
We're stopping terrorists.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah. It's good. It's well, of course, Taylor Sheridan. We know his work. It's well done.
Have y'all watched?
There's 3 episodes out right now.
Hijacked
I have
on
not.
Apple Plus. It's that's a new show. I think today, I believe the last episode of the season. It's the season finale today. That they do them I think they release them every Wednesday on that show, and so that's been pretty good. It's just the negotiations of a hijacked plane, and they're trying to land in London, and so it's just, if you like that, investigative. In a handle, we tend to like the CIA operatives, hey, let's save the world, terrorist organization, whatever. This one here is a terrorist organization that is trying to get a couple of guys released from jail, and they've hijacked a plane, and then
that's original.
Yeah, I know. But anyway, it's pretty good.
This one is a CIA agent who is training this particular person to go in the field, and there's a terrorist out there that we have a mark. I guess they call it a mark, where it's somebody that can get you access to this terrorist, whether it be girlfriend, wife, something like that, and they have to befriend them, and then kind of get in with that group undercover. But there's a lot of good actors in it. I don't know them by names, but you'll recognize probably 6 or 7 of the actresses and actors. It's good stuff. Intense.
Yeah.
Who's the one of the girl? The blue and the green Garden of the Galaxy.
Yeah.
And then the person that was one of the avatars, that girl, she's the main character in it. I can't think of her name. Y'all would know her if you saw her.
Is it Zoe?
Yes. Yeah. That's her. That's her.
Okay. Yeah.
I can't say her last name, I don't think.
Deschanel, is that the one?
Nah, I don't know.
It is.
But you'll see there's
No, that's a different person I was thinking
um,
of. I don't know.
there's a guy that you saw in Jack
Saldana,
Ryan. Yeah, that's it. There's a guy. He's a great actor. He's in the Jack Ryan series. Been in a ton of other things too. And then let's see who else.
That's Michael Kelly.
Yeah,
you're thinking. of.
Yeah. I was trying to think what he was in.
Michael Kelly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I know it's Jack Ryan, but he
stuff
was
is
also
really good.
he was also in the
House of Cards.
House of Cards. That's what
Yeah.
I was thinking about. Yeah,
The only reason I know is I just pulled it up.
yeah,
He was also in Criminal Minds and
Yeah.
stuff.
He's good. And I think Morgan Freeman makes an appearance at some point. I don't know if he's like I don't
wanna
know
tell you
what
what
he
he was
does,
in?
but I've seen him in the preview, but I have not seen him in the episodes up until now.
Yeah, okay.
So
Gotcha.
there's your little tease there.
There you go.
All right.
But it's outstanding.
Okay.
It's real
All right,
good.
so
It's-
I've tried something, and Terry's trying to stay with me on this. We're trying to get past this whole, and this is not new, but I've been holding back on the jury.
duty?
Jury duty,
Yeah, it's funny.
where this one guy that
Yeah.
doesn't know what's going on, everybody around him, everybody is acting.
Yeah.
And hey, boy, that defense attorney, he's a good one. But we've tried to go in on this, and I'm going to see if I can't stay with it.
It's funny. I admit something. I have not seen the last episode or two
Yeah.
because it just got too corny for me.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
I don't see myself. I mean, I've heard people go, "Well, it's the greatest thing on TV."
It's funny.
I don't know if they talk like that.
Too much
but,
hype. Too much hype. Hard to live
Yeah,
up to.
and I'm like,
It's funny, and
Eh.
if you need a laugh, and again, like Amanda's not going to watch Linus with me.
Right.
Like that's too intense for her. She
Yeah,
doesn't like it.
don't like
okay, so there's rare shows that we can sit down and laugh together, and this was one of them. She even asked me last night. She goes, "Can we watch? Can we finish Jury Duty?" And I was like, "Eh." She goes, "It got too corny for you, didn't it?" I was like, "It did."
Yeah.
And I don't know that it's corny. Corny may be a bad word.
Something about you. We're all tricking somebody.
Yeah, I had enough of it. And when you've got Linus floating out there and Jesus Revolution floating out
Right.
there, it's like I'm gonna go to jury duty. You
Right.
kidding me?
Yeah, it's we sat down. A lot of times, if we have time at dinner time when we sit
Yeah.
down, we might watch an episode of something. Normally, we can do that better than sit down and watch an entire movie.
Yeah.
We just
Yeah,
don't
we
seem
do
to have
that.
time.
If
for
I have a
that.
series going.
Yeah, and
Rarely do we watch full movies.
right, and so it's the question's always from Terry, and I blame you guys for a lot of things. Hey man, the guy said this was really good. Is it a movie or is it episodes? That's the first question.
I know.
Because it's like, man, I can't. We don't have 2.5 hours, but
I can get a.
and we did
45
watch
minute.
we did watch episode 2 of that last night at dinner, and it's all right. I
What,
might
Jury
stay with.
Duty?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
might stay
It's-
with it. I don't know.
It's good. It's funny.
Overhyped.
It's
yeah. I
Some
mean,
people,
it's
some
not.
people claim it's the greatest thing ever.
It's
and
not
calm
bad.
down.
Nah, it's-
Okay, it's not bad. It's just maybe it was overhyped.
I don't know.
I mean, we were hearing from friends just like, guys,
know.
man, this is the greatest thing ever.
I know. And it is funny, and it lives up to the hype on funniness. You're gonna laugh.
Yeah.
Like you stay with it. You're gonna laugh.
The
your
fact
head
this
off.
one dude is the only one that
That
knows
doesn't-
that
yeah.
doesn't know makes me. Terry's like, is he acting?
See,
'Cause
that's me. I'm going
everybody's-
to question the entire time.
See, that's what we're doing.
Just like
you
I
know?
do with everything.
And then I get a little bit of secondhand in it.
I knew you would.
Yeah.
I knew you would. Yes.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Our friends at Field of Greens just got one of the best testimonials. Listen to this. I've been taking Field of Greens, and this is my second time my doctor has danced into the room praising my blood results. Credit where credit's due. Thank you, Field of Greens. Field of Greens can't promise your doc will dance into the room, but they can promise your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Let's get you started with 15% off. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BUBBA for 15% off, or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. In this economy, we're officially entering a dupe session where we're looking for products that do the same thing at a better price. Our favorite dupe? Raycon wireless earbuds. With Raycon, you don't have to pay an arm and a leg for quality sound and essential smart tech listening features. Raycon also offers buy now, pay later options and an easy and free return guarantee. Right now, get 15% off your order at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Once again, buyraycon.com/Bubba. They say you are what you eat, so why not be a tomato ricotta flatbread or a chicken cutlet with creamy cheesy zucchini, or maybe a vegan curried chickpea lettuce wrap? At the very least, be well and eat well too, with wholesome and delicious seasonal recipes delivered to your door from HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. Join today and take 50% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Look no further than our friends at CarShield. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options. Call CarShield today at 800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. 800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
Who's squeezing in one last getaway this summer? Before you take off, protect your home with Simply Safe's new 24/7 Live Guard protection. If an intruder breaks in, Simply Safe monitoring agents can see, speak to, and deter, warning them that police are on the way. Right now, you can get 20% off any Simply Safe system when you sign up for a free month trial of Fast Protect monitoring. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
The folks at MyPillow have launched MyPillow 2.0. This new innovative MyPillow has a brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. Now, core body temperature plays a big role in how you sleep, and this new fabric technology helps regulate your body temp by creating a lower surface temperature for a more restful sleep. Available in 4 loft levels with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. Head to MyPillow.com/Bubba to buy one, get one free on the new MyPillow 2.0.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
22 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. If you call 866-WE-BE-BIG, you're going to have Alapuka on the phones right now, and he is getting his degree in common sense today. It's his and Cam Solo's last day today. We've enjoyed having them during their summer break and getting their internship for their degree, and we will celebrate them today, talk to them, and they will get their degree in common sense. And then really the only one left is Lord of the Jacket, and I think his last day is it at the end of the week or next week?
Yep.
So and then we'll be internless back on the phones, boys.
Yeah, I know.
All right.
Every time Rick says, 866 we be big. We'll take your phone calls coming next. I think, oh wow, next week that's gonna be tough. Back in there.
We're gonna run back in there. All right, boys, it's your hour. All right. So we got that today. Don't forget Bible study live today, noon Central as well. A number of stories today that we'll get through. Of course, we'll leave the whole Trump indictments to the main show as they'll break it down, and we'll go through that. This one here is a bizarre story and a freak accident in a gym. Wow. I don't know if y'all saw this, and you see all the funny videos where somebody's running on a treadmill and then they slip and fall and it slings them back or whatever.
A lot of good ones.
Well, apparently there was a mother of 4, a Washington State mom, that died after falling off the treadmill at an L.A. fitness gym.
Dang.
She was with her sister, I believe, at this L.A. fitness center on July 21st, and they were both running on a treadmill. So we've kind of visualized that, right? They're just trying to do a little bit better. When the incident happened, apparently this lady collapsed and hit her head on the treadmill. She tried to slow the machine down, the sister did when she saw her sister fall. And I thought maybe she just missed a step. This is the sister recounting
she passed
everything.
Out before she fell.
I don't know.
Something else.
Yeah, said that she just collapsed, hit her head on the machine. She said that after she hit her head on the machine, that she lost consciousness and, of course, fell. Started screaming for help. Hey, somebody come help my sister, all this kind of stuff. And then there were some people trying to do a little bit better close by, and they ran over to try to give her assistance. Said there was not any staff around, which means there's a future lawsuit headed this. And they just kind of stood still. I think everybody was in shock, the sister said. But, she has 4 kids. And
Man, what a freak accident. I'm in there trying to get in shape, and I ended up crashing.
Yeah. And
have you ever fell on the treadmill?
I have.
I've come close a couple times.
I've come real close. You want to know what? Twice, and I think you might have been with me when we would always
broke your headphone.
No, well, that one we always normally we would always put a towel over the timer, because if I don't do that, then I'm just looking down, just staring at the time, and the towel slipped and went down and got slung out between my legs.
Yeah, I remember that.
And that's happened twice. And both times I almost fell but caught myself. But hey, apparently you get pretty bad hurt.
There's a guy
you don't see a lot of.
No.
There's a guy on social media, and I don't know if it's TikTok or Instagram, but he goes around in gyms and falls on purpose. He'll slip, like he'll get on a treadmill and fall on purpose and have somebody record it. And now this is funny, but all I could think about when I read this was he's going to kill himself doing this.
Yeah,
because the way
he
he don't just do treadmills. He does he'll go dive on a bench, or he'll struggle with his bench press, or but the way he does it is hilarious. I mean, the way he falls is hard. So you put it's almost like the Johnny Knoxville type.
Yeah, he's beat up.
Yes,
probably injuries.
And he'll get right up and he'll do this bow up thing.
That's funny.
And it is funny. But all I could think about when Speedy brought up the story this morning was this guy that I laugh at is going to kill himself.
Yeah.
But to your point, it sounds like she had some issues before she actually failed.
Maybe so, maybe she passed out.
Hit her head, boom, bam, bam.
I don't know, but I don't know if she passed out, hit her head, and was unconscious, or she hit her head and went unconscious. I don't know, because the sister was like, it just happened so fast.
When you get on the treadmill, do you ever put the kill switch on you?
I know I do not. I probably should.
Probably.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I've gotten mad and hit the kill switch before in the middle of one. I'm like, where was I? The other day, went back to the city center where the studio used to be, and worked out at the gym we used to work out there. That's located at the city center. By the way, all the employees, some of them are still there.
Really?
They all say hey. Yeah. But we were in there, and me, little overgreeter in me.
You had to go reacquaint yourself.
I felt like I was doing pretty good.
Hey, I'm back.
Felt like I was doing pretty good, but I had the classic. We were doing chest. I'm just trying to paint the picture. All right, dumbbell flat bench. Okay, and there was a guy that was doing dumbbell incline beside us, and he was going heavy. He had like 75s and was going at it, and I was looking over the corner of my eye, and I saw that he really struggled on one of the reps. And I'm thinking, I don't know this guy. I'm not going to go spot him, And he got through the rep. He finally pushed it up. And then all of a sudden, he took him down for another one. And I went, oh, no, he's going for another one. And this whole time I'm looking, going, it's about to come back on his face, Yeah. He has no spotter, nothing. And I wanted so badly to run over there, but I want to let y'all know I didn't, and it did come back down on his chest.
He was
and then he just dropped him. But I wanted I was wanting so badly to go help him, but I could spook somebody if you're by yourself. All of a sudden somebody goes, "Come on, I got it." You're right on top of him, right? I wasn't gonna cheer him. I wasn't gonna cheer him like, "You can do it, man. You can do it."
Come on, push it up, push it.
You've seen the bar get stuck on somebody's chest, and hey, there's been some people that have gotten bad hurt. It comes
Bar
back on their
across your
neck
throat,
or something. No. But he was just doing dumbbells, so they collapsed back on his chest, and then he just kind of let him fall.
Yeah. Did you tell him to go, hey, you overdid it a little bit?
Now, I will say it was a loud noise, and I thought they should hit the lunk alarm, but they didn't.
I forgot about the lunk alarm.
They didn't.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was wanting so bad to help him. I was like, Hobie, I want to go help the guy, but I'm not.
Yeah, you're like that dog that wants to go out and come in the house and he can't quite. Yeah.
I know today is August the 2nd.
Yes.
But I think we have our first football game tomorrow.
Hold on now. Is it the Hall of Fame?
They always play
I think we got an
Camden,
NFL
don't
game.
They always play it.
Yeah, calm down.
Bubba.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Have you tried the Innovative's Helix Sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Indulge me for a minute. Our friends at Field of Greens just got one of the best testimonials. Listen to this testimonial from a customer. I've been taking Field of Greens, and this is the second time my doctor has practically danced into the room praising my blood results. Credit where credit's due. Thanks, Field of Greens. Each fruit and vegetable of Field of Greens was medically selected for specific health benefits. Some support vital organs like the heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others, metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're busy, don't get enough exercise, or you eat too much fast food, take Field of Greens. Look, Field of Greens can't promise your doc's going to dance into the room, but they can promise your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. We trust it's helping our health, so let's get you started with 15% off. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code Bubba, and get 15% off. Or you can go to rickandbubba.com. There is a link under the sponsors button. That's fieldofgreens.com, the code Bubba. Let's face it, prices are up, our bank accounts are down. we're officially entering a dupe session. We know most products do the same thing but are priced differently solely based on the brand name. So we're here to tell you about a duplicate or dupe. You don't want to sleep on this one. Raycon wireless earbuds. Raycon's mission is to prove to you don't have to pay an arm and a leg for quality sound. You also get essential smart tech listening features like noise isolation, water resistance, and 3 customizable sound profiles. In this economy, every purchase needs to be perfect. So Raycon offers buy now, pay later options and an easy and free return guarantee. And check out their website. They have over 50,000 5-star reviews. Plus, you can get a pair of Raycons and a spare and still pay less than you would with some of those other big-name tech brands out there. Right now, you can get an additional 15% off your order at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Are you looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Well, then look no further than our friends at CarShield. We know that auto repairs can be a headache, especially when they come out of nowhere. That's why we have CarShield. You don't have to worry about the rising cost of car repairs. Plus, you can lock in your price and it will never go up. Even if your car is over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options to get you back on the road quickly. CarShield is dedicated to protecting what you drive because it's just a matter of time before you're going to need repairs, so don't wait till it's too late. Call CarShield today at 1-800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. Lock in your price and it will never go up. Call 800-465-6550 or carshield.com/Bubba to save 20%.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba day without 'em, brother.
All right, 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show, the number 866-WE-BE-BIG, and we thank you so much for being with us. As we went to break, Helmsy mentioned, hey, guys, I think we've got NFL preseason tomorrow night. If you're listening live, today is Wednesday, August the 2nd, and you are correct, my friend. We've got the
Jets
preseason
and the
starting
Browns.
tomorrow night.
How about that? Now, I don't think Aaron Rodgers will play, but I think there's actually a you can gamble on whether or not he plays
How much
or
you
not.
put on
it? But yeah, so we got preseason football. That's strange to me.
It sure is.
It's strange that we're in August, but it's really strange. And then the reality for me yesterday is I started getting texts from some of the players going, hey, I'm coming back a week earlier. I'm coming. I'm actually getting in tomorrow night. So things are going to look different here in the next couple of weeks. So I'm excited for it.
Yeah.
And I probably won't watch any of this game. I'll be honest. I'll forget about it between now and then. And again, it's preseason.
I don't watch a lot of preseason. I don't watch a lot during the season, but preseason.
I don't either.
Really.
I think the intrigue there is if I'm sitting at home tomorrow night and I don't have a whole lot going on, I'm flipping channels and this is on, I will stop.
Yeah.
And I'll just kind of see, wow, so we're in pads, we're hitting each other. Aaron Rodgers is standing on the sideline talking to the third string that's in. I mean,
Jets
little things like
uniform on.
that. They'll probably have somebody mic'd up at some point. I mean, I'll probably give it a look-see.
So if
Yeah,
that's
look.
Thursday, do we have some Sunday?
I don't think so. I think
Okay.
the next week
It's
is
a
when
week
it
and a
really
half.
starts.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So
Wow.
now I who knows? I could be wrong on that. but
How
I'm
many
pretty sure
preseason
that-
do they play now?
Didn't they shorten that a little bit?
What, for
You know, one for
4
1
to
week?
3,
Yeah,
or-
something like that. Yeah, I thought they did last year.
Maybe wrong.
I
I think
I'm
the
not
players
sure, though.
wanted it.
Yeah,
shortened.
because they were.
August the 10th is when you will have
That's
two
another-
games,
That's another Thursday night.
and then that weekend, actually you'll have one Friday. You'll have three. Goodness gracious, there's 3 preseason games on the 11th, Friday. Check that. 4, 5.
Wow.
6. And then you got Saturday games and Sunday games. So this is the kickoff, and then next Thursday you'll have a run of just game after game. So when is our first college football game?
I don't know. I know the UAB is September the 3rd. I think
You got your
I
schedule?
think that's it. I believe it was. I thought it was September the 3rd.
So August 26th.
I know UAB is hosting North Carolina A&T at Protective Stadium at 7 p.m. on ESPN Plus.
Guess who will be there? Speedy.
Yeah.
Speedy.
I like Protective Stadium, with the lights on.
Oh, yeah.
And seeing downtown, and the
right.
atmosphere is really good.
It
but-
is.
It is. Saturday, August the 26th, there are 10 Division I games scheduled for that weekend.
Okay.
The most high-profile teams are Notre Dame facing Navy in Dublin,
Oh, yeah.
and USC hosting San Jose State. So, again,
And
not
then-
too much to
And
be
then
excited
September
about,
the 3rd, I was the LSU. I was flipping through the channels the other day, and on the SEC network, the LSU spring game was on, and they were talking about their season opener against Florida State, September the 3rd. So I know that on the kickoff weekend, there's always a few big games of teams that interest
usually
us.
in Dallas and Atlanta,
Yeah.
they have the kickoff deals.
Right. I don't have the schedules in front of me, but I would think that'd be a bigger matchup just with two big names.
Yeah, they normally start.
I don't know how Florida
Alabama's
State will
played
be.
in it many times.
Right.
Do y'all know who played in the first ever college football game? Out
Who
of
played?
curiosity,
The team?
yeah,
Ever?
the teams that played, ever.
Uh,
It was November 6, 1869.
Dartmouth
Wow.
played somebody.
No, but that's an interesting guess. Like that'd
'Cause
be
it's all, you see some of the old stuff. It's all these small colleges. Some of them don't exist anymore.
Yeah.
That who was it?
Let's see. Brown played. No.
It's smart to stay in that area, region, Ivy League even. But it was Rutgers and New Jersey. New Jersey later known as Princeton.
Okay, I knew it had to be some of that weird world.
Rutgers and New Jersey.
Rutgers.
Which Rutgers and Princeton.
Scarlet Knights.
How about that? First ever college football game ever played.
How about that?
There's your
Did
little
you see
trivia.
where
Been a minute.
the Pac-12
Yes.
the Pac-12 has not had good press lately
No,
because
everybody's
everybody's
leaving,
leaving them. I saw where yesterday the Pac-12 leaders were presented with an Apple streaming deal. I don't know a whole lot about
Really?
it, but they just said after months of negotiations and uncertainty, the Pac-12 commissioner announced that they've presented the conference's presidents and chancellors with a potential primarily subscription-based Apple streaming deal for its television contract that expired after this school year. So I guess they've been trying to figure out, kind of like the SEC's made a deal with ESPN and all that, that maybe the Pac-12 will be an Apple streaming exclusivity
That's
kind of
strange.
deal.
Yeah.
There's still several options on the table, but the Apple streaming deal emerged as the likely leader at this point, they said, bringing some clarity to the lengthy process and all that of where the league will go as far as the TV rights.
A lot of changes in that league.
Yeah, I know. It really is. And it's just going to continue to be weird for us because of what we've known. It just is. I mean, I don't know how else to put it, but it's
looking
going to be kind of very, very, very strange.
I'm looking at a list. I've pulled it up on ESPN that highlights all the games, every televised game, and which is most of them these days. It takes me a while to get to somebody that I'm interested in. Saturday, September 2nd, I found Tennessee is hosting Virginia. And I'm still struggling to find something that really piques my interest as I scroll through. I don't see a big, South Carolina and North Carolina play that Saturday, that night.
Mm-hmm.
That's a little rivalry game. Carolina's battling it out. But after that, I don't. Florida State and LSU found it Sunday night.
Okay.
Sunday night, September 3rd, Florida State,
That's one of
LSU.
them kick. Where's it?
Yeah. It is. It's in Orlando.
Oh, Orlando. Oh,
And then that Monday, the 4th, Clemson at Duke. That doesn't intrigue me that much, but it's just interesting that it's that's on a Monday night.
Yeah. Wow,
Monday
that
night.
is kind of crazy.
Wow.
So
So with
so
UAB,
it looks like LSU and Florida State is that game we were talking about.
Yeah.
Okay, and so with UAB starting on Thursday, August the 31st, and that's on my schedule because that's something I'm interested in.
Yeah.
It's just weird back to you because is it Labor Day? That's September the 4th, I believe so.
Probably so.
And so they have a really long weekend of playing on Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, and so Clemson and Duke on the September 4th, which is Labor Day. And then on Sunday, the reason why that felt weird to me is there's normally not college football on Sunday, September the 3rd, and that's when LSU and Florida State play.
All right, I found one that intrigues me. Greg, and Greg's going to make fun of this. Okay.
What you got?
Oh, boy.
But Thursday, August the 31st, Nebraska is going to Minnesota. Row the boat.
Oh, you're rowing the boat.
Is Nebraska going to be good again?
Well, who knows? But
Matt Rule's at their coach now.
Yep.
Went to the NFL, didn't pan out.
Yeah. From Baylor to the NFL.
Will he be the one that turn them around?
Never know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Talking about somebody that
Scott
has never.
Frost, boy, you talk about. I thought he would be successful there. I really did.
Yeah.
You talk about a team who got knocked down and didn't get back up.
It's been a while.
It has been a while.
I mean, a while.
And a lot of people.
They used to be.
This
a
is not me.
powerhouse.
This is not me saying this. Okay, this is what a lot of people think that Texas is the next team to do that. Like
Really?
they've been knocked down and they're not getting up for a while. That ain't me saying it.
Yeah.
So
That's just
Ham
what
says
I've heard.
Texas is out.
Yeah.
I think it was Cowherd I heard say that. I still listen to him from time to time.
Well, look, if
Don't
you love,
forget, he predicted that Malzahn was going to dominate Saban too. You remember that when Auburn beat him that time? He said, look out! That didn't quite pan out.
No, we did not. Well, hopefully this has been informative. If as we have just sat here on the air and just looked through schedules, going,
Yeah,
hey, look
how
about
about
this,
that?
because
Here
I mean
we
it
are.
is. Unless you just have you just have a team that you really follow, you're dialed in on them, but you don't know what's going on as the season starts for college football. Now we kind of have an idea of what to look for.
Yeah.
And so if this is happening, that means in your world, Greg, high school football about to crank up too.
August 25th.
Good night.
Yeah,
It is
we're
here, my friend.
That's it.
What you know what that means. We'll blink.
Oh, it'll be over.
Yeah.
Once you kick that first
we'll
game
be saying
off.
Merry Christmas to each other.
Hey, week 2, Texas at Alabama.
There we go.
Oh, calm down, everybody. Hold
I'm
on.
getting
Look, you
excited,
see
guys.
Alapuca, did you see him?
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
If you are 65 or older, you know this. Watching your hard-earned dollars fly out the window on healthcare costs is so frustrating. But here's some great news. If you were just notified that your Medicare costs are increasing, a program out there can really help you with your medical bills, and it's worth taking a minute to look into. MediShare 65 Plus. It's not insurance. Members actually say it's better. It's a Christian healthcare community that aligns with your faith and where people encourage and pray for you. And MediShare 65 Plus is a low-cost option for those with Medicare Parts A and B, and it fills in the gaps where Medicare stops. You choose any Medicare provider, and you get telehealth access anytime you need it. And this is great too. Unlike health insurance, you can lock in one low monthly price for up to 10 years. So don't get stuck with increasing costs. Call MediShare 65 Plus and find out how much you can save. Call 888-SHARE-89. That's 888-SHARE-89. 888-SHARE-89.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FUN for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or any gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FUN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FUN for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
For over a decade, SimpliSafe has revolutionized home security, and our latest advancement is here, 24/7 LiveGuard protection, only from SimpliSafe. Now, monitoring agents can see and speak to intruders through our new indoor camera to help stop crime in real time and for fast police response. Get 20% off any new system with Fast Protect monitoring at simplisafe.com/radio. Advanced home security, 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. There's no safe like SimpliSafe.
Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do, so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to Now.
You think there's no time to cook this summer? Think again and think HelloFresh. HelloFresh delivers everything you need to whip up delicious meals right to your door, complete with pre-portioned ingredients and foolproof step-by-step instructions. They take care of the meal planning so you can spend more time having fun and less time stressing about dinner. With 40 options to choose from every week, you'll always find recipes that suit your lifestyle and your schedule, including fast and fresh recipes ready in just 15 minutes or less. And summer entertaining is a cinch with mouth-watering selections from HelloFresh Market, like a crowd-pleasing backyard bratwurst bar or tangy key lime pies. You can even skip an extra grocery store trip and choose from over 100 sides, snacks, and more delivered with your order. Sign up for America's #1 meal kit today and take 50% off plus shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Let's face it, prices are up, our bank accounts are down. We're officially entering a dupe session. We know most products do the same thing but are priced differently solely based on the brand name. So we're here to tell you about a duplicate or dupe. You don't want to sleep on this one. Raycon wireless earbuds. Raycon's mission is to prove to you you don't have to pay an arm and a leg for quality sound. You also get essential smart tech listening features like noise isolation, water resistance, and 3 customizable sound profiles. In this economy, every purchase needs to be perfect. So Raycon offers buy now, pay later options and an easy and free return guarantee. And check out their website. They have over 50,000 5-star reviews. Plus, you can get a pair of Raycons and a spare and still pay less than you would with some of those other big-name tech brands out there. Right now, you can get an additional 15% off your order at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
All right, we got 10 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. This portion of the show sponsored by carshield.com/Bubba. Look, whether it's road trips and weekend getaways, commuting to and from work each day, running errands, church on Sunday, carpooling with the kids, we all rely on our daily driver or the car, however you get around. That's just part of our life. And that's why the team at carshield.com/Bubba says, let us take the worry away, because it's just inevitable. There's going to be breakdowns. There's going to be trouble. And when it comes to auto repairs, it can be a real headache, especially when they come out of nowhere. But you don't have to worry about the rising cost of car repairs with the protection plan. Plus, your price will be locked in and never go up. And with inflation, everything seems to be going in, but they'll lock you in and it won't go up. You can say that about, can't say that about much right now because the prices are rising everywhere around you. But even if your car is just 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. It just happens. They have plans to fit every budget. carshield.com/Bubba offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. So whether your car has 5,000 or 150,000 miles or more, they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing and rental car options as well to get you back on the road quickly, and they're dedicated to protecting what you drive. So just check them out right now. Give them a call and just see what they say. 1-800-451-7776. Give them a call now. Save 20% on your plan, or you can visit them at carshield.com/Bubba, and you'll always be prepared for the unexpected. Let them go ahead, lock you in, and then you're covered. And then whatever they lock you in on, that price won't go up. So you're locked in, and it'll never go up for good service. You get to pick the garage and everything, so it's a good deal. Or you can go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so Helmsy, you mentioned that you were getting giddy about something.
I'm getting my hopes up on something I shouldn't.
Here
I should just tap the brakes.
Here he goes.
So because we've got this college football schedule stir going around here, and a little nip in the air, and we're all fired up about it in here, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I'm seeing on Jacksonville State's schedule that they play Liberty on October the 10th.
Liberty.
And Western Kentucky on October the 17th.
All right.
Now, those days it's a Tuesday or Wednesday during the middle of the week.
Mm-hmm.
Which is just weird.
It is strange, but how about Jacksonville State plays the entire month of October either on Tuesday or Wednesday?
Yeah, that'd be tough.
So these are both Tuesday games. So you know what my immediate thought is?
I'll be there and I'm going to stay.
Well, I'm just sitting here thinking that, October 10th, Liberty's in town. We probably got practice we practice from 2 to 4, 4:30-ish.
Mm-hmm.
That's plenty of time. We get a shower and we go visit my buddy Greg and we kind of eat some dinner. And then we go over to the game then we spend the night and then we come in that next morning.
I'm so sorry.
You know what time I get up?
I know. Well, Greg, I'd have to get up at the same time.
That's what I'm saying.
But I'm sitting here thinking, why am I getting my hopes up for something like this?
I've
nice
got
little guys' night.
I'm so worried about both of you because I'm so worried about you, Helmsy, because you have so many like plans and you're so excited about it.
I know.
And Greg, now I'm gonna turn to you. I'm sorry for you too, buddy.
Thank you.
Because I know you don't like company and you just want to be just on your own.
I'm not.
And so you've got somebody invading your space.
Yeah.
And so I'm sorry for you too. And then I look back over to you and I go, and I'm sorry for you. It's just a bad situation. Now I'm stuck in the middle with secondhand.
Is there any chance?
I've got to watch it all.
Is there any chance that on October 10th or October 17th, my wishes have been made that I get to sit with Greg Burgess at a Jacksonville game after we've had dinner before and hung out a little bit? Is that a possibility?
I usually go to bed at 7:30.
Yeah.
But, see what I mean?
Here's my question.
No chance I spend the night. No chance I get that invite. And that's fine.
That. You can come on home after the game. I'll be home asleep.
Yeah.
But you can.
Let me ask you a question. Do you have any kind of cutoff factor, Helmsy, where you go, okay, I see that I'm not, wanted. I'm going to back out.
Well,
are you still going to keep pressing forward?
That's not.
There's a time where I'll give up on this front.
Okay. He'll just know you to death.
What's going to happen is and this is just life, but I'm going to end up finding somebody that actually cares. You know what I mean?
Huh.
And they're going to want me to come over for dinner.
Okay.
and I won't stay, but they'll invite me to stay.
Okay.
You know what I mean? They'll say, "Hey, listen." They'll point to their kids' room that they're already graduated high school and they've gone off to college and married, got kids, and they'll say, "Hey, so and so's room's back there. You're more than welcome to it anytime."
I just figured that. If early as we go to work, you'd want to get your stuff done and get home. But
Tuesday night ball games. That's an interesting look.
Nothing says football like a Tuesday night.
And here's where I'm getting stuck in the middle, and I'm just going to be honest with y'all, okay? Because we have that agreement. I'm going to be walking to the bathroom, and then Greg's going to be like, man, he won't leave me alone about coming over.
That's just not true.
And then I'm going to be going to the bathroom. And then I'm going to be going
to
then I'm going to be going to the bathroom with then I'm going to be going to the bathroom with you, okay?
Yeah.
And you can be like, man, Greg keeps on saying no to me. I don't know. And I'm going to be stuck.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm have to have an intervention. I'm gonna bring both of you into my office. I'm gonna go, guys. Let's sit down.
How about I was more?
Y'all meet at Struts and get it over with.
That's a good deal. I like the sound of that.
Of
course, I bet it'll be packed.
See.
It's right there at the stadium.
Yeah, you don't want to mess with that on game
Well, you
day.
got to go early.
Yeah.
You got to go early.
Yeah. No, you can't. He's practicing.
Yeah, we'll be practicing for a little bit.
See, this is what he does, though. Instead of coming out and saying no, he always throws up things that are going to be I'd love to do that. Of course, it'll be packed.
Yeah, it'll be packed. Probably miss kickoff, but yeah.
What if I got us some wings to go, Greg, and brought them to your house to sit on the back porch with Mr. Buddy?
We can do that.
Huh? That'd be something we could do. I was over there Monday. I was actually looking for something, and it was relatively close to his house. And I started to just come by and I didn't because I didn't want to be that guy that showed up unannounced.
Oh my God!
I was looking for a particular home, and I ended up texting you about it or asking you the next day. I was wanting to see what it looked like today because I hadn't seen it in a while. And I was like quarter of a mile from his house and did not stop.
Really?
Yeah. And turns out he was outside at that time cleaning windows, and we probably could have chatted. Now that's where
me the squeegee.
Hold on. Did you just say he was cleaning windows?
that's what he told me. He said he was outside at that time cleaning
You
windows.
were cleaning windows.
Oh,
Your
yeah.
new windows?
No, well, they're not all new.
Okay.
But I had to clean the windows pretty often.
Right. On the front. I'm picturing you cleaning windows. Let's not act like that.
I got my squeegee.
You do.
I do it right.
What do you
likes
clean it
the
with?
squeegee.
Oh, it works.
What do you clean it with?
Just water and a little bit of soap, dish soap. Just a
warm
little.
water?
No, it don't matter if it's warm.
You see him look at me?
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
You got your squeegee. If you're into the windows, which you were, and squeegee, we're out, and you're just dialed in.
I got the little brush that you put the soap on, and then I squeeze.
And black truck pulls up.
I'd
do
been
you,
fine.
do you go? Gosh Almighty!
I mean, I wouldn't finish the windows, but it wouldn't been fine. No, I wouldn't have cared at all.
Was probably less than a quarter of a mile from his house.
He could have grabbed a squeegee and got in there with me.
But here's why I did. I didn't stop because I thought I'd be shut down. Okay.
Shut down.
Well, I did not stop because of that. The reason I didn't stop is I had to be somewhere, like at a meeting at a particular time, and I knew if I got over there, I would be late for that meeting.
That's true,
and that's the reason.
I just see so many flags flying. There's so many warning flags.
I mean, every time I see this every time I look up at the Jacksonville State schedule and I see Liberty and Western Kentucky, I'm gonna think about 2 opportunities to hang out with my buddy, and it's not gonna happen.
No, I'm just saying.
Because unfortunately, you're just in the wrong place, man. You know, I'm so sorry.
I guess I'm just gonna have to eliminate the word buddy.
Yeah, pretty much. It's gonna be work buddy.
Yeah.
He said that's his home life, and he don't like buddies.
Once he gets past the wall, he don't want anybody over there.
He just likes Mr. Buddy. Is it?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
With his little teeth and his mask on.
And before we knew it, Adriano had him in a headlock and put him to sleep. Gary, he's a practical joker. He likes to pull jokes on people and pranks, and he has. I mean,
I want to watch you try to explain, and we won't get to do it here. But can you explain to them what the dumb bull is?
Yes,
Gary has.
Yes, I will. Yeah, pranks. That's
is that the name?
That's when we're going to be in the stereotypical truck. We're wearing the pickup truck
that's loaded with guns, headed out to the woods.
Yeah. Are you familiar?
As we fight stereotypes about the South.
Are you familiar with like the legend of Bigfoot? You know what I mean by Sasquatch?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, he has this thing that he makes the sound like you're out in the woods and you're, like it's some kind of monster or something.
It's a bucket with a string on it, and he gets pine tar.
Yeah. And he has
it's awful sound. It's awful.
fake feet that he walks around.
Yeah,
these
fake
big
feet,
footprints.
wears big footprints.
Wow.
And then he has all kinds of rubber snakes that he brings out. And,
Scared our
He'll eat them,
75-year-old
man.
mother.
What are you talking about?
Yeah. You open up one of the cabinets, there at the house, and like a rat comes out tied to a string, that kind of stuff.
It's not alive.
It's not alive.
No,
it's fake.
just,
But he loves us. And then we had one incident we can't. It was
went bad.
It went bad. It involved law enforcement. So that's another story in the stereotypical truck.
Hey, you don't have to carry that story back, will you?
John Thomas, thank you, Adriano, and thank you, David.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Thank you, guys. I enjoyed watching the game yesterday, and I think something that this league has going for them that the others that don't, social media. I think that's going to play a huge role in this. I'd like to see it stay. But it's like y'all said, I'm from Birmingham, and I'm very skeptical about how long it will be here. So that's my thoughts on it.
Well, I think you hit on it, and Speedy and Bubba said it. It may just simply – its best shot simply may be that the way things are now, the audience for this type of thing is available now, and it's never been available before. And that's possible. But, I mean, think about if you were the first person that started podcasting and you were out on the bleeding edge, not the cutting edge. People didn't understand it. People didn't understand how to use it, and you crashed and burned. But now there's a generation of people who completely understand it. They know how to access content, and that's how they go and do things. But you had it out there before there was an audience for it. So maybe spring football in the format it is now and how easy it is to access things you want to watch, and maybe that's the difference.
You can't hurt to have the NFL on your side either, and they do.
Mm-hmm. And
that's got to help.
Yeah, and the first weekend, they did have better ratings than the NBA.
That ought to scare the NBA to death.
So we'll see how it goes. We continue. Let's go to Ron and Beauregard. Ron, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Y'all were talking about football players being overpaid last week, and I think Robert Mueller and his little team of investigators are overpaid on this investigation of Trump. So I wanted to decree that if a Democrat were to win the election in 2020, I think from now on there needs to be a special counsel investigated and dig up everybody on who's ever campaigned.
It's now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today as we unpack another one. This hour starts with the national anthem. Past the hour. If you're catching the show live, we thank you for being with us. How about that? Hey. If you are catching us on archive, well, then I'm letting you know how many minutes past the hour it is. All right, so here we go. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy, they've given you the kickoff hour. On really all of the Rick and Bubba platforms. You can catch that every day. It kind of gets us ramped up. Eddie Van Adler settles in. He's got the YouTube experience for you. You can watch the show live. Over 100,000 subscribers do so. They have opportunity to watch it live. They get their alerts, so they can catch archives and all the different content that finds its way to the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. That will include today the Wednesday Bible Study. Wednesday Bible Study will both be live and archived on the YouTube channel today. Catch it at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern, the Revelation chapter 17 today. We'll jump into that. Rick and Bubba interns, Rick and Bubba University, we say goodbye again to 2 more interns today. This is their final day. What an honor it is to hand out 2 more degrees in common sense, to send these 2 out into the wacky world in which we all now dwell. So we'll talk to them and give them their exit interviews today. We'll break down the stories of the day. We got emails from you and a little mini update from the Information Superhighway. So we got all that coming up today. Your phone calls are part of it, and right there sits the silver tongue one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eater's man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master out of King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about you, Rick Burgess?
Bubba, that was there for you because I know last night beyond Skinwalker Ranch, is it Chris Bledsoe?
Chris Bledsoe.
Yeah.
He'll be interesting.
Be on the podcast next week.
A lot of questions already peppered with email about it last night.
We'll read some of those today.
We'll try to break that down.
Sure.
The whole Skinwalker Ranch thing, the big finale last night. They had a big meeting back at the headquarters there and wherever Brandon's office is, and kind of recapped everything. And when you see it all laid out, just back to back to back, it's kind of crazy. There's Dr. Travis showing us what they believe to be a wormhole or a portal that is on the ranch.
It's a pretty big deal,
and they've got a lot of documentation to it. So it's it is bizarre. Now I know they have a TV show to do, but they're showing some bizarre scientific facts here.
Well,
probably not as bizarre as the fact that we can't decide what gender is anymore.
Right. No. I can show you. Bizarre is easy. I can show you all the bizarre you want.
Yeah, we got that.
Yeah, right. So that's not
our helping of bizarre is overflowing.
Yeah, and just of course, I would encourage everybody, and look, nobody knows days and times, and I've mentioned this a lot, and it really is eye opening, and. If you get a chance, I don't know how many of you, and for some of you, reading the Bible's not your thing, and I understand that. But if you have any interest in that at all, I would highly recommend that you read Matthew 24. Go there and read this moment. Now we're studying the Revelation in the Wednesday Bible study, which is, all that some of this is showing the futuristic events that'll happen. But Jesus sits down with his disciples and they say, "Tell us about the end times. Tell us what that's going to be like." And Jesus says, "Okay." And he does. So I would encourage you to do that.
Yeah, match that up with
and look
the headlines
and then look around.
We have...
including this stuff, by the way.
We have 4 more indictments for the former president. As that continues, it's a weekly event now.
Oh, I'm telling you.
The ratings for the U.S. government has dropped based on debt rising and what they call
wait a minute now.
Confusion.
What now?
Yeah,
I thought everybody's all in love.
Yeah, well,
even Kamala Harris told us there's some polls somewhere. Now we don't know where this is.
Yeah, well, nobody could find that poll
where people are saying she's doing a bang up job.
Can't find it. Can't find it.
She was not real specific on where that poll was.
Well, there's a reason not to be specific because it doesn't exist. The Shriver family, this bizarre love triangle thing going on in the Bahamas, we have an update on that.
Another one?
Have more information on beer sales as Bud Light continues to tumble. We have exit interviews with interns and a whole lot more.
Yeah,
today.
so
There's
plenty for us to unpack on the program today, and we'll work through as much of it as we possibly can. And of course, your phone calls can always kind of dictate which way we go too. So we'll jump in and we'll start working through that stack that Bubba just mentioned. And certainly there'll be other things that will rise up out of here from personal lives and things like that as well. The Rick and Bubba Show, there's never been a statement that has been more accurate. Hey, you just never know. Where Seinfeld was a show about nothing, the Rick and Bubba Show is a show about anything. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Like if whoever wins, Booker or whoever wins, everybody on his campaign investigate them going back.
Well, if you notice, you see this trend. Whatever one does and whatever happens to one, you'll see that on the flip-flop. And I think you're going to see a special counsel be pretty much standard fixture from now on.
Yeah, you're right, sadly. News Talk 103.9, Jerry and Dothan is standing by. Jerry, go ahead.
Hey, Monkey Grass.
About it.
So I've got a totally unrelated to anything. I've got a 16-year-old boy that we don't listen to much morning radio, but he has heard your show and one other, and he swears that Rick and Bubba know everything about cars and it's car talk. I try to tell him, no, son, Rick and Bubba, I don't know if they know anything about cars, but they never ever talk about, yeah, they do. That is them. No, son, it is not.
We ain't got no car talk, son.
Randy, we ain't got no car.
There are very few people on the planet that know less about cars than I do.
Yeah, I'm not very car savvy either.
So it's
very minimal.
So it's definitely not us.
Maybe he heard you talking about Car Shield.
Yeah, that might have been
That's
it.
it.
You know what? He went by. He heard the car talk guys, and then he heard me do that, and he's tied it all together.
Yeah.
Chris out of Birmingham, Alabama, 104.7 WZZK. Chris, go ahead.
Hey, from my vague understanding of this league, I feel like they'll make it because they don't play under the same defenseless player rules as the NFL. So it's just smash mouth football all over again.
Yeah,
not really.
That never once crossed my mind yesterday as I was watching.
Yeah, it doesn't really look that way to me.
No.
I mean, the reason why they're not kicking off is they're trying to cut down on head injuries.
Yeah.
Did you see the hit on the quarterback that we were showing earlier? Knocked his helmet off.
Yeah,
Couldn't believe that wasn't called.
But keep in mind,
Good night.
that goes back. That was exactly what the XFL said.
Yeah.
That was their whole campaign.
Yeah, but I tell you what,
we're going back to real football.
The lawsuits are going to make that impossible in whatever league you are. That's not even. That's going to be a non-starter.
This here is why I would watch, and I did watch the Birmingham Iron, but 10 seconds of gold, Rick, and then we go back to call. Steve Spurrier caught on the headset telling the quarterback to play and then telling him what to tell the wide receivers.
To the RPI, very similar pass route
Roger
concepts.
lead. Tell him to catch it this time.
I know
that's fun.
That's why I will watch. I love the mic'd up.
I love hearing them call the plays because, like, when we've had quarterbacks in here, I love the name of the plays and how they call all that.
Of course, we had that in XFL, but I mean, we continue. Thomas in West Jefferson. Thomas, go ahead.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Good.
Hey, the Green Acres.
Hey, thanks for the call, buddy.
I just want to say that I watched the Birmingham Iron game, and I love that Birmingham's actually getting a chance to have a pro team again. So I think it's going to be really well as long as they can keep people interested in it. And I also have one question. Why is Greg sitting by Helmsy so much?
All right,
we're trying out something different.
Yeah, so you must be watching. You must watch on the Blaze and watch some of the stuff. Greg.
It's an experiment.
It's an experiment. Greg was over in a hole over here with the computers and all of that, and it really is difficult to see him over there. And we felt like that he was going off into his own island too much. So we've got
Like
him
I was
over
in a
here,
cage.
and we'll decide if Greg more engaged is good or bad.
Yeah,
but I mean, but he's right
And he
there.
sits in my seat during the kickoff hour, so he's out of 6 seats, he sits in 3 of them.
I use a lot of seats.
Yeah. So it's an experiment. That's all it is.
Yeah. We'll see how we like it.
That guy acted like he didn't like it.
I mean, he mad about it?
Yeah, you know what?
Jealous?
Ain't nothing between him and you but air and opportunity.
I mean, my goodness, he mad because I'm sitting by Helms?
we continue. Brant and Gadsden.
Like two good ones.
Z93. Go ahead.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Hey, buddy.
Monkey Grass, Green Acres.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Go ahead.
Hey, real quick, just a different angle from these new leagues. Any chance that they don't have the same, their angle is they don't have the same age restrictions as the NFL, so they're going to start trying to compete with, with all the debates on college and pay for play, try to compete with players coming out of high school.
It's still 3 years out.
Yeah.
I think they have the same rule.
And the USFL tried that too.
But I think this league has the 3 year.
You remember we've had the you can play in our league sooner. That has been tried.
Here is the difference. All the players make the same thing: $250,000 for 3 years, which comes out to about $83 a year.
Yep.
And they can, at the end of the year, get a credit or a stipend for college classes if they did not finish college. So they can be paid for that.
You remember the XFL? One of their things was.
It is 20 minutes now past the hour. How about you? It's the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. And we're excited to be running through another one. It started way back when. Bubba loves to give you an idea. If you want to know how long this show's been on the air, all you have to know is that when we came on the air, the internet was not operating. And email was not a thing. We started this update. Now it sounds completely outdated, which makes it even funnier now. That Bubba has pulled some of those emails from you, and it's time for an update from the Information Superhighway. These are actual emails from you, the greatest, most influential, most powerful listening audience in the world. If you don't believe your influence matters, trust me, no one has us on the air because they think we're good old guys. It's because you buy a product. And you listen and you support what we do, and that's the fuel that keeps us on the air. And nobody does it better than you, the Rick and Bubba audience. And thank you for the emails. And Bubba starts with email number 1.
Rick, we have a lot dealing with Skinwalker and beyond Skinwalker.
Sure you do, Bubba.
Night.
Sure you do. My goodness, they've wrapped up the season.
Subject, Chris Bledsoe. This says, Bubba, I watched the episode with Chris Bledsoe, and maybe I misunderstood what was said on the radio show by Speedy, because when Speedy recounted the story that Chris did, there seemed to be a big difference on the TV show Chris that said he cried out to whosoever could hear him, but when Speedy read what Chris himself said, he said he cried out to God. So did Chris use the term whosoever because he was on the TV show?
Good
and
question.
This comes from Wandering This World.
I was reading. I was not paraphrasing. I was reading word for word from the Amazon breakdown of the book, and so you can go to Amazon, search the book, and it's there for you. That's what I was reading from.
Yeah. So this guy makes a good point. If the Amazon that you were reading said God, but last night he said whosoever, why the adjustment?
Yeah, and it
I
was
can
very,
answer that. But.
It was very strange last night. We'll recap it too, but let's address these questions to kind of set it up. Subject beyond Skinwalker Ranch. This comes from Susan Clevorn. I'm really concerned about this dude. Is he haunted by demons or fallen angels or something very freaky? If it's not evil, why didn't he mention God? You know, they were kind of staying with the hard measurable metrics on that last night. It was a strange story, and we'll talk about it in a minute. This deals with Skinwalker Ranch. The rigs that Skinwalker Ranch are using are not able to drill through this dome they have under the mesa. I have worked in the drilling industry for 45 years with the deepest waters ever done. They need a land rig that can apply more weight than these ditch witches they're using. As shallow as the dome appears to be, they possibly will not be able to drill a directional well into the dome. The rig would most likely have to drill into the dome from the top. If this rig would give them more weight to apply to the bit and a different choice of bit to drill through the metals. And this comes from George Mayo. Yeah, George, they talked a little bit about that. The land there is so rugged, and the boulders and all of that, and the lack of roads. They've had difficulty getting the biggest equipment in there to do that, so they've had to use smaller stuff. Now, I'm from the school. I think we have enough evidence now to dig that up. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
But they don't want to bother the mesa. There's some, Indian issues there,
Sure.
Jimmy Jam, all that. But I don't think we're going to get to the bottom of it until we.
Pun intended. Pun intended.
Subject
bottom of it.
Skinwalker. This comes from Chuck Cosby. Hey, Bubba, watching Skinwalker. You got to cover this tomorrow. Wormholes. Love the show. Chuck Crosby. You know, I will say this: of all of it, it appears they have been able to document a phenomenon that looks like a wormhole, and you know, that would be revolutionary if they could do that. I mean, it's in theory. But at one time, so was the energy tied up in an atom.
Right.
And we eventually proved that to be true, too.
Right, yeah.
This comes from Doug. Hey, Bubba, you watching Skinwalker? I hope so. Aliens here. Yeah, there's some pretty weird stuff going on there. Rick, another topic I got several emails on. Dylan Mulvaney.
Oh, boy.
Please do not call him her. Otherwise, we love the show. Listen almost every day. Stay in it. Keep the faith. Chris Moser. Chris, yesterday during the update on Dylan Mulvaney, I did refer to him as her a couple of times because I was reading from a story, and I was just reading what I had highlighted in the story. They'd referred to him as her. I did it. I apologize. I know Kelly Cross called. He did not like that.
Kelly was mad about it.
Kelly was mad.
So I understand what you're saying. We're not giving in to that, but it was just the way the story was written.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, because I try to do it too, and I have to really think about it for this very reason.
Yeah, it's confusing.
And so what I do is I just try to, and it's hard to do this, by the way, and especially when you're reading a story, and I know where you are on this, so anybody to think otherwise is just not looking at you on the big picture. But I try to just call them by their name. I'll say Dylan did this, and I tell you if you're going to get Dylan, and if Dylan did that, I just try to call them by their name.
Well, here is the other problem that it's not here now, but I believe it's Canada. It has already passed a law that if you misgender somebody, you can be it can be punished by jail time.
Yeah.
Now you murder somebody, you go right back out on the street. You misgender somebody, you're going to prison.
Or if you're a church and you try to open up for worship.
Yeah,
now,
I mean, it's crazy. It is.
We did have that happen
world.
in Canada. Well, you know, that's where Jordan Peterson first. That's when I first discovered him. I know he'd been around for a long time. I just wasn't as familiar with him. Is when he basically told Canada, "I'm not going to do that."
Right.
The government is not going to tell me what pronouns I can and can't use.
No,
I just won't do that. And he said that's not against people that are however they want to identify. It's because I, as a free person, am not going to be told that about the government. I'm sorry.
Yeah. And I don't see
you're overstepping your bounds.
I don't see how any group can hijack the English language and just declare you've got to use this or that or say it this way or that. Again, it goes back to the free speech. I ought to be able to say it any way I want to. If you don't like that, it's kind of tough beans for you.
Yeah, and you can say that I would prefer that you call me this, and I can just say, well, I hope I don't mean to offend you, but I'm not going to.
Right.
Because the way I see the world is just as important as the way you see it. We're picking winners and losers now. Yeah, we're picking winners and losers now.
Yeah.
Rick, last but not least, subject Saturday morning cartoons. Bubba, I grew up watching Pee-wee on Saturday mornings on CBS along with my favorites like Muppet Babies, Heathcliff, and many others. I loved it. When you talked about Pee-wee, it just brought back great memories.
So most of it, Skinwalker. So I guess to go back and discuss the emails now. So did he or did he not? Last night you saw it. Did he or did he not? I know, but I'm talking about last night.
Yeah. Okay.
On his own book, that Speedy just showed me. He says God on the back part.
Yep.
So last night, did he or did he not say whosoever?
Rick, this is one of the most bizarre things I have seen documented,
Right.
far as the weirdness that is the UFO world, okay? He took them and re-walked through the steps of what happened to him. He was going through, he said, some very hard times in his life.
Understood.
Now, he worked for NASA, by the way, worked on the shuttle program, so he's not a goofball, okay? He was going through some hard times. His son wanted to go fishing. He didn't want to go. He finally gave in, went. There was several other guys. They're fishing. He decides to walk down the bank just to have some private time to think, reflect, kind of get his act together, clear his mind. And he says he sees two giant balls of fire. A third ball of fire joins them. He's kind of spooked by them. He doesn't know what to make of it. He turns to go back. His son is looking for him. He comes up to him, and they have this discussion. His son saw what he saw through the woods. He said, "Where have you been?" He said, "What do you mean? I just walked up here." He tells his dad he's been missing for 5 hours. He has no recollection of that time. He doesn't say he was abducted. He doesn't say they did tests on none. You know what we hear with none of that. But ever since then, he appears to have a sense that he can tell when these orbs are going to show up. No matter where he is, what he does, they tend to follow him. So that's what was special about this investigation last night, and I'll continue that on the other side of the break. They wasn't investigating a place, they were investigating a person. And they even carried him to what they called a neutral location he'd never been to. Wired him up with brain sensors and studied his brain waves while this was going on. And every time these orbs start showing up. And I'll tell you what he said about it.
Yeah. Tell me if he said whosoever or not last night. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Winning team made more than the losing team.
Which I kind of like that part of
that.
Yeah,
it was pretty fun.
Yeah. Makes fourth down more interesting, doesn't it?
Randy in Huntsville.
Yeah.
Randy, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, y'all.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I was just wondering if y'all seen any of the replay of the clash. I know y'all are at the game. The clash yesterday, Jimmy Johnson took out the whole field just about on the last lap. The rain was coming, and he done a side draft and took everybody out. It was a big one. They had 20 laps.
He ended up winning.
What did he say? I don't even know what he said.
You know, they used to be the Busch Clash. They run it. Yeah. It's like if you won a race the year before, you get to run in.
Oh, yeah.
Speed weeks at Daytona. And Jimmy Johnson wiped the whole field out and then won it.
Okay. All right, top of the hour.
Which is a good way to win if you wipe everybody else out.
I missed it. I was watching AAF.
There he is.
Bubba, I had a little bit of, over the weekend, just a little bit of angst because it's so interesting when you have people from other countries, visiting with you and some of them coming to our city for the very first time. So, I was wondering what the dynamic would be, and it's very uncomfortable. I don't mind sharing this with you because, John Thomas has been staying with Sherry and me for, a number of years, and he stayed with other people from the church too, but he kind of feels like that the Burgesses belong to me, And so this time they were saying, well, you're going to stay somewhere else, and we're going to give the Burgesses Canadians. You know what I mean? Canadians. And so I had a pastor from Montreal, Canada, and then an Italian special forces, former special forces for Italy, that actually went into Afghanistan and Iraq with our special forces back after 9/11, but he now lives in Canada. So it was an interesting dynamic because, and you guys met him on Friday. Obviously, I don't know that if you go into special forces, no matter the country, you have to look exactly the same.
Yeah,
But I mean,
you better be able to handle it.
They're all gigantic. Their beard is fantastic, and it was so funny to hear him talking about things that were so matter of fact. And he was very matter of fact, and a lot of that had to do with the fact he was speaking English,
right?
And he's Italian, who also knows French. But we were having like a conversation over lunch because I asked him, I said, okay, you're here. What do you guys want to eat before we go to the farm on Friday? Now, it already got a little uncomfortable because I had to break it to John Thomas that I only have 2 4-wheelers and we now have 4 people. Now, I will step out. I don't have to ride the 4-wheeler, but we're still down to 3.
You got the car.
I know.
4-wheeler.
But
John
wants. He told Bubba.
Rick, he's come a long way. Let him have his 4-wheeler.
What did he say?
And you guys have to sit out.
What did he say to you? If you go back and listen to it on that hour, I laughed again because the guys, I got to tell them they'd never heard themselves on the radio. I said, by the way, I can go to the podcast right now.
Yeah.
And we can listen to it on the way to the farm. And they were blown away by how quick it was up and rolling in the car. And but when John said that it was his favorite, it is my favorite day of the year. And going 4-wheeling. And so I had to tell John, I said, John, now you know that there'll have to be some sort of rotation, on the 4-wheeler. And he goes, that would be fine. And so I went down, and and he's a little fella, and then you have the you think special forces isn't ready to get on the 4-wheeler and show us how it's done. You know what I mean?
And I mean, foolishly, I asked him if he knew how to ride one. He looked at me like, "What?" and so anyway, idiot. But anyway, so we were talking about how in parts of France, radical Muslims have like taken over suburbia. Okay, and they were talking about, if you want to go to Paris, stay in the city. The worst thing you want to do there is go in suburbs. And they're saying that that they've become quite violent and confrontational, which we've heard. And I mean, I'm talking about we're eating ribs, okay? And so big Adriano is sitting over and he's just eating his ribs. And so the pastor from Canada is talking to John, and he's like, "Oh, yes," he said. And John said, "You mean to tell me they will just spit at you?" Mm-hmm. And they were like, "Yeah," he said, "You come, you'll like try to get on the train with her, and there'll be some Muslims there hollering at you and calling you an infidel and spitting on you, just eating ribs." Adriano goes, "Yes. They did it to me one time, and I walked over and beat them up, and I beat them badly." Look, and he just keeps on eating, and I'm like, what did you say? He goes, "Yes, I walked over." He said, "And I don't argue. I just go over and beat you up."
The Rick and Bubba Show. The great Jerry Clower said it best. Remember that time, Bubba, the great story, shoot up here amongst us. One of us has got to have relief.
Yep. What a great line.
Relief factor. You ever got to that point? I got to have some relief. Well, this may be the answer for you. It's here's the good news. It's all natural, 100% natural. I take it every day, and I love the results. And so does Betty out of West Virginia. She says, these results, my brothers, borderline on amazing. I can't believe it, but my knee pain is totally gone. The throbbing is gone from an arthritic thumb joint, and it's reduced the pain from arthritic shoulder that I have, an arthritic shoulder I have that also has bone spurs. I may be crazy, but my digestion seems to even be better. Thanks for turning me on to this very simple product that works really well. You're welcome, Betty. Would you like to maybe try it? You realize the majority of the people, including Betty, including Rick, when you get the quick starter pack, we give you 3 weeks of it. In 3 weeks, you'll know whether this all-natural product is working against the pain in your body. If it's caused by inflammation, there's some hope here. ReliefFactor.com, $19.95. Or you can go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button and get that 3-week supply as well. All right, so Bubba, the email update today, it was dominated by the ending of the season on Skinwalker Ranch, but also this Beyond Skinwalker Ranch and this Chris Bledsoe that is going to be interviewed by us next week. And there was some confusion that on the back of his book and at Amazon or wherever you read about him, he says he called out to God, and they want to know why last night did he tell them he called out to whosoever. Did that happen?
Let me say this. When he recounted that part of the story, let me put it on the shelf, that part, for a minute, and go back to what is happening.
I really want to know that part, though.
Okay. They had him at 3 different places. One was a neutral location where he will sit there, and he'll even put his hand up in the sky, and they asked him what he was doing, and he said, "I'm just asking them to show themselves to you." And Rick, it's like clockwork. It's just a few minutes later, he goes, "They're here." And you start looking around, and hey, there's a bright light in the sky doing odd movements. And they even they have some very sophisticated cameras that will track things in the sky, and it'll also determine what's an airplane and what's not. So they did have one airplane in the shot one time. But these orb-looking things, they're very bright. They sparkle in an odd way, move in odd ways, come and go. And every time they were out, these things showed up. So the last time they brought a neurosurgeon guy out, and he put all this apparatus on him to read his brain waves, and he was getting some odd brain waves in that he was very laid back. He was almost in a relaxed state of more than you would normally be when you're awake, and then when these things started showing up, he started getting brain activity like he was hearing something. And the guy said, normally if you're listening to something, you would see this kind of activity, but he wasn't listening. He's in a chair sitting out by himself out in the middle of the yard. got all this electronics on him. So, you know, the question was, are they communicating with you? Are you hearing them? And he says they are, but not in the normal way. And he said it just, you know, relaxes me. I feel comfortable that they're there. And, you know, it's not, he really didn't go into a lot of detail, but the oddity of this wasn't one of those things where they go out and they hope something shows up. Every time they went out with him, these orbs started showing up. I mean, like on cue. So back to the original story, he did not use the word God last night. And he did say because of this, whatever he was going through, and it appeared to be several personal issues at the time, he was just crying out, hey, I got to have help. I got to have something, got to give here. I need guidance. I don't know what to do. And that was kind of the impression that I got from it. Now, is it angelic? Is it demonic? I don't know. And I think that's why we'll have to ask him when we get him. I think we'll be able, because I don't know how they edited it. I don't know what their angle was on it. And you know, the editors make all the difference.
Right. Well, I'm just going to speculate, and I don't want to conduct the interview of Chris Bledsoe here. I mean, I have things I can say here, and I'll just say it to him next week. But if y'all would prefer that.
Well, no, I think there's a lot of people curious.
But I will say this: it's possible, and I don't know Chris Bledsoe, so I'm not defending or I'm going to stick with what I believe the truth to be, no matter who it is, but and not to offend, but just to adhere to what I believe. But they may have said to him, look, we don't want to go down this spiritual road. We're a show that's looking for aliens from other planets.
Right.
We want to interview on whether you were visited by terrestrial beings from another planet.
Right.
So if you're going to go down another road, that's not really the show we do. That's possible, right?
Mm-hmm. Possible.
Yeah.
Or they could have just edited it out, what he said.
What did he say, whosoever? Was that word used?
I think that term was used
by him.
In
okay.
this.
Well, then you wouldn't have to edit that.
Well, I think what he was saying,
like he might have later said,
he may have said, "I called out to God" or whosoever.
Oh, I see. I see. Yeah, and that's fair. That's very possible.
Right.
Yeah.
So, but it was clear that something happened to him.
Oh yeah.
There were 4 other witnesses there that can testify to he was missing 5 hours. He thought he had been gone 15 minutes.
Sure, and we hear that a lot.
He never said he was abducted. He didn't have all that. But when he came back, he definitely had a calmer countenance to him. And wherever he goes, it seems like these things seem to show up. And they could document. I mean, it was so predictable they were able to document.
We were looking at that. Well, where he has, and we'll talk about this, the claim of God and angels has really got some problems biblically, because you won't find anywhere in Scripture where angels appear to people and don't identify themselves.
Right, I agree.
Never.
I agree.
They always identify themselves.
No mystery to
and
it.
they even say, "Do not fear.
Right.
Do not worship me.
Right. Here's
why I'm here, and here's what God wants me to say.
Right.
Or I'm here because God sent me to help you."
Right.
Okay. You never go, I don't know if they're angels or not, so they might have been angels. No, if they didn't identify themselves, they're not.
Usually,
okay.
I would say that is
all I got to go on
correct.
Scripture. I wasn't given any other revelation from God other than His Scripture. Now, He could always come back and say, well, you misunderstood that. That's possible. From what I can understand in Scripture, there's no account of angels that don't identify themselves.
I agree.
So then you go, well, then there's demons. Demons love chaos. Demons love confusion. And in the very beginning, the first thing Satan ever did was saying, oh, yeah, God exists, but are you sure that's what he said? So it's always a tampering of a fake version of God. Demons love that manipulation. Right. And Satan has had that manipulation throughout Scripture. Okay? Then you got number 3, space people. I don't know much about that.
Something we don't understand.
Yeah, Scripture hasn't taught me anything about them. I don't know anything about them, so I really can't speak to what you should look for on space people.
Right.
But I can read Scripture and see what you should look for when it comes to angels, demons, and God. And this one does not pass the God test.
I agree.
So,
but it doesn't necessarily fall in the demonic category either.
If you believe in space people.
It's possible. That's why I think it'll be interesting to talk to
right.
him.
Yeah. So
And get the clarification. We won't have to go through the book cover.
Right.
We won't have to go through
Right.
what the editors of the show did. We can ask him directly.
That's
and
right.
I think we'll have a better feel for it.
And the so that and I'm saying, like you said, and what I put in the space people category, that would also fall under the headline of the unknown.
Right, I agree.
But
I agree.
the known, it does not pass the God test. So I'll have to as kindly and gently disagree on that claim.
Yeah, well, I agree. I mean, you can't justify it.
Right. So anyway, it's going to be interesting, and it sounds like last night was interesting.
Yeah, I mean, the plan going forward at Skinwalker is they're going to put more sensors, more cameras, and tie it all together with an AI engine that's going to be able to monitor everything and look for correlation between different things happening at the same time.
Your phone calls.
It's going to be a tech. It's going to be a tech wonderland.
Yeah, it will be. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Okay. He goes, I beat him up, and I beat them up badly.
Oh, wow.
And I thought to myself, some Muslim picked the wrong guy to spit on. I mean, you just imagine that, like that. And I thought he was like exaggerating. He just looked at me like, yes, and I did. And I was like, well, okay. Did you then? Yes. Then I just got on the train. And but I beat them up, and I beat them up badly.
All right.
So anyway, so we were. I felt so good having him around.
Yeah.
And then so we were so we went to the farm, and of course again I do believe it was Adriano that finally defeated Gary. Gary came nowhere near that place.
Yeah, well you don't.
But because I was talking to him, he said, "Hey, who you bringing down there?" I said, "I'm gonna be bringing John Thomas." You talking about that guy that don't look like he's from Africa? Gary, there are white people that are African. I mean, I ain't never seen it before. I know, but trust me on this. So
not in Clinton.
Yeah. So down here, I ain't. I mean, if somebody says they're African American, they don't look like him. I know, Gary. That's not the same thing. And so he says, he said, hey, you want to have a little fun with him? And I said, Gary, I just want you to know that we have a pastor from South Africa, a pastor from Montreal, and then a guy from the Italian Special Forces. Hey, now what now? I said one of the guys was in Special Forces, and he could kill all of us with his bare hands. Okay, I mean, and like never even quit eating a sandwich.
Yeah.
Okay, and I said, I don't think this is of all. I know you. I mean, hey, I mean, if I'd just had the camera on when I had old Scotty Dawson. he said we'd be laughing about that forever. And I said, I know, but if you want to,
I'm gonna get Gary a GoPro.
When he said, I said, but Gary, I'm just telling you.
He's sitting Scotty Dawson.
He said, what time one time I scared your mama, and when that rat jumped out on her. I said, I do remember that. He goes, sometimes if I ain't feeling good, I'll just watch that video. And I go, I know, Gary, but if you're wanting to document scaring people, this is not. Now we may all be glad to have it.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. But I don't think you're going to be glad to have it because I'm just telling you this is. I said Gary, I know I'm just going to tell you it's a no. Do not come anywhere near. So then I said, but you can come over and meet him if you want to. And I never saw Gary, not even for an instant. So I think that was wise.
Yeah.
So I thought to myself, and Bubba, I think you would have loved this. And I saw a little something in John Thomas I've never seen before. I said, John, and of course he's the older pastor, so like a man of God, I will let them ride the 4-wheelers first, if they would wish. Okay. I said, y'all want no, you go ahead. No, this is y'all the first time. Y'all get it first, and I'll kind of show you the trails. It's pretty simple, and then I'll cut you loose. Because Adriano let me know quickly that he thought my cart that was leading was holding him back a little bit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I get it.
And I said, let me just show it to you. And then he said, I like speed. Understood. And then John, I also love the speed. It's just so much power. and I said, all right, John, I got something you can do while they're riding until it's your turn. I said, look over here. And I showed him the Kubota diesel. I said, now this is a work vehicle. It's not going to go fast like this. I said, but I want you to listen to something. And I got this from Bubba. I said, sit down in it. and his little, and he's so tiny in that big vehicle, because it's a 2-seater Kubota diesel. I said, sit down in there, and I put it in neutral. I said, turn that key over. Well, you talk about this one. Yeah, just turn it over and crank it up. Does it have a clutch? No, just put on the brake and let it ride. And his little face, he lit up like a little diesel light, and he looked over, he goes, that sounds like power. I said, it's a different kind of power. It's not a speed power. I said, but baby, she'll come through the mud. I said, we got mud out there. I said, you hear that sound right there, John? You're talking about the diesel. I said, yes. Do you feel that rumble? I do. I said, that's something that means business. Yep. And he took that thing in the mud. And, of course, he looked like a little dot in it. There's so much vehicle and so little him. And he was grinning. There was mud flying up, and he would turn. And I said, just take it, just run it right down through there and see if you can get it stuck. And, I mean, he for a minute, I don't think it replaced the four-wheeler.
Yeah.
But as far as keeping his attention, he said, I was wondering if I could pull something. And I was like, you want to hook it up to something, just pull something? Is there a fallen tree or something somewhere? So why don't we go try to pull something? I had to do something to keep him occupied. But I tell you what.
It is 10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. Thank you for being with us as we take your phone calls and wind it down. So we are headed to the phones, and we'll start with Jesse out of Athens, Alabama. Jesse, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you doing?
Good, man. How are you?
Fantastic.
Hey, y'all were talking Friday about DJs, you used to walk out songs. You guys used to walk out songs.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there was a guy. He was mid to late 70s. He was an older guy. It's no longer on, but he had the Rolling Home with Bill Malone show. And he would start walking out a song. And if he didn't finish, he would just talk all over the song.
Oh, really? He would just collide. He would collide right into it.
Oh, it gets worse. He would every day he would play Elvira from the Oak Ridge Boys, and he would get in there and hit the bass line on air. When they hit Giddy Up, Boom Pop, Mile Mile, he would get in there and just sing it with them. And it was the funniest thing. But you guys brought back memories of him, and it was just hilarious. So
thank you
guys.
So he just didn't care.
I didn't realize he wouldn't post it. He just keep on rolling.
He just wrote it.
Giddy up, home.
866 We Be Big is the number. Hilarious. Paul in Vestavia, 104.7 WZZK. Paul, go ahead.
Yeah, Rick, in your last segment, you were talking about angels always declaring who they were, but I was wondering what you do with Hebrews 13:2.
Well, what you do with that, Paul, is it says sometimes you entertain angels without knowing. So that's not messengers. That means that angels, they're all around us. We have angels that God sends to protect. We have angels and do this. But if God is going to send a message to somebody, never in Scripture does they go, hey, I was visited by what I think was an angel. I think it was God. If there's a message to you, like you cry out for an answer, it's not going to be a bunch of chaos and confusion. What Hebrews is telling us, remember, this is a letter to the Hebrews, saying, look, sometimes God's angels are among us doing their job, and you don't know that they're around. It does not say sometimes they visit you and won't tell you who they are. So that's completely different. That's completely different.
Well, I was just wondering, though, I'm not sure this guy ever said he got messages.
Oh, he did. He said he cried out to God, or last night, whosoever, and he said, and now they visit him, and he thinks it's from God. He thinks it is. That would not line up with Scripture.
Okay, yeah.
That wouldn't line up with Scripture.
Okay.
Yeah, now there's no doubt that angels and demons are around us all the time, and we interact with them.
Yeah, I got that.
Yeah, and I think that's why Jesus in Matthew 25 starts this list about when they say, well, now where in the world did we neglect you? We talk about this before. Sometimes you see a homeless person, you're thinking,
Boy, I know I passed on them because I thought they were a drug addict, but what if that was a test for me to see if I was going to be generous? But there's never an indication in the Bible that people are visited by angels with a message from God, and the angel won't identify who they are.
Oh, no, I agree with that.
Yeah,
I mean,
never.
that's obvious.
Never. And do I think this?
Okay.
Do I think this guy was visited by angels? Absolutely not.
Okay.
Because of the way it's being handled, it's chaotic, it's confusing, and it's very unclear. And that's not the God of the Bible.
All right. Well, I just was wondering what your thoughts on it. So,
well, there they were. There's my thoughts.
Okay.
Thank you, Paul. So that's completely different thing. That's speaking to the fact, like we get in Ephesians 5, is hey, this angels and demons thing, it's going on all around you, and you don't even know it.
I think too, the reference to Hebrews when you say hospitality, that would mean angels in a human form that's interacting with you. Whatever this is that he's dealing with, does not do that. Right. But it does not appear. It appears to have a calming effect on him, as opposed to a chaotic effect on him. Now, to some of us watching, it may be chaotic, but I think that'll be more questions to ask him about how he deals with this day in and day out, which you can't really get in a TV show.
Yeah. Well, I would say pharmaceuticals have a calming effect on you, but a lot of times they're used to open your mind to demons. You know it. That I hear that all the time. I'm self-medicating because it calms me.
Well, there's good medicines and there's
no.
bad
But I'm just saying that the calming.
I wouldn't paint too broad a brush.
I'd
be real careful.
No, but I've just heard people say that who say they have to have marijuana, they have to have that because without that,
we're not talking about that.
Right. And demons always present themselves as angels of light. We know that. That's one of the descriptions.
That's the thing. They're not really presenting themselves. They just show. They're not really, interacting, which makes it even stranger.
Right. Yeah. We continue. Let's go to Jason in Enterprise. Jason, go ahead.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Y'all taking care of Mama's boy?
Now, which one is that?
Which one is that?
Greg.
Oh, okay.
Greg's Mama's boy.
Yeah.
Him and his baby puppies.
Yeah, that's it.
Talking about the Bud Light situation. I don't know.
Of course,
folks think how serious it is. We go to ATV parks in the lake on the weekend. I've seen several fights. People get beat up because of drinking Bud Light.
No, Jason.
Oh, come on.
Yes, sir. They'll jump on them. I'm serious. You go to a good old redneck park, drinking beer. You better get ready. You're gonna throw down.
Jason, don't they just fight anyway?
Right. Yeah. They fight.
Thank you.
There's all kind of videos. Looks like they fight anyhow.
866 We Be Big. Let's go to Jason out of Huntsville, 100.3 The River.
Good morning, my brothers from Other Mothers. How are y'all this morning?
What's up?
I got a question for Bubba. Bubba, what's your feelings on the AI that they're about to start using on Skinwalker Ranch? And the second question is, I wonder if the AI, wouldn't it be funny if the AI had the same voice as Dip and Dan?
That would be.
That would be. That would be good. AI.
Now we got something.
AI is painted in some circles as a bad thing, some a good thing. And if it can help you do your job with your electronic sensors better, I'm all for it. But now here's the other problem. At Skinwalker, they have a notorious problem with electronics not working when they really need it to work.
Right.
So it'll be interesting to see how that. But no, you wire that whole ranch for video, for infrared, for ultraviolet, for laser mapping, magnetic fields, seismograph. And you pour all that into a computer that can analyze all that. The guy last night said they're going to have so many seismic sensors out there. When something walks across the ground, they're going to know if it's a deer or a person or something else. So you feed all that in. It'll be interesting to see how it will put all that together and what it'll come up with if it works.
Right.
That's the big underlining word.
Mike in Tennessee. Mike, go ahead.
If it works.
Hey, good morning, guys. This question's for Rick. I'm not one of these wild-eyed end-of-the-worlders, Rick.
Yeah.
But is it not true that the Antichrist is going to try to set himself up, or Satan's going to try to set him up to where he looks like he's the savior of the world?
Correct.
Yeah. And wouldn't they need to create some kind of scenario to where he could then be that savior of the world?
Correct. Yeah.
Well, couldn't that be this whole alien thing?
Could be.
I mean, couldn't they use something like that?
Yeah, we've said that on the show for many years, every time we're asked about this. And that's the point I'm making. I could completely be wrong, but when somebody says, can you make a case for a scenario? Well, biblically, I can make a strong case that would make sense. But when someone says, well, I disagree with that, and you go, well, make the case then with as much evidence as this seems to be pointing to. And sometimes they don't. It's more of a, well, that's just not what I think.
Well,
I mean, and it could be wrong, but I mean, you can go into the Word of God and go, all this really makes a lot of sense, and it's headed to this direction. So I tend to think that's the most likely, but again, I don't know.
How else could you get to a one-world government other than people disappearing and being sold its alien abduction?
Right.
Rick and Bubba.
Well, these products are taking the families of the Rick and Bubba show by storm, and I'm talking about Naturally It's Clean. Man, your response has been fantastic, and why not? I mean, we've put these products into our homes. We have these products. Some of them, of course, we're out now. We need to reorder here at the studio. And I will tell you that Naturally It's Clean. When you hear that, you're like, are they trying to sell me on some kind of save the earth kind of thing, but the products aren't really very good and they're more expensive? No. The green movement wants you to use inferior products that are more expensive. Naturally It's Clean. They didn't come from that point of view at all. What the point of view they came from is it possible that we could find ourselves in a win-win here, that these oils from botanicals could actually be better cleaning products than some of the manufactured stuff out there? That, let's be honest, some of these chemicals we're not crazy about breathing, and they're really not good, for the environment in which we live. Well, they said, you know what? We developed the research on these oils, and they actually do a better job. And a great side effect is you feel better about having these natural products cleaning your home versus some of these harsh chemicals. Would you like to find out more? I will tell you that my wife Sherry says the stain remover is the best she's ever used, and they have a specific toilet cleaner that she said the toilets in the house have never been cleaner. So if you would like to, and it's easier to use, meaning it accomplishes the job, because let's face it, when you have toilet duty, that is not something everybody's looking forward to. But you can go right now, and they also have laundry detergents and naturallyitsclean.com. They even have cleaning products for the outside of your home. Naturallyitsclean.com/Rick Bubba. That's going to get you 15% off that essential starter kit, and that has 4 of their most popular products, and you send that right to you. That's a good starter. So go to naturallyitsclean.com/Rick Bubba, and they also offer free 2-day shipping. Start using these products. Our wives love them. Free portion. On Dolly Parton said she put on quite a performance.
None of them, I listened. They listed who all was performing and all that, and I heard nothing that I cared anything about.
Yeah.
And I figured it'd have the typical, political crap. So I gave it zip.
I'll tell you how out of the loop I am, Rick. I saw Grammys and thought they were giving out movie awards.
So you were like me.
That's how clueless I am to the whole thing.
Somebody
I thought, well, I'm not interested in this. I'll move on.
Well, somebody mentioned something to me about it, and I said, oh, are the Oscars tonight? And
that's what.
And they said, no, it's not the Oscars.
Okay.
It's the Grammys.
No, I actually thought the Grammys. I'm an idiot.
That's the Grammys is the only one I can actually remember what it is. Like,
Right.
when you get Golden Globes and all that.
You're right. It gets confusing.
It gets confusing. There's
You
a
got
lot
the
of
American Music Awards, and then you have the Grammys.
Right, right.
Well, I made a fool out of myself. I said, so is Kevin Hart hosting or what? And so
What's the deal?
No, Rick, we had no host. Don't remember? We were going to let different people do it.
Right, so that's going to be the Oscars.
Because they can't find anybody who in their past hadn't said something offensive.
Right, or said something on
Under today's
if you go back and comb everybody's history for 40 years, you can probably find something.
You're going to catch them in a bad moment. Yeah.
Guys, we're literally getting ruining people over something they did when they were 14.
Yeah.
All right, so but one of the things they said that Casey Musgraves, her name misspelled during the Grammy Awards. What do they mean?
Well, who would have known? Who knows how to spell Musgraves?
Well, or was it
Right.
Casey?
It was Cassie. Yeah, they spelled it Cassie.
Cassie Musgraves.
Yeah.
When she was introduced as one of the performers.
She does spell it weird. I'll give them that.
Yeah.
That was honestly, that was pretty minor compared to some other technical problems that they had. At one point, they were giving an award to Childish Gambino. You know Childish Gambino,
yeah,
Greg.
that's one
you
of my
him.
favorites.
You love him.
I don't know who that is.
And
What is that?
What is that?
Is that a movie? What is
sounds
it?
like
It's actually that.
it sounds like a disease. Well, he has Childish Gambino.
It does.
Glover.
Babe Ruth.
If he could get rid of that.
Isn't there a GoFundMe?
There's
Isn't there a
hope.
GoFundMe for somebody who's got what?
He played baseball.
Gambino.
It's Donald Glover. He's an actor, and that's his rap name. That's not the important part. He wasn't there. He won the award, and he wasn't there. And it's like they were expecting him to be there to kill some time for Alicia Keys to get to one Q spot to another Q spot. So Alicia's just walking in live on the air from one stage to another with like a guy who has like a headset on. He's like handing her a script, and she's like, "Yeah, let's hear it for Childish."
He wasn't there.
And then she's like, "Let's." Childish, yeah. As she's walking from one stage to another, I'm just like, what's going on? What is happening
So
right now?
he's supposed to be giving his speech right now. He's not there.
And there was like, it's like they forgot he wasn't going to be there. So Alicia had to go from one stage to another. She gets in front of that camera and then kind of settles herself and then starts reading from that teleprompter. But that was, it just felt a little clunky. It kind of felt like the Super Bowl. Like the whole thing just kind of felt.
Are you calling Chunky Milk?
Clunky, chunky.
That's awful.
Clunky,
Well,
chunky.
we had no host. You know, it's hard to.
That's
Greg,
true.
no,
that was
you're talking about the Oscars.
Yeah. She was the host.
You're like, now you're like Helmsy to me.
Well, she wasn't the host.
Alicia Keys was the host.
She
but
was?
but she also performed. Yeah, so it was.
Well,
it was
crap! I
kinda
thought.
weird.
Well, I didn't watch it. I thought that. You know why I didn't watch it? They weren't gonna have a host.
Greg, you're thinking about the Oscars.
That's right.
That's Kevin Hart.
Yeah,
Greg.
you're
It's
thinking-
all the same thing.
All right,
I don't watch
funny,
either
by the way.
one.
Of all the things I thought Eddie Van Adler was going to say to me,
Did he have a host?
as excitedly running here to Bubba and to me and the rest of the guys, and go, Dolly Parton killed it last night.
Now that
Right.
was
Y'all-
funny.
Six minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number. As we move forward, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler all here. We say goodbye to Alapuca and Cam Solo today, but they got to get a day in today. So they still take your phone calls today at 866 We Be Big. If you are into the supernatural, we're walking through the book of the Revelation. We got all you can stand. If you want to join us for that Bible study today, we're stepping into the Revelation chapter 17 today. So that'll be live at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. It'll be archived soon after, and you'll find that archive either on the YouTube channel or the audio-only archive on the podcast channel. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bus.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. It's a little party we call Rick and Bubba.
I do want to say, based on all that we talked about, I finally last night on Amazon Prime, I rented and watched Nefarious. We were helping promote that. I never could get to the theater and see it. It had a limited release. I don't even know if it ever came to where we live as far as an opportunity to see it. But I wanted to see it, speaking of spiritual warfare and angels and demons. And you know what? They did a really good job with that. It was a good movie. I really took a lot away from it. It's well done. It's not some like Exorcist, scary movie like that. It's not like that at all. But it's when we were promoting it, they were right. It's very much like reading the Screw Tape Letters from C.S. Lewis. But it's a very intriguing movie. The acting in it, I had never. I didn't recognize anybody in it. Now that may be because I'm just not hip to the groove on actors.
Hip to the groove.
But I will tell you this: they were not B actors. They did the main actors did a really good job. So it's good, and it's also very educational because one of the things they talk about through this character, Nefarious, is kind of like the Screw Tape Letters did. Is this is how we operate? Speaking of the demons. So anyway, so that's I would, if you haven't seen that, I would suggest that you see it. All right, so Bubba, we have an update, and I know that this kind of stuff's hard because this is about Space Command, and you're struggling about the Space Command thing, and I got it, but now, and I know that you had the audacity to say that our government leaving this in Colorado was a political move, and I want you to know you'll be set straight today by John Kirby.
Well, let me ask you this. Let me ask you
he's going to tell you you can have a seat over there and quit saying that.
When they have decisions like this, they realize that it could be politically motivated.
Yeah, sure.
So they try to take all that out of it and actually do what is best for America and for whatever they're doing. So they do independent studies, and the independent studies come in, and then the commander-in-chief looks at them and goes, okay, let's do this. They usually go with the study 95% of the time, okay? All the studies came back and said Redstone Arsenal is the place for this. They also usually diversify out everything. They put it in different areas so we don't have all of our eggs in one basket. It also is good because money flows into these areas, and because everybody's paying in, they want the money to go back out everywhere and spread it out, show the love. So there's several things you look at in this. So we have a process. It was based on 21 different criteria. They had 3 studies. They all come back and said, Huntsville, Alabama, Redstone Arsenal. Then Joe Biden said, no, we're going to stay in Colorado. And here's what the Pentagon has to say about it.
President Biden has decided not to move the U.S. Space Command, the Space Command, from its headquarters in Colorado to Senator Tuberville's home state of Alabama.
That's right.
Tell us about that.
This was really a decision based on one thing and one thing only for the president, and that was operational readiness. He took the inputs of many leaders across the Department of Defense, but when it came down to it, he believes that it's in the best national security interests of the country if we leave Space Command in Colorado.
Watching your face right then.
Yeah, I know.
I want you. I didn't even watch him. I didn't watch him for a second. All I did was watch you.
Yeah.
And watch your face. Watch your disdain.
One and one only.
Yeah.
I would love to have a private conversation with Admiral Kirby off the record in a private room.
That's crazy.
I appreciate his service, but I honestly don't know how he stands up there and shovels that crap every day.
I know.
Okay, so here's the problem. I mean, this is a new brand. This is a new division that we're filtering out because of the need to focus on space. We already know space will probably be the next battlefield. Okay, so we've specialized that. We broke that out from the Air Force, and it's going to be its own deal. It needs a command. And they're saying that it has operational readiness because they already have it almost completed in Colorado. Well, that brings the question, now, wait a minute, why did we do all these studies if you were already building it in Colorado to begin with? It sounds like it was a stacked deck to start with. Correct. And I've had people say, look, did Senator Tuberville's holding out on these promotions make the president mad, and thus he awarded it there? I would say absolutely not, because this was already being done.
Right. Correct.
They had planned on stealing this from day one. There never was an open and honest study done with it. They could have done 12 studies. Biden was going to put it in Colorado because it's a blue state.
There you go.
Because he's wanting to reward blue states and punish red states.
That's correct.
The top 3 locations were all red states: Texas, Nebraska. It was Alabama, Texas, Nebraska.
And they went all the way through all 3.
They just plowed through those down to the 4th pick. So,
and the 4th pick's color is?
That would be L blue.
Okay.
So
we can all see it,
I
can't
don't
we?
see. Look, if you go, we decided not to go with Huntsville because Houston had this and NASA there and whatever. Nebraska had this because of the ICBMs and all this. Okay. You kind of
College World Series.
Yeah, you kind of have. Yeah, you kind of have
Omaha.
You could at least see some argument there, but you plow through all of those to go down to go. Well, the Air Force already has all this, and we had the buildings built anyway. Yeah. Which Mike Rogers has brought up off of the
Go Mike
appropriations and defense. I'm sorry, not appropriations, but the defense. Subcommittee going, well, how are you building these buildings? We never approved money for this because it was an ongoing process. So again, it just looks. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it quacks. It swims. Water rolls off its back. It appears to be a duck.
Now, don't miss this. Everything Bubba just said has produced a duck, and if you don't see the duck, then you're just not paying attention. Now, if they had gone to the 4th slot and that one was red too, you might go, well, they just felt like these other 3.
It wouldn't be much of an argument. Yeah. That would be a weak discussion.
But don't miss the other message that they just sent in that interview. The interview is sending it.
Yeah.
What they're trying to say to you, Alabama, is you better get Tommy Tuberville in line. See, they want you to think that it's possible that they punished Alabama because of Tuberville.
Right.
And they're trying to say, see, if you don't go along with what we want to do and y'all stop all this, you don't want tax-funded abortions and all that, and you have senators that stand up against us, well, it's going to cost your state. Now, that's not what happened because of everything just said. They want to sprinkle that out there.
Yeah, they would like to put it where they want to.
Right.
Reward the people they want to reward,
Right.
and also try to imply that Tommy Tuberville caused this, although we're not going to say that.
Right.
So you get rid of him.
That's right.
So we undercut Tuberville. We reward our buddies. We did what we were going to do anyway, and then we claim it was all a fair process.
Correct.
It's really just a joke.
But you're saying Tommy Tuberville didn't mess up the deal?
No, this deal was this ship was already sinking before Tuberville ever was elected.
Yeah, and I will go back to this. The reasons that Tommy Tuberville is standing up for people who don't want their tax dollars to go to things that go against their core beliefs.
Well, abortion, because we have laws against it.
Right. If Tommy Tuberville gets us punished over that, we should celebrate it.
There is a time where you just go, we're going to have to stand on principle.
But that's not what happened.
I don't
they
think
want,
it
they
is.
want,
I do not think
based
it
on
is.
what you just said.
I do not think
they couldn't have already
based on the timeline.
No, because
based on the timeline,
right.
they didn't start putting bricks in buildings in Colorado when Tommy Tuberville held up the first promotion.
Yeah.
And by the way, they can bypass him. We had him on the air. He said they can vote those in today, but they have to do them individually.
Yeah.
They're not wanting to. They want a political. They want a political ball that they can hit over the net.
They're rewarding a blue state. They're anti because Trump wanted it in Alabama. That was the mark against them because they can't stand that. And then somebody just a minute ago, you just heard it in the interview, said, you know what else we could do? We were going to do this anyway. Let's throw in like Tuberville may be to blame too. So upset his constituents about these bold stands he's taking.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that was a throw in, I think, at the end.
Oh yeah,
yeah. We'll be back. 866 We Be Big is our number.
But this also shows how important who you elect the president is, okay? Maybe you don't like the way the last one talked or spoke, or you think he looked like a bully or whatever, but it does matter who you put in. It costs the United States.
Oh, yeah. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That was amazing. Did anybody
was
see
she
it?
the host? Was she with Miley
Did you see
Cyrus
it?
on that?
Okay, y'all. She started real slow, started real chill because I'm thinking she's going to be kind of more of a background singer kind of thing, and this was kind of a big lifetime achievement, Dolly Parton medley. And she just keeps growing and growing and getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah,
and
she does.
And she goes. That was on accident.
Out of the shadows.
that was
You're very observant, young man.
On accident.
Yep.
And then
I'm confused. Did she win?
And she,
Adler, I'm confused. Did she win one big award or two big awards?
Okay. It was a lifetime achievement.
Right.
Okay.
So she does a.
So she has Miley Cyrus, Maureen Morris, Casey Musgraves with the name spelled wrong, and Katy Perry all perform with her.
They did all perform it, and then Jolene was actually really good. I think that's what that is right here. And then after she does Jolene, guys, she goes. All right, I got one more song for y'all.
That's how she talks.
And this is a new one. I'm like, here we go. Y'all, this new song that she did was a gospel. One day I'll be walking streets of gold song that just built and built and built. And by the end, she is wailing, like rocking it. Dolly Parton, old Dolly Parton rocking it, and I had to kind of clear my throat.
So you give her props.
I had to clear my throat a little bit.
What was the name of the song?
Powerful. It was powerful.
What was the name of it?
One day I'll be walking streets of gold. Hallelujah, something I forget. I'm sorry. I don't know the name of the song. Is a new one, but it was.
Well, keep in mind now he comes from the Adler family, so when she went a praise and worship, He's heard a few of those,
guys. Yeah. It was moving. Honestly, I'm a softie, I guess, because man, it got me. Did anybody else? Did anybody else think it was good? Did y'all think it was good?
Nobody saw the Grammys. Nobody
cared.
Well, you know what? They didn't want to. They thought they didn't have a host.
They didn't have a host.
Now she sung that by herself, right?
That was. She had a little bit of backing, but she was the main lead solo.
I mean, Miley Cyrus wasn't still out there, was she?
I don't think at that point. Yeah. I don't think so. But,
I figured her and Katy Perry had to clear the stage.
I was trying to make my wife think I wasn't crying, so I was more focused on that. So
right, did you get a little emotional? I mean, did y'all think he was? Did you think he was going to walk?
Red shoes is the name.
Is that the name of it?
Red shoes, because she talks about having shoes.
She's gonna wear red shoes on the streets of gold.
And then she yes, guys.
Listen, this is Adler.
I know.
What this is?
He was screaming.
She's old. She's old. She's a legend.
73.
She's talking about her shoes on Earth, and then she's talking about her shoes.
Wait a minute,
is
this her version of Christmas shoes?
It's pretty much like Christmas shoes, guys. It got me.
All right, Speedy, you got to find it.
The shoes got me.
You don't wear shoes in heaven. Everybody knows that.
Speedy's got to find it.
Red shoes.
That's
Are we gonna hear it?
It's red shoes. Look, it was probably not nearly as good. I don't know why.
It was in the moment.
It was at the Grammys, a beautiful gospel message at the Grammys, so that was cool.
We'll be right back.
Craig.
Rick and Bubba.
As we move out now, Speedy's found the song that made Eddie Van Adler cry and choke
I
up.
wasn't crying.
You choked up.
This better be good the way you built it up.
I'm telling you.
All right,
You thought it was right up there with Elvis doing the Battle Hymn Republic.
Glory, hallelujah. All right, so
I was cooking at the time too, so it could have been the onions.
Right.
I was chopping up onions at the same time.
That excuse.
your testosterone. You may have experienced low T at the time.
Rick, no way it lives up to the hype.
No way.
Hold me, Franklin.
You know you've made that. You've made that mistake where you've overhyped something.
All right, maybe it was just because I saw this. That it just was so good compared to J-Lo's Motown tribute. Which why is J-Lo doing a Motown tribute? So maybe it was just the comparison.
She's a Latin artist.
Why are we letting J-Lo's not talented enough to do a Motown
Plus,
tribute?
she's from the Latin music,
And
right?
anything after Cardi B was just like a miracle of musical, gifted, beautiful. Yeah. So anything after that. So maybe it's not that good.
All right.
Okay.
So let's be clear. I'm gonna help you right now.
The standard had been lowered.
I'm gonna help Adler right here. Cardi B had
Adler.
Cardi B had performed. Period. Whoever that is.
Right.
All right. J-Lo had attempted a Motown tribute. Two big mistakes. And Dolly's 73 years old.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so
when J-Lo performs, nobody hears what she's singing.
Well, you know, most of the time, and the fact
I'm just telling you, they don't. That's the whole selling point.
And most of the time, when she does a song, her voice is buried deep into the beats and all the thumping. And I mean, she's not a person you would say sing the national anthem,
right?
You know,
now, when she was playing Selena, she could sing.
All right,
so I don't think it was actually her.
All right, so here we. Minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being with us today. We got an active week at the manchurch.com Thursday night in the Showbuck Baptist Center, Philadelphia, Mississippi. Here comes Wingo. Year 3 for this association. Many of the churches, if not all there, implementing the men's discipleship strategy from the manchurch.com. They're ready to go into their 3rd curriculum, and Wingo will be there for that delicious catfish they cook and hush puppies, and just so good. And then Wingo will have the message, and then you can have the churches plug their men into the 3rd curriculum for year 3. That coming up August 3rd. That's tomorrow night. So if you want to go see him, details at themanchurch.com under upcoming events. I'll be in Austin, Texas, Lord willing, Friday night at City Reach Church. We'll be kicking it off there in Austin, and then on Sunday night, Starkville, Mississippi. They continue the strategy. This is their next gathering, their next man church. Scott Gorosky has the message for them, and then they'll go back into the small group curriculum. So, Bubba, we have a couple of weird stories today. You know, when I see the headline, a zoo in eastern China is having to come out and deny that people are claiming that one of its bears, or some of its bears, are actually humans in costume. They're not real bears. Now,
I think they're real bears, but this one.
So let's. Is this one of the bears people are questioning?
Yes. Look at the way it stands.
Right. Okay. That does look like somebody's costume. Look at its rear end.
I know. I agree.
It looks like he's got some slack in the back. Bears don't have slack.
It's a little wrinkly.
Watch it. It starts waving and everything.
His pants are wrinkled in the back.
Right. That's what I mean.
Here it is. There's the one.
Oh, he's waving.
Watch him. He'll wave.
Greg, that's
Look
not,
the way
that's
it's
not a
standing.
bear.
Look the way it's standing.
Greg, that's not a bear.
Do y'all want to hear the?
I really think it is.
The
What
news
about the
package?
slack in the back, Greg?
Hey,
You
look, you see him go in.
Oh, the pants.
Oh, wow.
It looks like he's
Hamsy,
wearing
where
pants.
were you
That
during
marking. Where's the marking?
Right. Is that a marking or is that where the head came
that's
over?
a good question.
Yeah.
this? Gosh almighty.
It's a weird looking bear.
They're called
Now
sun
there it
bears.
looks like a real
That's
bear.
real.
Now
Yeah,
there
that's
it looks
real.
like, but that's not the same bear, is it?
It's
I
a
don't know.
sun bear. is
I
what
know
it's
about
called.
sun bears.
Hey, don't talk to
Okay.
Rick about bears.
I
That
didn't-
one.
You think I don't know about the sun
slack
bears
in
in
the
China?
back.
I was telling the audience,
You think I
not
haven't
you,
seen-
Rick.
You think Nat Geo and I haven't walked through the study of the sun bears of China?
Is the
Of course
news
we
is
have.
the news package in English?
It is. It is in English.
Let's hear it. Let's hear
All right,
it.
here we go.
Is this a real bear or a person in a costume? A zoo in China is under pressure after viral videos were uploaded to Chinese social media of a Malayan sun bear standing upright, with attendees saying it looked peculiarly human. A viral video shows a bear called Angela standing up with folds on its backside, with many online saying that the folds resemble wrinkles on pants.
Yes.
The state-owned zoo says the bear suit claims are ridiculous, maintaining that all bears in the zoo are in fact actual bears, and that the attendees don't understand the species. The sun bear is native to Southeast Asia and is the world's smallest bear. They have a distinct amber-colored chest pattern, do not hibernate, and are known to stand upright. But bear with us, as this isn't the only time Chinese zoos have been criticized for deception. In 2013, there were several instances of Chinese zoos dressing up dogs in costume, passing them off as lions. What do you think? Is this for real?
I don't like that slack in the back.
No.
Now, when I get a close-up of the sun bear, I think it's real. But
Yeah,
when
the ones that
when
were on the ground, but that one's standing.
that
up
one's
waving.
standing
Hey,
waving
hey,
with,
and it's waving.
with
Don't
slack in the
forget.
back. You know what I mean?
Don't forget it's waving.
You're right.
But if you were dressed up as a bear, would you stand up and wave, or would you
Well,
act more
I
like
would.
bear, like?
She said
that
those
bear-
bear stands up. She
Does
said
that?
that.
Does that? But is there
They're
other?
known for it. They
I
don't
don't know if they're known
hibernate,
for
you know.
wait.
They
I don't
don't
know if they're known
hibernate.
for waving.
Obviously, he's standing up right there, but at other times, does he get on all fours and interact with the other bears?
Right.
It looked like he was in an isolated place. Didn't look like other bears were around him right there.
We'll see how committed whoever this is when mating season comes around.
Sure.
Yeah.
See how dedicated
hey.
you are.
That'll
to
be,
the-
that'll
to
be
the
a
bit.
costume game changer. If you're in
That's
there.
a serious show.
Yeah. It's dancing bear time. I'm out.
Look,
Right.
Rick, look at its mouth in this video.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like its jaw is
Right,
closing.
right.
It looks like it's almost a plastic head.
It's probably
So
malnourished
you're saying
or
straight.
something.
right here. What
Yeah, it
went
does
on
look
right
like
there.
it's.
Oh, that looks
See, right
like
there,
a person.
That looks like now that
does.
shot looks like a person.
Watch its mouth though when he kind of moves it a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and the folds in the pants
And,
don't help.
and look right here.
That's what Greg's pants look like.
You remember the time that they finally showed you how they do Big Bird?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so really the guy's head is not where Big Bird's head is.
Oh,
Look,
yes.
turn around. Let's show the standing picture again.
Okay.
Up. Look right here. Head. Is that possible?
That doesn't.
Oh, Rick.
And they're working the head.
They're
with-
doing the old
yeah.
hand is the head move.
Look, I'm a Muppet expert just checking. I studied the Muppets extensively.
I did too. I went to the Muppet Museum and you guys made fun of me.
Oh my God.
I thought that was a good call.
The Museum of Puppetry Arts.
Did I make fun
Oh, wow, I
too?
bet
You
that
all
was
made
fun.
fun of
I
me.
did?
Everybody.
Was I in?
Yes.
I think that's peer pressure.
I remember clearly.
I think I just joined the gang. I'm
Well, because
sorry.
Greg hates
Well,
puppets.
here's my point, though.
I think I wanted to fit in with the other guys, and I didn't stand with you. I'm sorry.
Here's my point. Clearly, you have bears. I mean, we all see the ones on the ground look real. Why do you need a fake bear?
Greg, China's, you don't, they
I
do all
granted
kinds
it's
of things.
waving and everybody comes.
They're
in
dressing
waving.
up dogs.
Can I tell you why,
I
Greg?
tell you, we're
That's
talking
true.
Saying they're
about
lions.
that zoo right now.
Greg,
Yeah, and they were dressing up dogs. I mean, that was
right, and that hurts
And
on
if
your
that was a
resume.
real example of it,
Right.
it wasn't a very good one.
Well, if you went in, and of course China's, trying to say, how dare you come question our bear? I'm going, we're just going to ignore the dog thing.
And
So you
plus
did the
every-
dog thing.
Yeah.
And so that makes us question the
And
bear.
plus, they're so trustworthy anyway.
Yeah, the Chinese are always straight up.
I got to tell you, if the Birmingham Zoo today came out and said, "Hey, we've got 6 bears and one of them's human in a costume," y'all try to figure out which one. I'm probably going by there today.
Right.
Go check it out.
Well, and I don't know how many sun bears they have. I'd like to have that information. It could also be people love the sun bear and our sun bear died. And people love the sun bear here, and
We
that's
gotta
going to
keep it
hurt
going.
us. hey, anybody got a Sun Bear costume? Said, let's do that till we can get another one.
And let's say they are faking it.
That's possible.
I pull the person that I've hired to fake it and go, hey, don't wave to the crowd.
You're
pretty much letting people know it's a human.
Yeah, you'd have
Bears
to,
don't wave.
You'd have to have that meeting, Larry. Are you waving at
What are you doing? You're supposed to walk around like a bear.
At some point, that bear has to get back on all fours and interact with the other bears. That's when you find out if it's real or not.
There is footage of that.
Now,
if
he disappears because it's his union break, we know there's a problem.
If you look and he's over there smoking.
Yeah.
If he walks into one of the restrooms and another bear walks out more refreshed.
One of the Chinese spokesmen made the point that it's very hot this time of year that anybody in a bear suit wouldn't be able to handle.
And that's look. I'm not saying that I'm on the costume wagon. I understand the questioning based on the slack in the back and the standing and the waving. And the fact that the Chinese zoos have pulled some scams in the back.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to ignore that.
Right. What's a dog with a haircut?
Yeah, they look like a golden retriever.
Like a mane.
Greg, before you start getting upset, remember the dog thing?
They did shave a chow, make it look like mine.
Yes.
So you remember you shaved that chow and got caught. And so that's why we're questioning this particular sun bear that's standing up, waving at everybody and smoking a cigarette.
Yeah, and juggling.
Smoking a cigarette. They should have hired Speedy, really, to be the bear.
What is he doing? Why is he waving?
How much for an hour?
Larry was doing? What does he do? He's really into it.
For an hour in that suit, how much?
An hour?
$100.
Yeah, $100. I'm
Done.
1,000.
Easy hundo.
$100. You'll be the sun bear waving.
$100 an hour.
We'll come back. Your phone calls are next. 866 We Be Big is the number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Bubba's waving.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Check. Hey, check. What's up, tubers? This is a video of a bear that I've been wanting to watch on the show for forever, and since we were talking about bears, it's an old video, but I really want to show it. It's awesome. There's some people in Alaska, I think, and they get charged by a grizzly bear. Check it out.
Okay, we are 25, 30 meters.
Yeah.
He's looking at us.
Nothing.
Oh, yeah.
Pick up. Okay, nice.
And this was also after all these women had sang with Dolly We Wish weren't singing with her. Yeah. And I understand.
She's got Little Big Town.
So this is Little Big Town, so this is better. That's going to help too, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
I remember as a child, I was absolutely wild about some red shoes my Aunt Lucy wore.
Are your eyes getting watery at this point?
'Cause she
Y'all
would
just shut
let
up.
me stomp around.
Oh, she touched her earpiece.
Those high heels up and down, around the house, around the wrap-around porch. And from that moment on, I've had a pair of my own. They make me feel at home, brand new.
She's really old.
They build my confidence as if they were heaven sent.
So I need to picture my mom singing this.
Sure.
Now,
And so you're digging Big Town. You're digging this, and then it builds, and she starts taking over.
And it gets big. Yeah, it gets big.
By the way,
It
you
gets
just
big.
called them Little Midtown. It's Little Big Town.
All right, well, I'm very
Well, he
nervous.
choked up again, Rick.
That's only when they're in Atlanta performing.
Collins got him toe up. All right, Little Big Town singing with
Turning the volume up here.
Every child needs to feel a sense of pride. Someone to love and guide and see them through. And so many miles I've traveled, many times they've come unraveled on the road both smooth and gravel. But I've made it through. Hell and
I'm digging it.
Look, I mean, she's
You all right?
73 years old. She's singing really, really good. I agree. And it's a moving song. It's a moving song. Look at Little Midtown, how well they're doing.
They're helping a lot. They're helping. And here comes Greg.
That's good.
Yeah, that's good. Real good.
Look, Matt can't even believe it.
Love it.
Adler, I really think that was moving.
Yeah.
Okay. It started out a
It
little
was.
rough.
Can I?
Yeah.
I,
When she
I
was
hate
talking
to be
about her
that guy.
Aunt June shoes or whatever, it was a little rough early, but then it
It wasn't
Rick,
Aunt June.
I hate to be this guy. I'd rather hear 9 to 5.
They sang
Rick,
that
of course.
Of course you would.
Of course. There's a lot in
Probably
that.
the worst song that she did.
You're right. Let me tell you something. That arrived just like the noon train.
They sang that too.
You're right. How about the? That was actually very moving.
Yeah.
It
Thank
was.
you.
It
For
was good.
73, because we all
Wow.
know the 73-year-old lady at the church choir that sings way out of key.
Yeah.
It's just because she's, it's just
Yeah,
tough.
but that woman never had hits though.
I mean, but that's what I'm saying, though.
Yeah, you're right.
You
You know, we got an email last
Yeah, I'm just
week.
not saying it, Greg.
They should have. She was real good at one time, but she needs to step
Greg,
back.
we got it.
Greg, Dolly did not come on the stage on a scooter.
No, I know, but you understand. I'm talking about the woman that used to own in the choir, and then
No.
she got where she couldn't hear anymore.
No, you're right.
Yeah, it happens.
You
It
know who I'm
happens.
talking about.
You know, I got
Greg,
an
yes, I do.
Greg,
And
yes,
so
we do.
does their entire family probably right now.
Rick, Cher is 72, and I got an email from somebody that saw her perform in Louisville like just last month.
And here we go. It's phone troll time. Alapuca, Cam Solo, their last day in Rick and Bubba University. This is it. I hope we got to throw them a few nuggets before we send them out. Are they ready? 30 seconds a pop. There's a few lines available as they're stacking up. But see, the old buzzer will help you because it's going to wind through the calls and make it a little easier for you to get in and then get on. Don't you love when you look up and you see a line, you go, it looks long, but wow, that thing's really moving.
Yes.
So, by the way, talked to somebody yesterday. They were coming back from the beach. All of our the woes of I-65.
Yeah.
Do you know how long it told them to get back from Orange Beach? 8.5 hours.
What? Oh, wow.
Said it was traffic from Greenville all the way home.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, just like moving like an inch at a time.
Yeah, we've had a lot of debate in our state lately about transportation department and how they're allocating money. I don't know if you've seen that debate. That's been going
I
on.
have.
Yeah.
And for those of you that don't know that part of the country, that should be about a 3.5 to 4 hour ride. Yeah. So there you go. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Would you like to have a customized mattress sent right to your door, and you got 100 nights to sleep on it to be sure you love it, and we're going to save you 20%? Does that sound good? Well, then go to HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Answer a few questions about your preferences on how you sleep, what kind of mattress you like, on firmness, and a few questions they ask you. They'll customize it. They'll send it right to you. You got 100 nights to sleep on it. Greg and Lisa have loved theirs. Our mattress still has some life left in it. When we get to the end, we're going to HelixSleep.com/Bubba. If you got to replace a mattress, this is the way to go. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. You will love this mattress because it's customized to your personal preferences and shipped right to your door, and 100 nights to try it to be sure that you love it, and we'll get you 20% off. That link also at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So 30 seconds a pop. Drew in Birmingham, ZZK, 30 seconds. Drew, go.
Hey, I'm on.
Yeah, Drew, that's why I said Drew, go.
Oh, sorry about that.
That's all right, buddy.
I just wanted to call and say I run a directional drill like what they're using out at Skinwalker Ranch, and that emailer was right. They could put some more weight on it, but really what they need is to put an air compressor on the end of that bit. There's something called a rock hammer that's basically a jackhammer on the end of that drill. And I think they hooked that thing up there. They'd figure out what's underneath that mesa.
There he is. Call him up.
Call him up.
You know, I would like to, and Rick, last night too, they had some more satellite image that they updated, and they found all kind of tunnels under it too. So here's the thing: I would have to say at this point,
We need to get the earth movers in there and dig it out.
Let's go.
It's time that we dig this
it
out.
up.
Guys, I gotta believe Travis knows all this when it comes to tools, and I think that's part of the deal. He don't want to find out what's in there.
Well, I think that
then they can't have another couple episodes.
That's right. They need shows.
They'll get to it when somebody says we're not doing the show anymore. They go, all right, we're going to bring stuff in.
Yes, exactly.
Right. Exactly.
Jeremy,
Bring the jackhammer in.
Lakeview, Alabama. Jeremy, 30 seconds. Go.
Hey guys, good morning. Good to listen to the show this morning.
Thank you.
When you guys were talking about that, yeah, you're very welcome. When you talk about that sun bear this morning, it reminded me there is a story out right now where a Japanese man has paid over like $14,000 to become a collie dog, and he has got this suit. Have you seen that? I don't know if you guys.
Oh
have
yes,
it.
It's very realistic looking.
Yeah, I remember
I don't
the
know
first.
what it is with our Asian brothers, man, but
I remember the first time that he was just going to
Look
do
at
the
that.
costume. And y'all said yesterday was a big moment because he went out in public.
Look, that's
yeah,
him, Rick. Look.
Yeah, the one we were
That's
looking at the other day
crazy.
is that a lady had him
That
on a
doesn't move
leash,
like a real dog.
had him on a leash, like
On a leash?
in a park or on a road. or
Does he
something.
need a leash? Isn't he human?
And,
Don't he know what to do and not do?
I was telling the guys, I don't know if I'm more concerned with him in that suit or the lady talking to him like he is a dog.
Of course, he also they said he also, let's see right here, he sniffed his first butt. Look at it.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Greg.
there it is.
Thank you, Greg. Y'all,
He's laying there like a.
do we just not care about mental illness
First of
anymore?
all, he can't be very big.
No,
he must be a little guy.
Look at him roll over.
Oh my!
Oh, that's
I
hilarious.
can't. But y'all, that's not somebody just saying, "Hey, look what I can
No,
do."
no,
They're not
that's-
trying to be serious about
See,
this, are they?
this shows me again.
Look at this.
We ain't got any real problems out there
No,
that people can
we
fool
don't.
with this.
I'll give him this.
He
That's
ain't
quite a
worried,
suit.
he ain't
It
worried
is.
about drinking water. He ain't worried
No.
about food on the table or nothing.
He's got Halloween covered.
What is he, 4 foot? I mean, he can't be very big.
Pete in Birmingham, ZZK. Go ahead, 30 seconds.
Hey guys, I just want to get y'all's opinion on. I think that Bud Light should hire Jason Aldean as their spokesperson.
Do you know what? That would probably be the
know
best
what?
idea. I don't know that they can get Jason to go along with that, but I'm telling you, if you
They
want to
would do
get
it.
serious about trying to turn this thing around, you're going to do something like that.
Yeah.
That's right.
So we've got a new spokesman.
Drink this in a small town.
That's good. That'd be the whole
It'd work.
campaign.
It would work.
We continue. Let's go to Jack and Coleman, 104.7 WZZK. Go ahead, Jack.
Rick, I know this is going to crawl your skin, but have you heard about the worship leader that was a worship leader for 20 years and is now a drag queen and has put out Christian music?
As a drag queen?
His name is, yes, as a drag queen, and his name that he goes by is Flamey Grant. And it's number one. He's got a number one song now in
No,
the Christian
Flamey
music charts.
That can't be true.
What
I'm
is it?
telling you, look
Flamey
it up.
Grant.
That's funny, almost funny.
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised by all this. And of course, this is right out of Scripture as well. None of this. If you're reading Scripture and you're becoming knowledgeable with Scripture, and I would encourage those of us who care, those of people who are faith, let's really, really know the Bible. Because when look, speaking of someone who spent too much of my life not knowing it, and even saying and believing things that could not pass biblical scrutiny, but to know all of this is right out of Scripture, so that doesn't surprise me. Now, the claim that he has a Christian song that is, did he say number one on the Christian charts? Now that part, maybe it was number one before he came out as a drag queen. I find that hard to believe.
Yeah,
but
I haven't. I'd have to see documentation.
But
on that
maybe.
one.
But
I'm on her website, and it says the comedy queen with the blistering voice, Flamey Grant, is a gospel and roots musician from the Bible Belt who will move you, soothe you, help you heal some trauma, and always leave you laughing.
Right.
That is a real thing.
So when Scripture
Matthew Blake.
when Scripture says, remember this, when Scripture says that it is an abomination to God for a man to present himself as a woman, okay, that's right out of Scripture.
Mm-hmm.
And then somebody claims that they're representing and singing praises to the very God that said that while doing what he said was an abomination. You have to immediately go, well, that person is a deceiver. I mean, you have to immediately do that. And then, of course, you go to Matthew 7, where Jesus says, now, look, you're going to see all kinds of people saying they're doing things in my name. And what's the thing we're supposed to test? Are they doing the will of my Father? If they're not obeying me and they're not doing the will of my Father, they're fake. Yep. And so this is not surprising. The part of you claiming that the artist is doing well on the Christian charts, that's not as surprising as I wish it was, but it would be surprising. So I don't know about that part.
We continue. Let's go to Jay Money out of Vinemont, Alabama. Jay Money, what's going on?
What's going on, fellas?
Buddy.
So, fantasy football is about to start back up. League of a few guys. We try to do a punishment every year. Last year, we made a guy go to a WNBA game.
Oh, that's funny. That's good. I like it.
Yeah. We've had some trouble with people following through. Curious if any thoughts from y'all.
So you're saying what's the punishment this year?
That's a good one. I'll tell you what my son and them did this year was they went into the loser had to go to Waffle House.
Gosh, that's good.
And they had to stay in there for 24 hours.
Oh, I'd do that.
And every waffle you ate, you got to take an hour off.
Oh, I like this.
Oh, that's good.
That's good stuff. So I thought that was it. And they came up with that.
I thought this was supposed to be punishment.
Well,
that sounds like heaven.
Yeah, about
punish
hour,
me like that,
about
please.
hour 9 it begins to be.
Yeah, about waffle 4.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
yeah.
there's you an idea.
That's a pretty good idea.
Yeah.
The WNBA game, that's
hilarious.
That was funny.
That's funny.
What about this? What if they have to and they have to document it, meaning they have to show you them doing it. There has to be some sort of accountability. They have to watch The View for 2 straight weeks.
Oh, really?
And they can't miss it.
Good
They got to
night.
go catch the archive if it doesn't work for their workday, and they have to send you documentation. They're watching it.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be tough.
Yeah. That might not
I'd
be
rather
good.
eat the waffles.
There was a YouTuber that has been, I think, banned from any future WNBA games after showing up and bringing a blanket and pillow and pretending to sleep.
I saw that
on the front row.
Yeah, laid across the seat. There he is. Look, Rick.
And they got mad, real mad.
I wonder why.
That is such a good one.
I bet that did upset them.
That is a good one. Though.
I'm
Y'all
surprised somebody didn't take the basketball and hit him in the head with it.
Daniel in West Virginia. Daniel, go ahead.
Daniel?
Oh, we lost Daniel. Let's go to Leroy out of Jackson, Alabama. Leroy, go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, buddy.
Bubba, how excited are you today knowing that they finally turned on a nuclear reactor in the state of Georgia, the first one in so many years here in America?
No, I didn't know about it.
You didn't, Bubba, that's your area.
Bubba, that's what you keep hollering about.
Dr. Bussy.
Come on.
I'll have to look it up. Where's it at?
It's in Georgia. Waynesboro.
Waynesboro, okay. Bubba, let's do this, and I think you'll agree with me. Right now, unless somebody knocks him off the pedestal, Leroy gets phone call quality of the week.
Yeah, he did have good quality.
Oh, what a fantastic phone. Is that a landline?
Thank you.
Is that a landline, Leroy?
Oh, certainly. I certainly.
Gosh, I miss landlines.
Yeah.
As a talk show host. I told you, and we've never gone down that road, but when Sherry was doing her book tour in 2016, she said that shows that she were on, there were some that said you cannot be interviewed if you can't call us on a landline.
Yeah.
So, we'll be back. 14 minutes to the top. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
She put on quite a show. 72, and she put on the outfit from the video.
How's that tattooed? How's that tattooed?
When she's on the battlefield.
Did she have that removed?
That's what they said.
What, her butt?
No, tattoo.
Rick, it just happens that way.
Oh,
yeah, that's her and Dolly both. I mean,
Now let me tell you something. If she put that same outfit on, that looks like somebody's got one of those. Somebody's carrying their equipment around in that equipment bag. You know. Those have the holes in it.
Just helping Adler drive.
Look, crazy as she might be politically, that's still kind of amazing. She could get up there and perform at that age.
Well, I'll tell you. Dolly Parton though. This is somebody singing really well. Of course, the lyrics of the song are very moving. So you were okay.
Yeah, you were. And it started out a little much.
It did. It started.
Greg claims you some of her hand
shoes. You don't have to do an old lady voice, Greg.
But then she got cranked.
She did.
She did. She got cranked.
She got comfortable.
But I've noticed some people, like sometimes the tougher stuff, you would think sometimes when they go range, that's the tougher. Sometimes the tougher is when they're trying to keep it down, but when they can project, it actually, there's more there than when they're just,
Isn't it weird? Sometimes that's what you lose before the other.
Yeah.
Diana Ross had a moment too.
She can still sing pretty good.
Well, it was.
Was it bad?
It
What did
was
I
like
see
she
her
was
on the
struggling
other
with
night?
her dress, guys. This is like another technical problem with the Grammys last night. She's wearing this gigantic red dress, and Diana Ross is supposed to be doing that one hit, like "The Time of My Life" or something. You gave me the best time of my life or something. Anyways, and so she's like trying to get from one stage to another, and she's like stuck, and she's supposed to be building up to the end of the song. She did make it onto the stage, but that was very awkward and a little rough. And at one point, she told people to put their hands up and stand up and don't be lazy over the microphone.
Right.
She said that to the audience.
So she
that
meant
was
to
weird.
say to wave them like you just don't care.
I think so.
And she got confused and says, "Don't be lazy."
She said, "Y'all don't be lazy now. Y'all keep your hands up."
As we make our way back, and Bubba, you certainly have veto power today if you want to. This is the second time this story. Action HBO documentary. And if you want to veto how to jump up and down.
Oh, I heard it's really bad.
Yeah, it's
like housekeeper and all that testifying.
It's not good.
Yeah,
And,
the housekeeper testimony.
that's bad.
It
wasn't good.
So, but what I'm saying is now the family.
I just want to remember Michael as off the wall and thriller and maybe a little bit of bad,
At
just
what
a little
point-
bit, and then kind of cut it off there. Is that okay? Can we do
At
that?
what point, though, do we go? And I don't have the answer. There's so much smoke, there's got to be fire. And and let's say that somehow, and I don't know if this will be the one that'll do it, that it's legitimate. And I don't know if we'll ever have that. How do you handle that? I mean, do you just wow?
I think you handle it the exact same way we've handled it with Bill Cosby.
That's a bad thing.
We
had to come to the realization that he was not Dr. Huxtable.
I know.
Right. That really hurt too.
It did. It hurt a ton. It still hurts today.
It aged me 4 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right,
Can't I just listen to Billie Jean and be okay with it and move on?
Well,
Can you?
I don't know.
Well, I mean, are you a bad person if it's legit?
I don't think
and
you're.
you still think that it's awesome.
Well, let's get to what the story's actually talking about.
None of us were there.
No, I don't know.
I don't think
we
you're
may
a bad
not,
person, but
we may
it
not
makes
ever-
me think of him in a different light
guys,
I'm listening to that song.
Are we going to act like he wasn't weird? I mean,
Yeah, strange.
I got you.
Strange.
you know,
fella.
I mean, put it this way: if somebody said that, you don't go like with Bill Cosby. I'm like, dang, I didn't see that coming. With this one, I go, it's not as big a shock.
By the way, Greg, you are morphing into dad like completely. I mean, your facial expression is now the same. I mean,
I know something about the lighting over here. You can see him. See it better.
It's complete. But because I heard him make that same.
But do you
speech.
see my point?
No, I do.
We all were shocked at Bill Cosby. I
were.
don't think anybody's shocked at these allegations. It's not saying they're true, but it's not shocking.
But Greg, it's
When he showed up
it's one
for the
thing to
court
be-
hearing in pajamas that time, I think we all went, well, this is way better than we
He's
thought
out
it
to
is.
lunch.
I'm going to
And
handle.
I do mean better.
I'm going to handle
Okay.
this with kid gloves because of the topic. But let me be perfectly clear with everybody in this room. It's one thing to have a chimpanzee. It's one thing to have animals walking around in a roller coaster in the front yard and saying I didn't have
What
a
about the elephant?
and I didn't have a childhood. Okay, it's one thing to be sleeping in an air chamber and go and get Elephant Man's bone.
Yeah, don't forget.
The air chamber's not that weird anymore.
listen,
we got a lot of athletes.
listen.
Diamond Dallas Page is all about.
It's 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG's our number. We'll get more of your phone calls coming up a little bit later on in the program. We do have an ongoing story that we have some more updates. So here's an update on the story we already brought you.
It's a Rick and Bubba
Come on with it.
news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
Everybody.
It's a Rick and Bubba news
update.
Rick, from the Bahamas, we have the love triangle. Assassin tried to be hired Shriver mess that's going on.
What a mess.
Lindsay Shriver has been denied emergency bond along with her lover, 28, and the hitman they hired to kill her college football star husband, according to the Daily Mail. Lindsay Shriver will remain behind bars in the Bahamas after being denied an emergency bail bond. She is accused of plotting to kill her husband with her Bohemian lover and an alleged hitman who were all arrested last Friday. So she is going to have to stay behind bars for now.
What happened next brought a new meaning to the term war eagle. So did y'all say that also there's another, did you mention that in the list there about this latest thing she's saying?
Well, I saw it on the news.
That was
there.
up
I
here?
don't have documentation.
Okay.
on it. Let me say this.
Okay.
All three were brought before a judge Friday. Shriver's defense team filed an urgent bail application to have the mother of three released the same day, which was denied because it was objected to by the prosecutors, and they said she was not sick, juvenile, elderly, or pregnant, according to the Bohemian Court News. Yeah. And, of course, a nice picture of you in the pool with the hat on that says misbehaving.
Yes.
To go with the story.
But what happened?
Her Instagram's covered up with that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
When we come back, War Eagle turns into more of War of the Roses.
The
tailgate, more like tail hate.
Okay.
The couple was sparring over custody of their three young sons, as well as the future of their multi-million-dollar real estate business. Part of the ongoing dispute was over ownership of the family's $2.5 million, 8,000 square foot home in Thomasville, where the pair live. The family also owns a home in the Bahamas, which is where Lindsay is accused of beginning her affair with.
Oh, they have one. They own a home there too.
Yes, that's what it says.
So
when the husband Robert found out about the her affair, he filed for divorce.
All right, so we got a friendly Henry, okay, and then we got all kinds of money, and then we have a custody battle over the children. That's a nice little soup there, isn't it?
Yep.
I read that the husband has not told the three children yet.
Right. They don't know yet.
Why?
They don't know where they don't know where their mother is.
Yeah, which is, I mean, I thought the birds and the bees would be a tough conversation.
Yeah, that's a tough one. All right. Mommy's going to be staying in the Bahamas for a while.
She's on long vacation.
Right. Yeah, that's
tried to kill me.
No, well, you probably don't. You probably leave that part.
Okay. Yeah.
So, well, allegedly reported.
Yeah, we had talked about it. You're going to see claims of abuse, mental and physical, and all that. That's kind of what the other story was talking about this morning.
Yeah, but
you know, I think that you might be able to walk that out if you kill somebody who was physically abusing you at the time.
Right.
I think it's going to be much more difficult to walk that line of defense out if you got away from them, had another lover on the side, and you plotted together to hire a hitman. That doesn't sound like the immediate defense of you being in danger.
Yeah, and plus one of the problems a lot of times,
I watch a lot of Dateline.
Yeah,
Rick.
and none of us know what went on in their family, and we're not.
No.
But we will say this: what we do know is we can look at cases and how this we do. Unfortunately, this world of alleged abuse, unfortunately, that is something that goes on, and there's some evil people that actually do that. But one of the things, usually when you have a spouse that's being abused, they're the ones that want to get a divorce. And the big struggle is this person won't let me go because they're obsessive and they hold me prisoner. Well, the person who's now being alleged to have been abusing, this person was trying to end the marriage.
Yeah.
So that was not going to work either. And like you said, and hiring the assassin's going to hurt. And the friendly Henry's going to hurt.
Yep.
Premeditation.
That's all going to be, that's going to be tough.
Misbehaving is right.
And, of course, Lindsay, former cheerleader at Auburn, was also Miss Houston County in 2005. And Rick finished second in the National Peanut Festival pageant, which I know will be a black eye for the National Peanut Festival.
Yes.
Yep, they're gathering their PR team right now.
I'm sorry, it's sad.
It's awful.
But you can't help but laugh at some of this.
Terrible. So also, Bubba, we keep being told by the Biden administration, they're even walking this Bidenomics thing out like they're just in love with this new slogan.
Yeah.
And they
the problem is nobody else other than them seems to think it's good.
Yeah. So they keep telling us it's fantastic, so much that we have a logo and everything now.
Yeah.
But here comes an update that is factual from CNBC. About us being downgraded as far as our credit rating around the world. Here we go.
We want to bring you this breaking news. Fitch has downgraded the U.S. credit rating to a AA from a AAA. They note the difference in governance between AA-rated countries versus AAA-rated countries. Also, the continuous or the many political showdown surrounding the debt limit. We knew when the debt limit showdown was going on that Fitch was considering this downgrade even if the debt limit was not breached. And so here we are with a downgrade of the U.S. credit rating to a AA plus from a AAA.
So that's facts.
That's facts.
Right. That's a fact. So
that's not from some liberal outlet made up. The
So-
very conservative CNBC.
if your country is blowing
and from a ratings, Fitch Ratings is
that's the standard.
That is.
So if you have an economy that is blowing and going, and you have a robust country, do you get downgraded?
No, Rick, you do not.
I don't think you do. Do you?
No, not last time I checked. You do not.
Okay. And don't you think if the so-called it's turning around, they would have taken that in consideration?
Matter
too?
of fact, Rick, I think it's got to be pretty extreme for them to downgrade it as they did.
Yeah, I'm not as knowledgeable on Fitch as I need to be, but that makes sense to me.
Well,
that they don't just go around downgrading people.
They're looking at the rate that the national debt is increasing. You know, you remember
you're talking about like the bank does when you come in wanting money.
You remember the president told us he had actually paid the debt down. Remember that?
Of course, he's told us that several
apparently, Fitch is not buying that. And they look how at the rate it's going and how revenues are going, and they realize we got a problem out here on the horizon.
We're the United States of America. We walked into the Fitch Bank, and they said, we don't think you are as good a gamble as you once were.
No.
You're not a good investment.
Still AA, but not AAA anymore.
Yeah.
No longer prime.
There you
We're
go.
Out of the prime category.
There you go.
And I was getting gas the other day, and you know, Fitch is right. You know, it was a real Fitch.
Yeah. Top of the hour.
All right.
If you leave us, have a great day.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All that I'll take the chamber out, but all that other stuff is really weird. But we're not talking about weird now. We're talking about wicked. We're talking.
Absolutely.
We're talking about sinister.
Absolutely.
We're talking about things that none of us say that. Well, we got to understand that.
No.
Okay, and so we
got to understand.
Yeah,
that.
right.
Yeah, I mean, I know that's bad, but you know, you can't do that.
Right.
No.
Hey, that sure was funny. He always carried a chimpanzee around him in overalls. Okay, all right. You know, he made his face look strange. But guys, when you're the allegations are involving children and you using your position to do things that are not even that, you know, to quote the word of God as Paul was writing a letter about a guy in the church at Corinth, these are things pagans don't even do. And y'all letting him hang around. But anyway, so I don't know the truth.
I don't either.
So I'm not going to act like I know the truth. I'm just saying, to your point, Greg, HBO says there is no hesitation that they will air the documentary despite outcry from the Michael Jackson's fans, and the Jackson estate is trying to stop it from airing. But HBO says we will air it.
And you just don't know. See, I mean,
I don't know the
we
truth.
all admit it doesn't look good,
I do
but
not
you
know
just
the
don't
truth.
know. I mean, if you're the housekeeper, you know, this is your one shot to say I got a story, you know. So who knows?
And then if
I
you-
hope not, but I mean, I admit it doesn't look good.
But if you believe that, then you're also going to have to believe, which is not far fetched. There are people like Macaulay Culkin, whatever his name is, the weird guy, one of the Coreys, and they all claim
Feldman.
that, you know, because he hung out
Right.
with them, and they said nothing. He wasn't that way. Now they're either covering for him, or
Well,
you know what I'm saying.
Clearly, Feldman and Macaulay Culkin have just grown up normal.
Yeah, but they
you know.
claim they were. But then, and I think that the Jackson family, if I'm wrong, I'm not that close on this story. Their argument is these same guys testified under oath that he didn't do anything.
Right.
Did they? I don't know.
When they were younger.
Well, they're grown men now, and now we do know. Look, here's what we got to say. We know that things like are being alleged, sadly, gosh, you can't even believe you're uttering it, do happen. We also know that people make things up, and we would think, why would anybody ever want to be known as the person who was molested by Michael Jackson? Why anybody would want that title and it not be true? You know what I mean? Like, certainly if you're a victim, but say, I'm going to pretend that happened to me from Michael Jackson. That seems really outrageous. However, we do know that people do that. And for some reason, I don't.
Are they suing for something? I don't know. I'm not throwing that out there for like
my first thought was
the estate. Or is it some kind of I don't know.
It says that that they say that the Jackson estate says the abuse claims are false. They've sent a 10-page letter to HBO to try to block it, and they said that these two people had both testified under oath that Michael Jackson never did anything inappropriate toward them.
Which is a good argument on their part.
It is, and they said so. This can't be called a documentary. It's just another rehash of dated and discredited allegations. They're saying, look, a lot of what y'all gonna air has already been discredited.
Yes,
Y'all just
sensational.
Y'all just gonna air it again,
right? Yeah.
Now I don't. Why does everybody think this special is worse than what we've already heard? See, that's how it's being played to me. You too.
The promo I saw, the housekeeper.
The details.
The housekeeper had a lot of
Mm-hmm.
details. That, sounded kind of strange.
They're saying if HBO airs this, it will be the most shameful episode of this part.
Why don't you just
And
replay
HBO
him doing the Super Bowl halftime performance? Let's just do that, and then move on to something else.
Or the thing when he said, "Greg, what? Never,
never.
Right. Look, he's
never.
He was. He's an odd dude.
I have no nose. Never.
Incredibly talented, odd guy.
Very odd.
Did he do these things though? That's a whole different topic.
Well, you get to that level.
His
all
whole
of them
setup,
are
though.
Whirlybirds, too, Prince.
Look,
in another direction.
Just like with Bill Cosby, I didn't believe the first 61 people.
Right.
But I mean,
Number 62. You said
at some point when we start approaching 80, I mean,
But you did have people testifying under oath that these happened. Well, the right opposite happened with this.
We don't have don't have the numbers claiming against Michael Jackson we have against Bill Cosby.
Rick, like Greg said, you have a bunch of smoke, but you really
there's a lot of smoke.
I will say
you gotta
this.
put a mask on.
Look, I didn't want to believe the things about Bill Cosby, and I don't want to believe these things about Michael Jackson.
Yeah, there's so much smoke here. We need to stop, drop, and roll. I know that. I got you. But
the oxygen's bad, but you got to get on the ground.
You do.
So
a lot of smoke.
But to me, I always go, and I know that it's easy to say something if you've never been in that situation. I certainly acknowledge that. I've had many people try to say things about things I've been through, and they don't have any idea what they're talking about because they haven't been through it.
Yeah.
But it seems like if this were to happen to one of my kids, you would have heard from me the minute I thought I had something, and I would have never stopped talking about it ever.
Yeah, you wouldn't have took a payoff.
I would have been the most impossible person to deal with until finally I had this guy.
More like Ron Goldman.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah. So I don't know. It's a tough deal. It's 6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba from the No Name Studio, living out on the bleeding edge of technology. We come to you from Sweet Home, Alabama, to the world. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Eddie Van Adler, Helmsy, all here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us.
Bubba, goodbyes are hard. They're just so difficult, and we have two little minds that came into Rick and Bubba University, just as Rush Limbaugh called them, just brains of mush. And we've taken them and tried to mold them. And really, the problem with our summertime interns, we don't get near as much time with them.
No.
And
It seems like they just started.
I know. And as we send them out into the world with a degree in common sense today, after they've completed all today's task, we will wash our hands of them and say, whatever happens now, you have been taught. You can listen to our wisdom or you can reject it. But the wisdom has been delivered. So we say goodbye to Alapuca and Cam Solo at the end of the program today, and here they are. So, guys, tell us a little bit about your experience here. What are some things that y'all have learned during the internship?
Go ahead. I mean, I have learned that people are a lot more confident when they're not looking you directly in the face and they're behind a phone.
Correct.
Her own line.
That's better. That's better known as a coward. Yeah, people can be quite bold if they don't have to look you out of the eye, can't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have learned that Adler is doing a million things in there at once.
Yes, he is.
And I still haven't figured out exactly what he does.
Right.
But
Right.
it's very fun to watch.
It is.
That's why he has his shoes off.
You know,
Yes.
There are times in Adler's world, it wouldn't surprise me if I looked in there and he had the arms of an octopus.
Yeah.
And
Right.
they were just arms going everywhere.
Coming out everywhere.
Yeah, so that's were you familiar with the show, Cam, before you came here?
Yeah, I mean, I've been listening to it since I was 8 years old.
Okay.
So
Was it pretty much experienced it? I always love this question because it's the answers we get vary a little bit. Was it pretty much when you got here going, yeah, this is kind of what I pictured in my mind?
a little bit. There were some things I think that were a little different than I was expecting, but for the most part, yeah. Getting here early was definitely difficult. There were some mornings my alarm went off and I was like, oh, it might not be worth it. But then I would get here and I was just, having fun and laughing.
Imagine that happening to you for
day,
30 years.
We have that same experience every morning.
I was about to say, I don't think I could do it for 30 years on end. So I think a summer is good for me. But
That's good. Puka, same questions.
I think I could do it for 30 years.
Okay.
Yeah, I love coming here.
So what have you learned, and then what was it like what you thought it would be?
What have I learned? I've learned a good bit. I agree with what she said. Like, the people are kind of wild. Like, you get a lot of people that are like, wow, like, if we were face to face, I don't think you would have said that.
Right, yeah.
As far as it being like what I thought, it is what I thought, because I listened to it when I was young with my papa. We used to listen to it a lot.
Oh boy, Pawpaw.
Oh, Pawpaw.
So, so was it like what you pictured in your little Alapuca mind?
Yes, sir. Yeah, it was good. Like, I thought y'all were funny, and then y'all are pretty funny.
Most people say it really is true that the mic's on or off, there's no change of what's going on here.
Not at all. Yeah, no. Like, y'all are the same people on the mic and off the mic, like, exact same.
So, what are you guys planning to do? So, what's the
Where
next,
we go from here?
What's the next step?
That's a great question, and I wish I knew the answer to it.
Yeah. So, graduation is
for me spring.
Okay.
For you,
I graduate in December.
Okay.
So I'll be done. Yeah, and I'm not exactly sure where I want to go. I know I want to be in the sports field with something with sports, though, talking about sports.
Yeah.
That's kind of my passion, is talking about sports. But yeah, I do want to be out of Alabama.
You want to be? You don't want to work in Alabama?
Yeah, I got to get out of. Yeah.
Okay. Just want to see new places.
Yeah, I want to see new places.
Yeah.
Then I've lived here my entire life.
Sure.
Too,
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Time to roll tide somewhere else.
Roll tide. Yeah. So
you might find out that the tide is not as big in other states.
Yeah. Well, it's okay.
Especially Tennessee and Georgia.
Yeah.
But everybody does know the song "Sweet Home Alabama."
And everybody knows.
So yeah, they do. So Cam, what field do you think you want to go into? He says sports. What about you?
I'm thinking about counseling.
Yeah.
Maybe like at a school somewhere.
No wonder you came here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So is this something you've always wanted to do as far as counseling?
No.
No, this is kind of a new development.
That has been new.
Right.
Since working the phones, is that what it is?
Yeah, I'm like, there are a lot of people that need help. So
Yeah. The public can be a little scary sometimes.
That's right. So who, I guess in y'all's world when you come here, who did you interact with the most? Adler, Greg, and Helms, or Speedy? Who did you?
Yeah, I would say like the morning crew.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
The kickoff hour?
Kickoff hour.
It's an
yeah.
interesting bunch, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is it? Yeah.
Good bunch.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So is when we think about, and you said counseling, we've talked about when we were trying to look for what to do for a living. There were places that either confirmed this is the way I'm going, and there were places that said, okay, this has taught me this is not for me.
Yeah, there were more no's to begin with.
Yeah. Did this get you even more excited about it, or thinking, well, maybe I need to do something different?
For me, yeah, this got me more excited because I love to talk. So like, coming and seeing y'all talking, yeah, I like that a lot.
So what part of sports? I mean, there's commentators, there's play-by-play guys,
there's sports information people.
Yeah, do you want to do live action? Do you want to radio, TV? What do you want to do?
I think I'm going to start off doing sports information, but I guess like a goal would be kind of to be like Kirk Herbstreit. He does play-by-play, he does shows, and he does college game day. That would be like an ultimate goal, kind of do all three.
Will you continue to embrace the name Alapuka?
I told you. Look, I'll send you a picture. I got Puka tattooed, and I'm gonna get Ala. I'll send it when I do. I'm gonna do it for real.
That's and what about you? You said did this tend? And I know where it sounds like I'm making a joke. I'm not. But did this experience start going? Counseling might be the best thing I should get into. There seems to be a great need out there.
No, but I mean, I feel like I learned a lot here because in counseling, I mean, I think I've been thinking about like either school counseling or even like youth ministry, and so I've just like grown a lot more spiritually this summer just from being around y'all and like learning a lot from y'all. Yeah. And so I've really just grown as a person this summer. And so, yeah, it's really been kind of reassuring and reaffirming. So,
well, I will say, Bubba, and we really have had a pretty good record. I mean, there's very few exceptions, but once again, I think the young people that come through here, like I say, with the rarest of exceptions, it really gives us hope because, you guys, younger people today and the different generations take a lot of browbeating that somehow, there's no hope. And a lot of these young people that come through here, there's a lot of them that have their nose to the grind. They're respectful, they're dependable, and they're hardworking people. And they also have a real desire to be right spiritually.
And we've seen a lot of them go on to do some very cool things.
So it's you guys help us by seeing, there's some young people out there that I have a lot of hope for what they're going to do.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So you both have done a great job here. Your family should be proud of you. We've enjoyed being with you. And if we, what we tell everybody when they leave. If you need anything, I'm talking about night or day, 24/7, just call Speedy.
Yeah. And Campbell, don't quit playing tennis. Keep that tennis racket close by.
Alapuka, Cam Solo. They got a little more work to do today, and then they get their degree in common sense. And get ready, world, here they come. And if you're hearing them and thinking, you know what, I wouldn't mind talking to those two about maybe working for us in the future, that'd be a good idea. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
In this economy, as I talked to our friends from Canada over the weekend that were staying with us,
and on the podium
her head
before she starts, and then she gets out there, and her hair is almost white when it's over.
Could they not be indoors?
And she's running the list of things she's going to work on, and she mentions global warming while covered
probably
in
should have
snow.
used climate change there.
Yeah, did she say climate change or global warming?
I think it's climate change.
Well, whatever she said, she's talking about global warming, but it is funny when she's covered in snow. And of course, President Trump didn't miss an opportunity to tweet about it.
Can I tell you this? This woman's campaign is dead on arrival. I can't trust anybody to think and make intelligent decisions who can't make a decision that I shouldn't announce outside in February, Minnesota.
Yeah.
I mean, if you can't think that through, I mean,
that's the beginning sign of bad judgment.
How does anybody go, let's have her announce outside? You talking about in Minnesota in February? Are you crazy? So here it is. Here she is giving the speech. When she gets to climate change, it's just
watch her.
It's
boy, it's snowing, y'all.
Yeah, it's really snowing.
You see the obstacles that they're throwing at us with big money and limits on voting. They're obstacles, but they're also our path. They are how, as Paul Wellstone would tell us, they are how we organize.
Her mouth's frozen too.
She's too cold. Climate change. The people are on our side when it comes to climate change. Why? Because like you and I, they believe in science.
No, unless you disagree.
In the first 100 days of my administration, I will reinstate the clean power rules and the gas mileage standards and put forth sweeping legislation to invest in green jobs and infrastructure.
And it'll not work like it didn't the last time.
Yeah,
I also want to start a professional football league in the spring, a third one.
So when she says science, so we know there are scientists who disagree,
Correct,
but that's not science,
right?
Okay. No, only if they agree
And
with
Rick,
her.
she's already under allegations that she abuses her staff that she has in the Senate now. that they have to go and wash clothes for and do cleaning at her house and all that stuff. So she's already got some baggage before she starts.
Well, and you could tell it was so cold out there. You know how you try to talk in the cold and your mouth gets
Look, just take it inside. Just take it
in. Well,
That
Donald,
snow was
as
piling.
Bubba said, Donald J. Trump at real Donald Trump. Well, it happened again. Amy, it looks like Klobuchar, whatever her name is.
Klobuchar.
Klobuchar.
Announced that she's running for president, talking proudly of fighting global warming while standing in a virtual blizzard of snow, ice, and freezing temperatures. Bad timing. By the end of her speech, she looked like a snowman, in parentheses, snow woman.
That's funny.
And Rick, not to be outdone this weekend, Elizabeth Warren also announcing she is going to run again.
Yeah.
And the president had a creative tweet about her, too. Do you have that one in front of you?
No.
He asked if she was going to run as the first Native American candidate for president like she's done the last 32 years, or has she decided that's not working for her?
Right. The thing.
Elizabeth, you just need to sit down.
Yeah, right. You
save your money.
Do we make this our official Elizabeth Warren update now? I mean,
Speaking of share,
I mean, do you think anytime?
absolutely.
Yes.
Then we decide we like this one the best.
It's a little more catchy.
So Elizabeth Warren, she's going to run for president too?
I don't feel like the left has given her enough grief for this Indian charade she was doing.
Goodness.
No,
She stole places that were affirmative action for minorities and especially American Indians to get into law school and to do this and to college and all. And she stole that spot, claiming she was Indian.
Can I tell you what her wife
Which
said?
apparently you don't have to prove if you check that box.
Yeah, I was about to say, did they not look and see who actually filled it
Not
out?
only is she not Indian, she ain't near as much Indian as the rest of us.
No.
Listen,
You're right.
And she did her own test to prove it to us.
And this
and
cultural,
put it out.
Right.
How
Thank you for being with us. 20 minutes now past the hour. We thank you for being with us today. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. So a couple of things that we haven't gotten to. So, and do you love these videos? I'm looking at 5 here. Do you love these videos when they go out and ask the American people some basic things about the country and they don't have any idea?
Yeah.
Do y'all, I know that's been done before, but do y'all enjoy those?
I love it.
Now, it terrifies you at times. And so, Bubba, we have that where the people are going to be asked what the Declaration of Independence is. That's fun. Talking about our wonderful educational system and how we're teaching, correct history and government. We also have Bubba, a police officer that was hurt on a children's slide.
I saw that.
Yeah.
And Bubba, we have one we haven't got to, robots that tow your car away if you're parked illegally in London.
Yeah, that's
so all of those I think have
I
got. So you want to start with the Declaration of Independence video 5?
Let's go to Man on the Street.
Well, you know what I'm going to do before he does this, because I think this is this should be played before we play it. Hello, America. Let's, if you want to hear some of the products of the current United States government school system, here's a good look at it. What does the Declaration of Independence do? What is it? And we're going to see a reporter on the street trying to get some answers. Here we go.
What did the Declaration of Independence do?
Save slaves from being enslaved.
No.
It got us away from the UK.
I declared
like the freedom of the USA.
From who?
George Washington. Am I wrong?
From the British girl.
Isn't he from George Washington, England?
They freed us, right?
From what?
Slavery.
Declare us independence.
Yeah, an independent or free will country.
Of who?
Oh, wait, no. It was for the slaves, right?
No.
But who did we declare independence from?
British? Britain?
Yeah, Britain or Spain.
Right, the Declaration. It gave us
Independence, freedom.
Yeah, it gave us freedom and our independence and
That's all right.
having rights to vote and yeah.
Who did it give us Declaration of Independence from?
Thomas Jefferson.
Thomas Jefferson, I don't know.
Thomas Jefferson.
The Declaration of Independence declared the independence.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong. From who?
Abraham Lincoln.
But who do we declare independence from?
France. Or Spain or one of them.
Good night.
Thomas Jefferson.
So this is why we're voting the way we are.
declared independence.
Everything
Thomas
makes
Jefferson.
sense. Some of them kind of veered close to it,
Yeah.
but boy, a lot of them were way off.
All of this,
Way off.
and we start school now in August.
Thomas Jefferson.
What in the world?
We're being freed from Thomas Jefferson. Oh my goodness.
George Washington, and we got freed from him by a
don't
couple
forget
of
that.
them, too.
Now he's the one from Britain, right?
Yeah, sure.
Well, yes, but he
What
was
about
actually,
Britain?
Britain. Everybody talks about, and we do too, about you need a good education, and education is the key to, being able to get a good job and all that kind of stuff, and move forward and just better yourself. But the type of education we're getting matters.
Boy, it does.
Used to, I felt like we actually accomplished something. I don't know what's going on.
Well,
now
you
in
can't
school.
fail people now. You're not allowed to. You can't fail anyone.
And look at the state of colleges now. I've said this before on the air. Is you go out and try to find all this money, and the caller called earlier, and it's talking about. I mean, the cost of college is it's ridiculous what it is now. And you go out and you try to get all this money, or you drive yourself in debt with student loans, so that we just hurry to do it, to send our children into an indoctrination away from everything that we've tried to teach them is right.
No.
And then and some of them are completely ruined by it for at least a time period of their life, if not their whole life. And we paid to be sure that happened.
A lot.
Well, recently having a college graduate, it's you can sit down and look at the money you spent for that versus what you think they can make in their lifetime.
Oh my goodness.
Versus if you'd have just took that money, put it in a good interest-bearing account, how much money they would have on hand a few years if they just sit at the house.
Well,
and I'm gonna tell you, it's not a good outcome on that.
Well, and please hear me loud and clear, and I get in trouble when I do this. If you are studying for certain careers, you have to have a college degree. And education is important, but of course, like Bubba said, as long as it's correct. I mean, if you're getting taught, truthful things. But I'm looking at my 4 right now, all adults, and the one that said, "Dad, I don't see any benefit to this. I know what I want to do." The one that left college after 1 year can buy the other 3 who all have college educations. He can buy them all right now.
That is funny.
Right.
So
now keep in mind, he knew what he wanted to do.
Yeah, you do need to be educated, but maybe we're not educating the right way.
Right, and he found his gift set and his desire. Sometimes we try to force our children into careers because we think they're good, but they really don't want to do that. So then it turns out being miserable for them. Like, it's great to have a degree in accounting, but what if your kid has no desire to be an accountant? Mm-hmm. And you're like, well, that's a good job though, and they're like, yeah, but I hate it. So it's not as simple as I'm making it. It was fortunate that he kind of knew what he wanted to do, and he saw that there was a market and that was a place to be, and it was not just a good idea, but also something he wanted to do. Right. So that helps. But I will tell you this thing of, as you just pointed out perfectly, the amount of money you're rolling up versus the amount of money they can make, it's
out of whack.
It's out of whack. Yeah, it's out of whack.
Something got to give.
Yeah, when the education to become a teacher it costs you more than you can make as a teacher.
Yeah,
that's
hey, that's a lesson well learned.
Right. There you go.
Kind of along the same lines of people not knowing history. If you guys want it, here's Kamala Harris claiming Republicans are trying to ban books and rewrite history.
Okay, here we go.
In this moment, we even see extremists ban books and attempt to erase and even rewrite the ugly parts of our history.
No.
Go again. This
you
is,
want to see who's banning books?
But it's right out of Saul Alinsky. This has always been the plan, even outside of his instructions, to tyrannical governments that since the fall of mankind, they always say that the people who are trying to stop them from doing the very thing she just said, they're the ones that want to do it, not us. They call you what they are.
Exactly. Well, let me ask you this. I would ask the vice president this. Why are you so against restricting pornographic and sexually explicit content from elementary schools?
Right.
What is wrong with that?
Right.
Why does she keep saying it this way?
Right.
That's what we're trying to keep. We're trying to keep explicit things away from kids.
But keep in mind, they turn around and what they're saying is
If you want to call that book banning, that's fine.
Right. What they're saying is, like both you and Adler have clearly defined, well, there's people who have moral objections to things that children are exposed to, which we all at one point sort of agreed on. But what they're saying is, no. If there's any book banning going on, we'll be in charge of that.
Yeah.
And we'll make sure that children are protected from the things we think are not good, like, of course, the teachings of Jesus, the followers of Christ. We'll be sure that they won't be exposed to any of that, any right or wrong. We'll take away any kind of racial slurs or names that are in some of the most celebrated literature of all time.
Yeah.
We'll take that out. So what they're really saying is, if there's going to be book banning, we, the liberals and the progressives,
we will do it.
We will be in charge of the book banning.
We'll take that.
Yeah. Well, how dare you?
Don't let them try to.
Y'all suggest what books should not be in front of children. We'll be in charge of that, not you.
Yeah.
You fascist.
And speaking of in front of children, have you guys noticed that drag queens never go to like old people's homes or like homeless shelters and things like that? They're just mostly reading in front of kids.
Yeah.
If y'all want to read some books, go read some books to some adults. Although it would confuse the old people too, like it would probably confuse the kids.
Well, they might tell them to get out.
Phone calls are next. 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Smart is she?
And said, "Look at that!"
And
everybody went, "Yeah."
She gave us aha on that.
Yeah, look at it. What an idiot!
See, for years, Trump wanted to catch her. And he would have loved to have done the blood test and proved that she wasn't Indian. She did it for him.
Unbelievable.
And put it out.
And then said, look at this.
How
we
she
are
thought
looking at
she
it.
had something, I'll never know.
Well, let me say this, and Bubba, you just touched on it, but let's really drive this home.
Gosh.
Elizabeth Warren is a white woman who went in and did her modern-day version of moving Indians out of where she didn't want them and took their spot.
Yep.
She has her own academic trail of tears.
She does.
Yes,
You're exactly
her own
right.
Oklahoma. So good.
Rick, I'm
not
gonna
good,
tell
but
you.
you know.
And again, look,
How about that?
How about that?
Take that and put that in your peace pipe and smoke it.
And you
all of us
Elizabeth?
on this show are we're just average folks, okay?
Oh,
average
boy.
intelligence.
Gosh, if you want to feel good about yourself,
maybe
hang out
a
with
click
us.
below it when it comes to English and grammar.
Oh,
okay?
yeah. No, 2 clicks.
But Rick, seriously,
On that
I have
topic.
never seen so many people that sit in our Congress that I'm smarter than they are. And I know it for a fact. It ain't even up for debate.
She proved with that move.
She
actually looked at those results and said, by gosh, I'll show them now.
Ha! She gave us a ha on that one.
Greg, we have a woman. We have a Democrat wanting to run for president who didn't know not to do a press conference outside of Minnesota in February.
Yeah. Right.
Then we have another Democrat who thought that the test results that proved she wasn't Indian should be shown to everybody to prove she wasn't Indian.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. They can't even. You should. When that came out, if you're really running for president, you go hide that. I don't want anybody to find it.
Right.
We got people.
She rushed it out there for a press conference.
We got people who could not run a lemonade stand and keep it going,
Absolutely,
making decisions on how our banking,
our Wall Street and everything else is running this country, and they don't have a clue.
And you know what else they don't know? As I sat with two guys this weekend that are living in a socialist country that's just north of us, when I said what this country had designed, and I said, and we're getting away from it, I said what our founders designed was, let's take the government and make it so small that each individual person, through maximum liberty, will maximize their individual potential. I had them jumping up and down, draping flags on them from the United States. And I said, and we want to turn away from that. And they're like, what? And so here's Elizabeth Warren, who is a big government person, saying she's the one you need to vote for to have maximum opportunity. You're the opposite of that, Pocahontas. I mean, and then you tell us about the plight of those who have been treated wrong by the country, and you go treat people wrong and run them out of their academic land and take it over.
You know, when I heard she was doing the test and was going to put that out, I thought, well, this could blow up on Trump.
Yeah,
she's got it.
Yeah.
And Trump was right again.
Take that. And she was so stupid she couldn't read the results, right? To think that proved that she wasn't.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Thanks.
Bob. $35 minutes past the hour. Let's get those phones in here. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. We'll take your phone calls right now. Lines are available on their final day at Rick and Bubba University. Cam Solo and Alapuca. Looks like Solo's on the phones right now. So we'll get you lined up, ready to go at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Bubba, I've got two weddings coming up in 30 days from each other.
God bless you.
One Labor Day weekend in New York City for Boomer, and then 30 days later in Birmingham, Alabama, young Broderick. And young Broderick's fiance, Camtastic, her birthday was yesterday. And so when we went over to their house on Monday night, her parents' house, they invited us over, we were noticing, this new thing with the brides and them, getting their gifts and all this. Now this Amazon option, you just click it. They tell you. They even tell the bride who it came from. They do all that for them, and then they just send it right to them. So she was getting gifts while I'm there, and she and young Broderick walked into where we were eating, and guess what they got? A Simply Safe system.
I love it.
Somebody gave them a Simply Safe system, and she said, I am so glad we got this for their townhouse that they'll be moving into after the wedding. Young Broderick already moving in there now. SimplySafeBubba.com. Everybody needs one. SimplySafeBubba.com. You can get yours right now. The advancements in the security industry that they're making, Bubba, they're mind-boggling. 24/7 live guard protection. This is the latest. It's made possible by their new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera. You being a tech head, you have to love this.
Oh, I do. And it's so easy to set up.
And if an intruder breaks into your place, you have this camera. It goes live, and it's also capturing it for law enforcement. And the monitor can actually talk to who's breaking into your house and say, hey, we see you, help is on the way, and can take care of that for you. So it also gets you help faster. So look for that right now by going to simplysafebubba.com. Right now, if you get a special 20% off any system when you sign up for their Fast Protect monitoring. So go to simplysafebubba.com right now. That's simplysafebubba.com, or look for that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. To the phones we go, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Dr. Walters out of Florida standing by. Dr. Walters, let's go.
Hey, good morning. How you doing?
I'm good.
I wanted to talk to you guys a little bit about the level of deception from our government, and it actually ties right in with the downgrading of our bond.
Okay.
I want you guys to think about something for a second. Between 95 and 99, the real estate market changed. Prior to 95, when you put a piece of property on the market, you had a couple hundred potential buyers who lived in the immediate area who had to physically drive to the home, and they were potential buyers. By 99, real estate was listed online. That same house that had a couple hundred buyers was open to anybody, anywhere with an internet connection that thought about moving to the area. So the number of buyers didn't just increase double or triple. It increased by hundreds of thousands. And the law of supply and demand says when the demand for goods or services increase, prices also increase.
Yes.
Yep. Now, in 2008, the changes in the real estate market actually caused a drastic increase in real estate prices. Yep. Our government sold us on the idea of a real estate bubble that was going to crash the real estate market.
Right.
Which was, and real estate bubble is defined as an unexplained rapid increase in real estate. Well, my research proved 99% of the increase in home prices was as a result of technology changes. Now, essentially, there never existed a real estate bubble. I published research proving there was no real estate bubble. And what has happened is I've been banned from Twitter. I've been banned. My LinkedIn account was suspended. And it's been a complete cover-up because the government doesn't want the American people to know what really happened. The 2008, my research shows that the 2008 real estate crisis was a massive theft of real estate wealth away from hardworking American people to these holding companies. It was a complete scam that literally stole the American dream from hardworking Americans. And the government is trying to cover up the result of my research. My research proved that subprime loans had nothing to do with the cause of the real estate crash. In fact, the demise of they destroyed the subprime industry. And I chronicle, these are peer-reviewed published research that shows that after they destroyed the subprime mortgage industry, we had the rash of foreclosures. The entire real estate and the people who were in charge of the country back then, it started as a political narrative to influence the 2008 election and elect Obama. About 2 years before the election, they started to peddle the idea that there was a real estate bubble and the market was going to crash. George Bush destroyed the economy. And so they literally created a real estate crisis to win the election in 2008. After they won the election, they passed Dodd-Frank under the disguise that it eliminated subprime mortgages. Well, it didn't ban subprime mortgages for real estate investors. It just banned subprime mortgages for people wanting to buy homes to live in. It was a complete scam to destroy single-family housing in favor of densely populated multifamily housing because single-family housing is changing the demographics of the country, and they've been pushing the idea, threatening local municipalities to withhold funding if they don't remove single-family zoning, and it's a complete big scam that the American people need to understand. Joe Biden was vice president. Nancy Pelosi was Speaker of the House. Chuck Schumer was the majority leader. Elizabeth Warren was in charge of top oversight. And they are trying to cover it up. I've published about 12 different research papers. If you go to Google Scholar and you search Dr. Edison Walters, you can get links to all my research that proving the entire
Edison?
2008 was a scam.
Dr. Edison Walters, did you say? Edison?
Yes, it's
Okay.
Eddison, and the last name is Walters.
Well, thank you.
Matter of fact,
Dr. Walters, that's very interesting.
Yeah.
I followed some of that, and then I got about halfway through that, and I'm going to have to catch up on it again.
But we'll go read it. But I
Yeah.
do understand. We've said this, and it sounds like what you're saying happened here. The government has been known to create a crisis that one particular party will always come in and say, you better elect us because we need to save the day. They created the panic, and then they're always the answer to the
Right.
panic.
Yeah.
You know, so that we've seen. So thank you for the call, Dr. Walters. That was very informative, and hopefully people can read your writings and come to their own conclusions. We continue. Let's go
I
to.
thought that was Speedy calling in.
What if it was?
And I was curious, is he banned on Twitter or X now that
That's
Elon
right.
is in? Is
That's
he
right.
back?
Yeah.
Can he get back on that?
Josh in Florida.
Very interesting, though, sir. Thank
It
you
is.
for
Thank
calling.
you. All right, we stay in Florida. Josh, go ahead.
Hey, Bigfoot and aliens are real, and happy Free Ball Wednesday.
Casey in Nashville, Tennessee.
Boy, you really never know on this show.
We go from Dr. Walters to that.
Yep.
Casey, go ahead. I love this show.
How do I beat that last phone call?
That'd be tough.
I just need to let you guys know. Every time you play a Kamala Harris clip, my misophonia, remember we talked about this.
That's
my
right.
misophonia
That's right.
goes
Misophonia.
nuts.
I bet it does. I bet it does.
Oh,
I may
her
have it
voice-
too.
Let me tell you, her voice, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, that's another one. I'll tell you.
Yeah.
Just certain ones. huh?
Just certain ones.
I'm with you
Dwayne.
on Kamala.
I wanted to ask her where she was at on Kennedy.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Dwayne in Ohio. Dwayne, go ahead.
Hey guys, two things. When you guys talk about aliens, I feel like it's George Norrie show. But anyway, the Flamey Grant thing is its song is supposed to be the #1 song on iTunes,
Okay.
not on the actual Christian chart.
Yeah, I thought
And
that.
Makes sense.
yeah, that person uses words like deconstruction movement of the
Sure,
church. So there's an agenda behind it.
Of
so
course.
anyway, I'll leave you with that. So.
Right out of Scripture. I mean, right out of Scripture.
Yep.
Thank you. 866 We Be Big. Christy in Alabama. Christy, go ahead.
Oh, hello. Yes, I would like to ask. Our Helix mattress came in yesterday, and for two elderly people like me and my husband, full of arthritis, how is the best way? I wanted to ask Greg, how is the best way to? It's a king size.
Oh, yeah.
Open it.
Somebody means business.
I'd get it in the room you're going to use it in.
Yeah, get it real because it's heavy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When it comes apart, I say I made a mistake. I had it like in the other room. I never got it in.
So go in the room where it's going to be. Is that your first?
I'd stick it on the bed.
Throw it
it's
on the
supposed to
box
be.
spring
Yeah,
or whatever.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And then, as you
That way,
open
when
it,
it expands right where it needs to be.
Yeah.
And just let it grow.
Baby.
Yep.
All right. So that
come
alive. John in Ozark, Alabama. John, go ahead.
Needed that.
Hey, Joe Biden will kill your dog and sick his dog on you. That's his good neighbor policy.
That's true.
Did he kill somebody's dog? I know his dog.
I know his dog will attack
The
you
dog
in a
will bite
second.
you in a minute. They said they're going to have to muzzle him. He's still biting everybody.
Yeah, he's still biting everybody.
All right, Rick, we have an update on a story we've been covering.
Okay.
Somewhat breaking news when we come back.
All right.
Breaking news.
Breaking news. Just in. News from Bubba. 14 minutes.
That's flashback.
To the top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Costas says he was dropped from Super Bowl coverage last year. I don't know why Bob's telling us about this year. Over concussion remarks that he made.
Yeah, Rick, it was an ESPN companion piece for a Sunday episode of E60. The veteran broadcaster said, I remember being told that now I can no longer host the Super Bowl. The words that I got were, quote, "You crossed the line." And my thought was, what line have I crossed?
Here's some audio from that piece.
I think the words were, "You've crossed the line." And my thought was, what line have I crossed? And I remember reminding them of things going back to the 90s, of what I had done, what credibility I would have to comment about these things. And their reaction to that was, you're right, but this puts us in a position that's untenable for us. So you can't do the Super Bowl.
And, he's talking about during a roundtable discussion at the University of Maryland, he said football was destroying people's brains. And here's just a really quick audio of him saying that.
The reality is that this game destroys people's brains.
And they're saying that's when he went too far.
Well, you certainly don't want to take that guy and send him out to the Super Bowl coverage. I mean, you talk about Debbie Downer on the football game. Yeah. I just told everybody the sport I'm about to tell you to watch today is damaging people's brains.
Well, let me ask you this. If he really believes that, would he want to be in the Super Bowl?
Right. He should step down.
Shouldn't he go, this is not good, and I've seen the light, so I'm out?
Yeah.
I mean, wouldn't you have that when he's at that level? I mean, it's fine to say, look, clearly shaking your brain up can't be good for you.
Right.
Or, they're studying this, but when he put it in those terms, I think he has probably gone too far.
Yeah, he said that he asked NBC if rather than doing the game, he could interview the commissioner for a piece before the game, and he was turned down for that too. And but I'm like you, would any of us say, like tomorrow, I said, look, I've got to make a living somehow, but I'm ready to come to the conclusion. Maybe I shouldn't say this, because some people actually believe that about this show.
All right.
That the Rick and Bubba show is damaging people's brains.
Yeah,
but I mean, if what I was doing for a living was harming people, or I was asked to promote something that I knew was harming, I knew it. Not that I didn't know, but I knew it. I mean, if I'm a big high ground guy and I want to point out that I think football is destroying people's brains, shouldn't I refuse to be part of it? I mean, I say this to these players now that have played and say they'd never let their kids play the game. Should you be doing color commentating? Should you be on a round table? I mean, you just told us this thing is so horrible you wouldn't even let your own kids do it.
Well,
but
Rick,
yet you're going to make a living off of it.
I think you would be fine to say it's rough. It ain't for everybody. Yeah. My kids probably not physically, to the point where they can play this game now. I mean, I don't think there's anything
there's risk
negative with it.
Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so we're back. 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Wednesday Bible study back today, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the YouTube channel as we walk through the Revelation. Bubba, an update again. Another update. We keep updating the updates.
Yeah.
Update the updates. It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
Rick, things come out of the Bahamas sometimes delayed and very confusing.
Yes.
We've had several emailers, too, say that Lindsay, is it Shiver?
Yeah.
Am I saying that right?
Yeah,
Shiver?
Yeah.
Was not an Auburn cheerleader.
Right.
And the university's trying to correct that.
And they're dropping all charges because of that.
It's been in a lot of published reports. So there you go. They're
Actually,
saying
he was
not.
a cheerleader.
Well, I assume he was a football player. That was in the same story.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Well, remember when out in the fantasy world, and everybody's right, we treat the real world like it is a fake world sitcom, and we want to assign people characters.
Right.
So you go, well, let's see. We got this couple that's having a hard time in Bahamas. They went to the same university. Yeah. Well, she was a cheerleader and he was a football player. This sure would make a better story. So they're saying. People at Auburn saying she was never a cheerleader here.
Right. Several former cheerleaders have emailed and said she was never a cheerleader.
I don't think
how relevant that is.
No,
to the case,
we want to be factual.
Yeah, we want to be right.
But I will say this: I don't think that any cheerleading squad is in fear of this reflecting poorly on them.
But I have to ask, what about now being the runner-up for Miss Peanut Festival?
She may not even been in the festival.
Is that in jeopardy?
She may not even have been in that pageant.
I'm going to assume that's misinformation.
She was Aubie, I think, just for a couple games.
Okay.
She was in the Aubie costume, and she jumped and flew down one time.
Oh, yeah, one time.
Yeah.
Heard she tampered with the Eagles a few times.
According to Daily Mail, this is the latest. Lindsay Shiver has been... Isn't that what I just
It's
said?
either Shiver or Shiver. You keep adding an R. You're saying Shriver instead of Shiver or Shiver.
Shiver.
Good with Shiver or Shiver. Take the R out of it.
Lindsay has been ordered to remain in the Bahamas
like doing a Dylan Mulvaney story.
and is required to wear an ankle monitor until her next court appearance, October the 5th. She has been granted a $100,000 bail, while her alleged lover and hitman were both freed on $20,000 bail. It says that both of those guys have a curfew and must stay in the Bahamas also.
Oh, I didn't. I realized I missed something in the story. So the hitman and Friendly Henry are two different people?
Yes.
Yes, three people. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, Rick, they do have actually a quote from her. Rock, steady, steady. Your team ain't even ready.
Okay.
Okay. That's so good.
That's to the prosecutor.
And then she was like, give me a B. Give me an A. Give me an I. Give me an L. for bail.
I got it.
Okay.
We got
it.
I spelled bail.
You're so awesome.
All right.
Oughta get her.
So we had emergency bail denied. Now apparently emergency bail given.
We're tore up about this story.
I mean, seriously.
October 5th is a long time, guys.
Well,
I'm just going to hang out.
Well, I want us to get on to the date line in the 2020 and all that. I'm ready to start seeing that.
Yeah, it'll be there.
Yeah. Hey, we'll be 5
When are
weeks
we
into college
telling the
football
kids?
season.
When are the kids getting the information? Because now she's out.
Yeah.
I mean,
now you have
Mom, why do you have that thing on your ankle? I just like it.
It's a new Apple phone. I'm wearing it as an anklet.
Yeah, you can believe that.
Yeah, that's going to be tough. When we come
But
back.
she has to but she has to stay there, right, Bubs?
Yeah. Has to stay in the Bahamas. According to the Daily Mail story, the latest one we have.
Staying and all that.
Oh, they're loaded. They are. I mean, from what I understand.
You missed that part of the story.
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, but I would that would be split now, right? I mean,
Well, when you're loaded, you split it. It's still loaded.
Well, I'm just saying,
There's a big old pile of topsoil. You take half of it. I still got a lot left.
Yeah. I don't know. You try to murder me or
they hadn't split all
murder
up
for
yet.
hire.
But in all honesty, they're not divorced. So
I guess
nothing,
she has access to that account.
Nothing's
then?
split up right now. Yeah.
Well, I'm really concerned about the National Peanut Festival. Where are they at?
Yeah, we need a statement from them. Was she or was she not Peanut Queen or whatever?
Runner up.
She was runner
up. Even better.
But
why would you even note that?
Right.
They didn't win.
Look,
they gonna know.
They didn't
everything.
win.
As the misinformation continues, when we come back, the claims that she was runner-up Miss Peanut Festival were nuts.
Who would list that in their list of anything?
Right, runner-up.
Especially considering this whole story and what it's about. Why even? Who cares?
I've heard of a late hit. This was a late hit job.
Oh, okay. I see.
Football pun.
Apparently.
I love how he thinks he has to tell us.
It
makes it even better.
Yeah, it's all right. You could just text them to me.
Go?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's fine. Text them to me. just yeah. Yeah. Let's let Bubba do good old boy theater too. Yeah, no need for everybody else to try it. You know what I mean? Once somebody's got something, let's let them handle it. But always need content. They're going to be doing Nope next. So anyway,
so we know he's a long snapper. So we emails. Y'all know he's a long snapper.
Got it. Great.
Let me ask you this: what does
She wanted to snap his neck.
It sounds like the Nickelodeon version of it.
It ain't quite there. It's like Adler walk in and they go, watch, the little guy's going to do it too. For the children. Oh, my goodness. Break it down. That's so funny. No, that's funny.
Oh.
That's funny stuff.
Done.
Don't you apologize for laughter. Now, you may have to apologize to their family.
Right.
But none of that has anything to do with the story. But they keep everybody's harping. Well, they want Greg. They want you. Honestly, I'm talking about it's in all the headlines. You're going, what does that have to do
Greg,
with
you know
anything?
why?
There's no journalism anymore. When I'm saying I'm waiting on the Dateline version where they do all these different intriguing things about football and the college and all that. Well, just the journalists just do that right out of the gate now. What's a good headline? Let's talk about them being in college together. Is she a cheerleader? Football player. I love one. No offense, because you need a good long snapper. You absolutely do.
Critical,
but
if you're the punter.
Critical. But one thing referenced him as a football star. Let me just say this: SEC media days. The coach gets to bring a few players with him. You never see the long snapper. Right. The long snapper not going to be there. Is important, but I've never seen his jersey in the team store. Football star was what said in the article. It's important. Don't usually make the cover of the program. No, but not a lot of jersey number in the. Right, just said that, but did you? Yeah, but I missed that. That's all right. I mean, you know what you were thinking about. Yeah.
Does it seem a little strange to you guys that she has $100,000 bail for trying to hire a hitman, but the guy that was going to take the job only got $20,000?
I know. Wow, and he was going to do the dirty work. I know it. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You got to give
something. I gotta have some relief.
Shoot up here amongst us. Somebody's got to have relief.
Well, there's a lot going on today.
Yep.
And it's a lot of it is happening fairly quickly, and we'll try to kind of work through this. Do I understand that it looks like we may have a deal coming out of the conference committee to avoid a government shutdown on Friday?
I don't think so.
Nope.
I mean, there's something out there, but it's very lackluster in what we've been asking for.
Mm-hmm.
Well, but is there a deal coming out of it? Have they said
they have not
an agreement?
Confirmed? No. Yeah, they have.
Yeah,
but now whether or not it actually.
You talking about
now it's got to go back. The Senate and the House have to approve it. The Trump will have to approve it. And normally, when they assign people to a conference committee, they go, "You got my vote. Just go do what you can do." It's pretty much an automatic thing. I doubt it is with this one.
No.
Now, and what we're going to get out of it, we'll let you know the full details. It will be a little bit of money for the wall, some discretionary money that Trump can put on the wall, and we're going to cut down the number of detainee beds that ICE have.
Correct.
Which I don't know if the Democrats really thought that through.
Yeah.
They think they're limiting what ICE can do. ICE will just put them in something that doesn't have beds.
Yeah.
I mean, am I looking?
No, you're right.
Yeah. Who would have thought emotional people wouldn't think things through?
So, but it'll be the number I saw was 1.375 billion or something like that.
Yeah.
Well under the 5 billion.
I heard 1.6 at one point. So yeah,
so how many miles is that supposed
55.
to get? 55 more miles in areas that we need it.
Yeah.
Do you think? Because I don't know whether you can.
So we call it a little tiny agreement, right?
Yeah. About what? He's 20%.
I don't know if what are the stipulations on this.
Yeah.
Then certainly.
Yeah, the devil will be in the details.
I don't know. I'm like a lot of Americans. Apparently, I've forgotten how our government actually works. But because I think about in the private world what we do. So Trump is a very wealthy man, and he knows a lot of very wealthy people. And I understand the kind of money we need to big dollars, not for our government, but for individuals and stuff to raise. But in the private sector, if you're somebody, you go, hey, so and so's got this thing they got over here. I'm calling you today. I need you to give me this amount toward this, And people go, okay, I'm in. Put me down for whatever. So if he gets his 20% in the deal, is he allowed just to go all over the world to the people he knows that are extremely wealthy and say, all right, I need $4 million from you, and just go around and gather up money for the wall? I mean, is he allowed to do that? I mean, you can't really do that like you would do fundraisers. Because this happens in this world all the time.
There's a GoFundMe account to build the wall.
Right, but I mean,
and in our state, I know that one of our state senators, Dale Marsh, as a matter of fact, has introduced legislation that will let you take part of your refunds you're getting from the state and donate it to the wall.
Yeah, I saw that. Can you do that? Because it'd be like because how somebody is a guy who's very wealthy and his kid goes to a school and heck their baseball fund ain't worth a darn. So he calls up some of his buddies, said, "Hey, we need $2 million to build this baseball field," and he said, "I'm in for $100,000," and he goes around and he just gets the money instead because you're never going to get it from the state.
Yeah.
Can you do that? I mean,
build a wall?
Can he build a wall just with some private funding alongside?
I would think he could.
Yeah.
Now last night he was claiming in El Paso that they've started building it. Oh, it's being built. We got to finish it now. Now the terminology is finish that wall.
Okay.
So they were chanting build that wall at one point last night. He goes, no. Y'all really should be chanting finish the wall.
Right.
That's what's happening.
If he'd have called me, I could have gone down there and led that cheer for him.
Yeah. Yes, you could have. Yes, you could have. It was wow. That was I saw a little bit of that last night. It was when he gets up there with no script and just starts talking.
Wow. See, I did not see any of the rally last night, and I saw some of the texts this morning. I missed it. Yeah. How did Beto's rally go?
Now that I don't
Beto
know.
fighted.
Beto. I hadn't heard about Beto.
Trump mentioned it, and he said, that guy's got 15 people. We've got, of course, thousands.
He said he couldn't even beat Ted Cruz. Somewhere Ted took a shot again.
He was there.
He was there, yeah.
He acknowledged him. That's what was funny.
You think Ted didn't go, wait a minute, hey, man, I thought we were good.
Trump's also commented on the new Green Deal. Did you see that?
Yeah. I heard him hit a few of those last night. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
minutes past the hour from Sweet Home Alabama to the world. It is the Rick and Bubba Show. Rolling through our 30th year doing this. Got our birthday coming up in January 2024. If we're still here, we'll all say happy birthday, happy 30th birthday. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Cam Solo and Alapuca, their final hour in Rick and Bubba University. They'll graduate with a degree in common sense. That now a superpower. Please join me in welcoming back our old friend Bill Bubba Bussey. There he is.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you, and all we ask for is 5 hours each and every day. Thank you.
We start with Brady. Brady's out of Birmingham, and there's a lot of gifts that we have here on this program, and one of those is kind of an unprofessional and ability to interpret dreams. We're certainly not trying to act like we're modern day Josephs or anything like that. But Brady, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today?
I'm doing excellent, guys. How are you?
Good. Wow. It sounds like you got a little water in the line there.
Yeah.
Let's see if that gets better. If it doesn't, and I think you're okay because we haven't prompted phones, you can hang up and call us right back. Does everybody want me to ask Brady to hang up and call right back?
Try it again, Brady.
Yeah. Can you guys hear me okay?
Can we live with this?
Try it.
All right, let's keep going. All right, tell us about the dream.
Yeah, so I've been listening to you guys too much.
I can't live with it. I can't live with it. All right, Brady, I'm going to hang up. You call right back, okay?
Okay.
All right, there we go. All right, so y'all grab, y'all look for Brady calling back there, or if I look up and I see it, that number again, I'll grab it. That one I think needed a reset. It sounded, and we talk about this a lot, when we were younger, you could get a hair comb and put a piece of notebook paper over it, and then almost treat it like a harmonica or like a little kazoo. Do you remember that? All right.
Yep, it's exactly what it's a comb with a piece of paper.
Yeah. All right, Brady, let's try it again.
Hey, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, that's much better right there. All right, so tell us about the dream.
Yeah, so I've been listening to you guys way too much. I'm a podcast listener. I had a dream that Gerald Cates came over to my house and hung shiplap. I don't even know who this person is, and they're entering my sleep.
You got
Did he
Gerald
have a flat top?
Let me tell you something, Brady. I'm gonna come in here and hang your stuff for you. A little shiplap. Got some shiplap for you.
This person.
You want me to give you a picture of Greg Burgess with his puppies? So Gerald Cates.
We had a whole conversation in my dream.
And do you even know what he looks like? Do you even know what he looks like?
No.
Okay.
No, I don't know anything about this person other than his name is Gerald Cates.
Let me.
Well, how did you know it was in the dream? I guess
did he say you just knew he was in the dream? You just knew that's who he was?
Yeah, that he told me who he was.
Okay.
And then he told me about Greg's puppies.
Did he sing Mona Lisa to you? Mona Lisa, men have named you.
No, he didn't. But I just want to tell you guys that.
That's
great. I don't know how to interpret that.
Well,
That's odd.
I know Bubba will agree with me on this. Never, ever, even if Gerald Cates comes into your dreams, never, ever should anyone say, I may be listening to you guys too much.
Right.
There's no such thing.
Well, we reject that
There's
concept totally.
There's no such thing as too much Rick and Bubba. Even if it brings Gerald Cates into your dreams.
Yes.
Ethan, Muscle Shoals, WLAY. Ethan, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Hey, fellas. First things first, rotate.
And a rotate to you, Ethan.
Well, thank you, sir. I just wanted to ask if y'all had heard about Alabama Mike and the song Fat Shame. Being 6'4", 280, and a member of the large community. It was a pretty good little parody song that just I felt on a deep level. And I didn't know if y'all had heard about it.
I've never heard of it.
Hadn't either.
And the name is Alabama Mike.
Please look.
Bubba?
Yeah.
I think Alabama I like that already.
Bubba, he is dunking into a gold that's full of white milk.
He's dunking a cookie in it.
Yeah.
Ahoy right in there.
I'm not familiar with Alabama Mike, but I find myself kind of digging it. Yeah. So I don't know. Yeah. So thanks for calling that in, Ethan. And I'm not familiar with it. Also, let's look at video 6, okay? Oh. So video 6, apparently, and a lot of times this is a big moment when it comes to communities when they go and they build a playground, for the kids, of the community to come and enjoy. Mm-hmm. Well, apparently in Boston, City Hall Plaza has a newly renovated playground, and one of the Boston police officers was going to, I guess, test out the children's slide.
Right, and he comes barreling down that thing.
And it goes
Kelly's hurt.
and he got hurt.
Kids don't need to come down.
That's a pretty substantial slide for
He
kids.
got some speed up. He almost come over the side of it.
All right, so that we've got him in. Here we go. He's wide open.
Greg!
Gosh
almighty.
I mean,
you letting kids go?
like a laundry chute.
That's so much worse than I expected.
Oh my God!
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness!
Why do you think
He somehow got on his belly?
He must have rolled the tube halfway down.
You can hear it's not going well from start to finish.
I go back to my question. We're going to let children do that?
How is he going that fast?
He is
I
flying.
mean,
he is so out of control.
Has that tube got some of that lube on it that they had on the Christmas vacation?
Right. Those of you that can't see it, it's a metal tube. It looks like. I guess that's metal.
Yes.
Yeah, and it sounds like somebody has got a can full of rocks and shaking.
Well, it sounds like a dryer that has something metal in it.
It's all the equipment. He didn't take his gear off.
But when he comes out, he has lost control of his body. He's face down.
Straddling
He's
the
completely lost
edge
control of his body. Please, look, this is almost like they sent down a dummy, not even a real person. I know.
He is in a big
It's
handle.
like it's not even a real person. No. It was like a mannequin coming out of there.
You remember what was the Benny Hill show when they'd fall and they'd drop a dummy like it was like falling?
Yes. So all that clanging, the whole time he's in a major handle. He is just rolling.
So you
and
hear it
flipping.
banging around in there. And that means I've lost control of myself. Guys,
if that was one of y'all coming out.
Is this the endorsement that we're looking for?
Hey, all right, don't bring you kids. Let's put them on this.
Yeah, but who
like that's going to get hot,
What,
too.
did they bring NASA in to build this playground? What in the world?
I can't find this in a news story, but
there's a Daily Mail story on it today.
But don't miss, too, how many people, you can see them standing with the phones next to, like when you see the person videoing, but there's also other people, like, look right here, they're really trying to cover this.
Oh, yeah, we're going to test it out. Hey, we got a police officer. He's going to be first one to use the slide.
It's Boston. Boston cop.
I wasn't able to find what I was about to say on a news story, and that is that the slide was greased up, and the police officer climbed up the slide to investigate and slipped in the slide and fell down.
No.
I can't find that in a news story.
Now
but
you're making
Who told you that?
I saw that on social media.
Well, see, if you look, you see another officer who is,
and his wife used to be a cheerleader,
who is videoing this.
Yes,
it's almost like, well, he's going to test it out.
Yes. I think he was the long snapper.
He looked like it coming out of that too.
Well, I'm going to tell you, if that went on much longer, he'd be in the Bahamas. It almost flung him out there.
Listen, Greg, listen.
The way he's face down.
And you know he's skint. That stuff he landed on skin him up.
You realize, I mean, he's injured. He's
what
injured.
if his taser would have went
They're
off?
saying this is not the first time an adult has experienced a rough descent on the slide.
Oh, yeah, sure.
In November, Boston City Councilor Erin Murphy shared a video on Twitter in which she lost a shoe while coming down.
He's knocked out. It's like he has no control.
This counselor was also face down.
He has no control.
What happens?
It's turning their body inside there.
Counselor?
No, we can find it. Lost a shoe and came down face down.
Has a kid been down there successful?
Yeah, how the kids doing?
Is it the weight that makes it more brutal?
I don't know.
You're
I haven't made up some story about him climbing up in it, but
I think it got greased.
Oh, Adler, come on.
It looked greased.
You got to stop looking at TikTok.
golly.
I mean, he was moving.
We'll be back. 16 minutes past.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But here's when Trump got word that there was a compromise that may be headed his way.
Now, I have to tell you, as I was walking up to the stage, they said that progress is being made with this committee. Just so you know, we're building the wall anyway. They say that progress has been made with this committee.
He's so in his element right here.
Just now. I said, wait a minute, I got to take care of my people from Texas. I got to go. I don't even want to hear about it. I don't want to hear about it. So I don't know what they mean. Progress is being made significant. Now, what did happen is the Democrats were being hit really hard on the concept of releasing criminals into our society. That has not been playing well. So maybe progress has been made, maybe not. But I had a choice. I could have stayed out there and listened, or I could have come out to the people of El Paso and Texas. I chose you.
Come on now for the rising.
That's a good one.
Just like somewhere Bruce Springsteen would absolutely throw himself off a bridge if he knew I was playing the rising about this.
You know he would. Yeah.
You would get one of them letters.
Yeah, well, I mean, the song works for whatever you think of rising.
Yeah.
Right. Come on,
So, I mean, do we get
Good
to
song,
play
by
the
the way.
theme music about another brick in the wall? I mean, is this going up?
Right.
Is this,
or was it another? Did we say it was going to be another brick in the? What was that thing that Pelosi wanted it called? What was it? Dang, what was that word? It was one of those, where somebody said
it
a
was
wall sounds too mean.
Yeah, it was some
enhanced
enhanced
security barrier.
Enhanced barrier.
Yeah.
Another brick in the enhanced barrier. Yeah. So all right. So then that's one of the highlights from last night. We had protesters that would rise up and then they would be taken out, and the crowd would sing "Na na na na, hey hey, goodbye."
So how was Beddoes? Did they do cut-ins at both places? Could you see?
I never saw.
And by the way, what is it? What do you say at a Beddoe rally? What do you cheer for?
No. Here, Trump.
We want no borders.
Bubba, it goes back to this again. You talked about yesterday. I forget which candidate this was. What is the new thing that Democrats who don't even win are trying to get you to support them like for a run for president?
That's better.
Who don't even win. I mean, like we were talking about, don't you have to win something to be able to run for the next thing?
I'm gonna try.
They don't know how
president.
playoffs work, do they?
Yeah, you got eliminated.
I think
you gotta get a win.
I think they go to these rallies and they have some following
Sure.
that have feel like they do about something.
Yeah.
And they get addicted to the applause up there, and they love. And even though they get killed in an election, they just want to keep running.
Right.
Keep running. I mean, and we've seen that too.
Yeah. Trump had fun.
Yes,
with
we have,
Obama.
Bubba. All right, here. What is this one? How about
let's see that
First of all,
crowd.
Greg,
Speedy, go
Burgess,
back-
a young man to have much going for him.
Go back to that
Except
crowd
for a good
shot.
first
Let's
name.
Huh?
Go back
He
to that
likes
crowd
Beto.
shot just a
Yeah,
second.
I don't know if y'all seen the outside crowd shot.
Yeah,
too.
I just wanted to say.
Minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Thank you for being with us. Austin, Texas, Friday night. City Reach Church men's conference. Looking forward to being there. I'm fired up. Can't wait. So if you want to find the details, go to rickandbubba.com or themanchurch.com under upcoming events. All right, so a couple of things as we work our way back. You mentioned this earlier, Bubba, that another indictment of some kind on Trump. We have that Trump's been indicted on charges out of the special counsel probe on January the 6th, and they say the judge who's going to oversee the criminal case, they're calling him the toughest punisher.
It's a she.
She calling this judge the we don't know if that's her pronoun, but toughest punisher of January 6 rioters, and of course they claim she somehow is connected to Hunter Biden.
Yeah.
Hunter Biden, so that'd be good. You mentioned the
well, I mean, some of these indictments would be a bigger deal if there wasn't so many of them. I mean, they're coming once a week now. So
it's like the caller that called and said, "Should we even care?" I mean, it's like, yeah, go ahead. Just it's going to be one of those things. I'm to the point these things that just keep reoccurring. Let's have something happen. Do something. Let's see some action. Let's see what's going on. And until we see that, it's like, yeah, another day, another
Rick,
another
again,
case.
No one is above the law, but this crazy thing on the Space Command just looks more and more and more like a political hit job on so many fronts. I mean, if you have one really good indictment, charge him, prosecute him, but you're just throwing so many things at him now. It looks like that's the strategy, not that you really have a case.
Well, you can't be, and I'll see where this goes, but if you're on the left and you believe that there was nothing wrong with the way we handled counting votes, and you would say, and you would be right, you would say back, well, I'll tell you one thing, nobody was able to prove it. And that's the thing that usually shuts everybody up. And you're like, well, that's true. Well, you can't then turn around and somebody talk about Trump indictments. You go, well, until they prove that any of this happened and they charge him, then it really doesn't matter.
Yeah,
you can't have it both. You can't have it both ways. No. Either the taking the evidence and making a case and then getting a ruling. Either that's the standard or it's not. It doesn't really matter who it applies to. We don't apply it differently based on the political party. The incandescent light bulb ban, Bubba, you told us about that. It's now in effect, and I guess they're trying to. I don't know what.
It's basically everything you need to know.
Yeah,
about
but I understand that this is. Are they off the shelf now? Is that what this means? You can't even find them.
The law said they could not be sold, purchased, or anything after August the 1st, and it just was quietly allowed to take place. So I don't know. I have not been to any of the big box stores to look. I can't imagine them just pulling them. I would think they might let them sell out their inventory they got, but I don't know.
You told me that they have to have at least 45 lumens per watt.
Yeah, they've got all these standards set up, but basically what it means is an incandescent bulb, the old filament that heated up when you put voltage across it, and it gave off light and heat, is now illegal to have.
Right.
It has to be an LED light.
Which
is a light emitting diode.
And they say all of this is about energy efficiency. Right. See, I would like for all this to be about it's a better product.
Right.
And I do like LEDs better than incandescent. So.
It's like a lot of other things. I like LED lights. I think they're a better product at this point because the incandescent bulb had not changed in its design. It hadn't been upgraded literally since it had been invented. When electricity first came around. So this is a nice upgrade. And like wearing your seatbelt. See, I think wearing a seatbelt in any moving vehicle over a certain speed is absolutely wise to do so. I mean, we have a lot of documentation what happens to you if you don't.
Yep.
You're killed in an accident that you probably shouldn't have been. But there's something about the government telling me to do it I don't like. I guess it's the libertarian in me.
Well, the Coalition of Free Market and Consumer Goods, they opposed it being mandated by the government because they were saying what we said. The LEDs look like a better product. It was going to work itself out. And they also added that these estimated climate benefits are all just pie in the sky, assumption driven, and prone to bias based on which agency is trying to tell you.
Well, you do save kilowatts off of the off the grid. There's no doubt about that because they operate on less power, but they're more efficient. They give you more light, less heat. You know, the energy's going out, but you're getting more light. So
they're talking about climate benefits.
Right.
They're saying how it affects the climate. We don't really know. And
I like it because it's easier. It's cooler, and I don't have to replace them as much.
Bingo.
It's a better product
to me. It's a better product. Now, here's the line in this story that ought to just put a cold chill on everybody. The Biden administration wants everyone to know this is not the only action that they're going to be taking when they pursue energy efficiency and being more trying to get to net zero.
Well, this is where they're going to outlaw your gas stoves. They're going to outlaw gas water heaters. Blah blah blah. All this. But you still have to generate those BTUs somehow. So then you go to the electric grid. Well, the electric grid is primarily driven by burning coal and fossil fuels right now. Now there's some nuclear, there's some renewable stuff, but it's not near the load, and we can't depend on the wind blowing to charge all these electric cars they want to have.
Really, you could say any benefit to the grid that the outlawing of the incandescent light bulb might have achieved will be overwhelmed by the increase on the grid on electric cars.
Yeah, I mean, really, it's you're just swapping hands.
Right. It's just the point that we keep trying to make, but that's fine. All right. So also, I found this to be an interesting study today. 12th grade boys are becoming more conservative as girls are trending overwhelmingly liberal.
Isn't that odd?
Not really.
going to say.
Yeah, if you think about, think about what the left is shopping. They're shopping a worldview that is based mainly on emotion.
It adds up to what's going on, what I see in my household. I'll be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, you could see the way the left
and their
works.
friends they hang out with and some of the things that are said. And
I tell you what I have noticed, though, and, of course, we all have some of these in our house because they're adults, that when a female is conservative, at times they can be more staunch than a male.
Yeah.
If they are conservative, I'll tell you that. My wife, I mean, I'm telling you. I mean, you talk about, and I know, Bubba, you said the same thing about your daughter and your wife. I mean, when they go conservative, they go absolutely conservative.
They're hard line.
But you know, if I was going into a room, and this is not a dig on women, men and women are distinctly beautiful, and I love and celebrate that, equal but distinctly beautiful. But if I had something I was trying to shop, and they said, now there's a room full of men, and there's a room full of women, and I understand that your plan is to play on the heartstrings, and to play to people's emotion. I'd say, well, send me in there to see the women. I got a better chance of being successful in there. Now, as men are being emasculated and are slowly but surely being turned into women, now it got me easier to do that, but that's not overly surprising. We're talking about being in the 12th grade. So, but it is interesting that 12th grade boys are becoming more conservative. That seems a little bit. Most young people can be pushed to the left. No matter what their gender. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
I want to get to what he says about Cortez.
Okay, because we only got a minute. And he came back and said, by the way, one of the people who are for this is in Hawaii. He goes, how in the world are we supposed to get to Hawaii without an airplane?
Rick and Bubba News Update. It's a Rick and Bubba News Update. It's a Rick and Bubba News Update. It's a Rick and Bubba News Update.
If you remember, and this is nothing, this is only because we've been doing this a long time, and Greg Burgess tried to tell us long before any of us were willing to accept that, believe it or not, human beings will fake things just to bring attention to themselves.
Sure they will.
Even things that I don't think anybody would ever want to be known for. That's the thing that is, but then, I think daytime TV started a lot of this, and we realized that. So people go on TV and talk about this. There's certain.
It's more common than you think.
Yeah.
It is.
And then it goes back to the famous joke. I don't think I'd have told that.
Yeah.
But anyway, so I don't know how to say this actor's name. Is it Jesse Smollett? Is it just like it looks?
I think so.
Off of Empire?
Jesse Smollett. I mean, why do I think the guy in the Mississippi State shirt knows this? He doesn't know that. Why am I looking at him?
He looks smart. He's wearing Mississippi State.
Why am I looking at him? He's looking at me like, you think I know the answer to this? Yeah. But anyway, do you think I watch Empire?
There it goes.
Yeah, I asked. None of the interns know this guy by name either.
Okay. So I'm just going to say it the way it looks. Jesse Smollett.
I'm asking Sam.
And he's a cast member.
I think Sam agrees.
On Empire.
Yeah.
Okay. And you remember he claimed
Jesse Smollett.
Jesse Smollett. Okay. He claimed in Chicago, the bastion of conservative Make America Great hats.
Really.
That in Chicago, if someone's attacked in Chicago, you go, now that's believable.
Oh, sure.
Based on all the violence that's there
daily.
That will every weekend. But now when he started saying that he was attacked by people who were wearing Make America Great hats. And
no, they said "Make America Great." They had black.
They didn't have the hats on.
I think they had ski masks.
Now I do know that the hat thing was ruled out.
No, they were. He was saying they were saying that as they were beating him up.
Correct. Yeah. And then even people who no one has been able to substantiate that claim. Nobody.
Someone even claimed that in the original report it wasn't mentioned. Then it was mentioned later.
Right. So that one
again.
That one already had trouble. Now we don't know what happened. I'm just telling you they're having a hard time substantiating his claim.
Do they have video of the attack?
No.
There's no security footage.
They had the only thing they had were there were two people that they were saying like people of interest if they could identify to talk to.
Right.
That they just saw walking.
That were in that area.
Yeah.
So keep in mind his claim. Now we also know. Look. I don't know what happened, but we also can't be afraid, to just because somebody claims something doesn't mean it happened. I know that's the new way we are now. If you claim it happened, unless you're a Democrat. Then if somebody claims something against you, they're not to be believed. Only people who say things against people who oppose them. Because I can't really follow whether we're supposed to believe people, not believe people, whatever. But bottom line is, he claims this was a racist, homophobic attack.
Yes.
Right. Now you look on his social media and you see he despises Donald Trump.
Yeah.
I mean, he hates Donald Trump. I'm just telling you, that's just a fact. He's done that himself. You can go look at stuff that's his own stuff. Now, I don't know.
But is the article saying we got people doubting? Is that what?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, see, the first article came out that people sent to me about 4 or 5 days after we first brought it up, saying, "Look, it's 35 minutes past the hour." The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. We'll hit some more stories and then get to more of your phone calls coming up. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. If I'm sitting there and you know how many times, especially when the kids were all still at home, you know, that cloud of what's for dinner hanging over our heads. Where are you right now? What do you mean? I'm still at the office. Can you go by Publix on the way home and get that stuff when I make that chicken thigh recipe? Well, I don't know the recipe, baby. What am I getting? And then, you know, you get in there and then you can't think of it. And what are we going to do? Well, HelloFresh.com/Bubba is here. It's America's #1 meal kit. And when I say this, we're not talking about they just send you a shopping list. We're not talking about that. You go and pick the meals you want, snacks you want, whatever you need. And they've got all kinds for every situation. Something that you need to set up for a group that's coming over. They'll handle that. You just go and order whatever you need. And then they ship it right to you directly from the farmers, okay? It's fresh. It's delicious. It has the recipe cards that are easy to follow, has all the ingredients in each individual kit, and all you do is prepare the food and get it on the table. That's it. And it's done. Going to save you money. Look, let's be honest. Going through the drive-thru, ordering stuff delivered to your house, wow. Everything at the grocery store, no matter what the president said, still expensive, going up. So go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba right now. Be more efficient with your meal planning and actually enjoy your meals and enjoy your time together. We're going to get you 50% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba. If you go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba, use the code Bubba. Also, there's a link for you right there at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. Bubba, let's run through a couple things. Down in Central Florida, what's going on? Down in Central Florida, you know, nothing quite freaks me out like me thinking that I was blessed enough to be living in a time period that I don't have to be concerned about blank. Dinosaurs would be one. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm glad that I don't have to be concerned about dinosaurs.
Right.
Can I tell you one?
We're glad they went on.
One of the others was leprosy. When I read about leprosy in the Word of God, it terrifies me.
You want to be sent to a leper colony?
Cases of leprosy, historically uncommon in the United States, are surging in Central Florida.
Is it armadillos?
They'll do it every time.
They're trying to. Listen to this. Travel to Florida should be considered when conducting leprosy contact tracing in any state. So really, because that's why we had leprosy colonies, right? So they wouldn't be around everybody else.
Oh, is this just them trying to get DeSantis again? You know, everything is political.
It absolutely could be. But I'm
look at Florida. It's got leprosy.
It's got leprosy.
Yeah.
God is punishing Florida. That's what they want. Well, then they'd have to say God, so probably not. But I'm looking to see what they think is causing it. Do anybody know the term zoonotic exposure?
Uh-oh. That sounds zoonotic.
That's animals.
Zoonotic is animals.
That's animals.
Armadillo.
That's armadillos.
That's his.
Yeah. So let's see.
Well, what other animals?
He spent his whole life as a landscaper.
Or is it from swimming in lakes?
Oh, listen to this. He goes to the dermatologist, this landscaper, for what he thought was a rash, only to discover he has leprosy. Oh, there's somebody missing toes.
Are you serious?
Come on, Rick. That's what I fear.
Told me.
So,
I thought we could take care of that now. I thought we had something for that.
Yeah, I think that's the story. Is it shouldn't be here.
I want to know what zoonotic transmission is. What animal?
I don't think there's but one animal, Rick.
We all know Rick is the armadillo. We all know that.
What does that mean? That they won't tell us.
Microbes, isn't it?
Zoonotic disease.
Animal disease.
Human would be water.
Oh, y'all don't want to see this guy's hand.
No, I don't.
Isn't it something you got from water?
Well, I thought zoo was an animal.
Zoonotic diseases are infections that are spread between people and animals.
Yeah,
what animals?
And when you look up leprosy, what animals can spread leprosy? Armadillo is the only one that comes up that I can find.
Seth,
Doggone the stupid armadillos.
That and cats.
I'd stay away from that. That last one on the list.
You want to see
there.
some of these pictures?
I saw. Bubba, have you looked at them?
Trichinosis.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm a thumbs down on leprosy.
Cat scratch disease.
So cats.
No, I started singing when I heard that.
I always think of bats.
So it could be cats.
Could be.
It's not
Could
cats.
be rats.
It says it in there.
Could be
One of the
cats.
ways you get it is cat scratch fever.
Speedy sung the song.
It's in there.
What about the Florida Panther?
Could be.
Could be from
Do it, Rick.
That's what I was looking for. Thank you.
pythons.
And stay away from elephants too. I hear.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Now that gives you elephantitis.
Right.
All right.
So Mega Millions now back up to 1.1 billion, and the guy put us back in this one too,
He
right?
did. Same numbers.
So
Didn't he put us back in this? Is our
he
deal
did.
still on?
Yeah, we're in.
They have
You
not
rearranged them.
They've not had a winner since April 15th, so it is up to 1.1 billion.
Okay.
That's 1,000 million.
And the guy put us back in it?
How much are we gonna get?
See, we were in Powerball. They had a winner.
Did
Now
he ever
moved, he
agree
moved
to
us
a
to Mega
number?
Million.
Did he ever agree to a number?
What
Yeah,
did
I
he
thought
say,
he broke
Speedy?
it
He put
down.
it in the email.
I think he said
I
each
hope
member
somebody
gets $5
saved.
million.
I hope somebody saved that email.
Oh, I did. You don't think I did?
Flag
That's
it.
a binding contract.
Flag it.
You know?
Well, I think it's only fair to tip your favorite radio show.
Of
everybody
course.
knows
You hit
that.
the lottery.
I know y'all hate when I tell
mean-
this story. I know y'all hate it, and I know I've told it a lot of times, but I'm sorry. It's exactly what happened on a much smaller scale. Back in the day, this was long before redemption. I went to a horse track. Golly, I feel so. And so I didn't know anything about betting on horses. And so a guy who, of course, was one of those guys that probably spends quite a bit of time at the track. And he said, okay, so you've never done any of this? I said, no, I'm not really. No. He goes, tell you what, tell me the last four numbers of your Social Security. And I told him what it was. And he said, oh, those are good numbers. Just play that. And he said, the first three would be the trifecta. And then you can also got some Quinella options and all that in there.
Yeah,
and all that. And so I said, okay. So I did that, and they came in on my last four numbers of my Social Security. They came in, and the purse on that was about $14,000.
And you lost the ticket.
I lost the ticket. And he comes running down there to what your point, Bubba, saying, hey, you got to give me a cut of it because I helped you with that. You got to give me a cut of it. And I said, yeah, absolutely. And I'm jumping up and down. I go to my pocket, and I look down, and there's just bad tickets laying everywhere,
Rick.
all over the ground. And I was scrambling, trying to find that ticket, and I could not find it. Holly.
Somehow that doesn't surprise me, and I'll tell you why. When we were at the old studio, I remember walking to my car one day, and there was a check laying between the glass window and the steps for a significant amount of money that you were supposed to do something with, and it was just laying there on the ground. And I remember having to give it to you.
Now take that and add
But you've gotten a lot better on that front.
Now take that and add alcohol to it.
Oh, wow.
No,
See,
that's not good.
See,
You're really taking me there.
In those days, I had both working.
Sure.
Yeah.
You think I went to the track I went by the beer line? Probably not. Okay. So throw that in the mix and see if I won't lose a ticket for $14,000. God,
that's unbelievable.
But the point was the guy expected to get a tip because he
Sure.
helped.
Sure.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's
All right, so I've got the numbers from the listener viewer that said he's used our numbers. Says
I noticed mine was the first one listed.
five.
He changed it
Should
out.
we give those out?
$5 million to each staff member.
Okay.
Included on
Two
this
and a half after taxes.
included on this email. $2.5 million to the Bronner Burgess Foundation.
What? Okay, man.
$1 million to Cam Solo for screening me.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
$250,000 to all other summer interns, and 10 times all Buffalo Wild Wings charity charges until they stop doing it.
Wow.
And so
He's really thought this through.
included
This
the
needs to
numbers.
come
Of course,
in.
if he wins, he'll completely disappear.
Right. We'll
did-
never
he-
find him.
Well, now keep in mind, if he gets the lump sum, he's only going to get half of that. Then
Oh,
half
well.
of that's going to go to taxes.
That's
Right.
all right.
Has
That's
he
all
done
right.
the numbers
He's
on
good.
this? He's not
good.
going to have a lot left.
It's
He's dealing in
okay.
hundreds of millions.
Yeah, he's gonna be
Bubba,
around-
there's no need for this.
Being about 600 and something million, I think he's.
Yeah,
He'll be fine.
He thought it through, Bubba.
So he didn't win, and then that was the Powerball, I think, and then now the Mega Millions is up, and he said, "Hey, I'm using the same numbers. That's the update that we were given."
So if all this comes in and we all
he said,
get
"I'm
it,
using the numbers missing."
Bubba, if this all comes in and we all get it, so how many days a week do you want to do the podcast? Two original podcasts per week.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that might go to one if they're real good.
Right. California politicians have a message to Taylor Swift, who, her concerts are impacting the economy of everywhere they go. They do not want her to come to Los Angeles. They want her to stand with the hotel workers who are striking. They want her to cancel that concert and stand with the hotel workers. Now, keep in mind, I want the hotel workers to get ready for this. The artists were more than willing to ban cities who would not let biological males go to any restroom they wanted to. And they really stood with the trans community and the LGBT whatever. I'm not going to your city because of your rules of actually trying to have the audacity to maybe protect women in restrooms, in the locker rooms. They said, hey, we won't come to your city if you're going to do that. Will Taylor Swift, who was in that bunch, will she be just as will she show solidarity with hotel workers like she did with that?
How she feel about the hotel worker plight?
I'm gonna bet no, but maybe.
Well, she's got contracts. She'll probably have to obligate.
The promoters
if she's obligated, she'll have to do it. There's also a story out today that she has give bonuses to her crew. That includes dancers, the roadies, the sound people, even the people driving the trucks, totaling $55 million on this U.S. tour.
I think that's taking care of you people. I think that's to be applauded.
That's good business.
Taco Bell is being sued by a New York man. His claim, Bubba, when I come in here and see the real food, it does not look like the pictures. And it does
Haven't
not,
we had these stories before?
It doesn't look
Some
like
of them are about the commercials.
It doesn't look like the TV ads, and it doesn't look like the pictures.
It don't.
No,
well,
it
the
doesn't.
ones on the TV ad are usually not real. That's
right. That is correct. It looks yummy though.
It does.
I mean, any of us. There's no one out there delusional. I mean,
look how thick. Now that is a little much.
Good night.
That's not even the same thing.
He has a point.
He's got a point there.
He does.
Your phone calls are next. 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Rick and Bubba.
The investigators are saying we can't substantiate any of these claims.
And their official word was, but at this point, we see nothing to not believe him.
Correct.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But unfair.
But we still can't find anybody. And now we have people who live in the same building he lives in the same part of Chicago, that are saying, if he's where he said he was, certainly there can always be exceptions. But they're saying most everybody who lives here is either African American and or gay. And they're like, this is a bastion of the things that he believes in our community. If this happened here, it would be incredibly abnormal.
Yeah.
It's not like, he's in that part of town. Then, kind of. And they said, this is Chicago, and this is this part of Chicago. It's almost like they were saying, does that mean that Trump supporters couldn't find their way to that neighborhood to target someone? I guess they could, but the police says we can't find anything. And remember this is the one that made it highly suspect. He won't give us the data from his cell phone.
Yeah. How about that?
Yeah, claims he can't be without his phone for several hours, and they're like, if you'll just give it to us, we can pull that.
Now,
off,
what were they needing off of it?
The phone call to his assistant that claimed he heard the shout.
The assistant claims he heard these things being shouted at him, and that he called the assistant saying, "I'm being attacked."
Right.
Well, has the assistant verified that?
Yeah, he keeps sticking with his story.
Okay.
But here's the thing I want to go with. So the police say, "Okay, we want to see the phone call." And he won't give them the cell phone. So they're saying that's not helpful, right? Can we all agree that's not helpful?
No reason for you not to give us the phone.
Especially if that's going to be the only witness we have right now.
Yeah.
That can substantiate this.
Well, it would prove that he made the call.
Right. And so he
Can they take the assistant's phone and look for an incoming call? Or?
Neither one will turn it over. They said
if they do that, they prove. I mean, that's a big thing to prove that it actually happened.
It's also a very glaring thing,
especially now that people are doubting.
Jeremy, it's also very glaring for those who don't think this might have happened.
Yeah.
Right.
So and look, I don't know what happened, but this is not helping. Can we say that?
Yeah.
You would think.
I think if you're really wanting to prove this point, you turn your phone over for a couple hours. Hey, get over it.
Right.
You
Yeah,
can
go
deal without your phone for a few hours.
Yeah, go take a nap.
Would we say that I would say that if something this abnormal, according to all the people that live there, happened in an abnormal part of town for something like this to happen, that it would have been an event that would not be normal and would be extraordinary.
Yeah.
But why is there not more abilities to substantiate something that would be this abnormal for what would normally go on in this part of Chicago?
Because what you're supposed to believe, and again, I'm like you, I don't know the truth. Got threatening letters at work. Okay, so it's portrayed as not a random act. This was planned out.
So I guess he's turned those over, right?
Yeah.
So then
I think
analyze those.
They had those, and supposedly the way it's being portrayed, these are some people that wanted. But here's my point, and I don't mean to be mean. I'd never heard of this person a day in my life. No. I don't watch the show, and I'm not saying that makes me, because I'm not on the cutting edge of who's popular and who's not. So that's really not a great point. But everybody knows who he is now, though. Mm-hmm. And he also is a singer, and he happens to have a record coming out, I think, this week.
Okay.
I may have made that up, but I saw that.
And all the people on the show and all the people in the entertainment business rushed to his defense.
Yes, we had people who planned it, and it sounds a little, I don't know, the fact, okay, a noose around the neck, supposedly made out of a cord, which was still on his neck when the police got there.
Right.
The MAGA statements, and supposedly dumping a substance, maybe bleach, on him.
And they said they did find something that was a bottle laying around that smelled like it might have had, but that could have also been just like the noose.
But didn't the Post or somebody find that and turn it over to FBI?
Yeah.
After, that's just
well, they're
weird.
saying in the story now, if he's filed a false claim, he'll be held accountable for it.
Yeah. Bubba.
Alrighty, here we go. We're going to phone troll it, defend the hour, or end the hour, and I love that because we get a chance to chat with you before we wrap up. For a lot of you, we'll be wrapping up our entire day together. Don't forget, you can always get the entire Rick and Bubba archive every single day. You can get it either on our YouTube channel if you want to watch it, or you can get it on our podcast channel if you want to listen to the audio archives. That's available for you every day, the entire show. On your own time. There's even a 1 hour only option that breaks down some of the more memorable moments of that day's show. You can watch that on Blaze TV. You can watch it on our YouTube channel, and you can also listen to it on our podcast channel. All those archive options are available to you. All right, so let's jump to the phones. 30 seconds a pop. Don't forget Wednesday Bible study today at noon Central, live on the YouTube channel. It'll also be archived today for you as well. Scott in Dayton, Ohio, 30 seconds. Scotty, go right ahead.
Hey, Green Acres, guys.
Thanks for the go.
Things. Number one, keep your plans to go to Florida. Leprosy is treated just fine with antibiotics.
Okay.
And I'm going to give you a pronunciation. It's not zootics. Think of Z-O. It's zootic in zoology. And if you can remember that, you'll be smarter than most medical folks.
Well, how about that? Thank you for that. And of course, I have no idea why Scott in Dayton, Ohio would know something like that and why you're a credible source, but I like your tone.
I like it. You sound confident. I'm going with it.
Say things with confidence. People believe you know what you're talking about. Huntsville, Alabama, Jerry, 100.3 The River. Jerry, go ahead.
Hey, guys. How y'all doing?
Fired up and ready, Jerry. That's all I know.
All right. My wife passed away 20 years ago, and I've never been in another relationship. Until last year, I met a very godly woman, and I'm getting married this weekend.
Congratulations.
Yeah, I want some advice, and I'm even leaving the door open for a little roasting if y'all want.
Oh, for what? For us to have a fun at your expense? Well, congratulations, man.
Yeah, we're glad you have found happiness again.
Yes, and we said, kind of what we said the other day. Bubba says, be sure that you. What was the checkbook thing? The practical one?
That would be only let one person write checks per checkbook.
Right.
Okay, so that doesn't mean just one check. If you have two, but it's impossible for you to balance a checkbook when other people are writing checks out of it.
Yeah, it's all got. Everybody's got to be on the same page on how the money's going.
You can do it one checkbook or two, but just one person per checkbook.
Also, another practical: don't stop dating. Remember, that's how you fell in love to begin with, and you be sure you keep feeding that marriage at the center of the house. There still needs to be a huge amount of effort put into the investment of that man and that woman and the connection that they have. And then on a spiritual standpoint, and I'm still getting more and more emails of people that said, look, I've heard Wingo say that. I've heard y'all say that at man churches. We've been doing it. It shouldn't surprise us because there's supernatural power in it. But pray with your wife every day. Try to get, and there'll be some days you won't pull it off, but make that the goal, that you pray together, not just separate, but pray together about your marriage and with each other as often as possible, and make the go every day. We continue.
And Rick, true love waits until you get married, and then true love gets after.
Absolutely, which kind of goes into my practical advice number 2, and they don't stop dating. Let's go to Dorothy in North Alabama. Hey, Dorothy, how you doing?
The zoonotic zoology, those are diseases with animals. But
it's actually zoonotic. It's actually zoonotic, just so you know.
Tuberculosis is an outbreak here in North Alabama. You pretty much depend on migrants.
Something about migrants. I couldn't. That's all I got out of it.
I guess she was going to say that if we have an unprotected border with all the vaccinations and treatments and all the work we've done to eradicate some of these diseases, if people can roll in and not be checked, well, you're going to have a problem again.
Yeah, probably so.
Of course, it was interesting back during the COVID pandemic when, for some reason, the people on the border were deemed undangerous. I don't. But someone who questioned the vaccine.
World-class athletes that wanted to come from Eastern Europe, they couldn't come in and play.
Yeah.
But if you just walked over the border, fine.
That was right. And don't forget, too, if you didn't take the vaccination, you were killing people. But illegal border, no. Those people were heroic.
Even though they were unvaccinated, they were not held to the same standard.
What if I would have said, I deny the vaccine because I seek a better life?
Right.
Let's go to Vance.
So to hell with all the rules.
Vance in Tennessee. Vance, go ahead.
Rick and Bubba, love the show. Good morning. Good morning.
Thank you, buddy.
Hey, hey guys, I'm calling because I got to let you know I had a vision.
Really?
And
share it.
Well, yes, sir. It actually involves one of the studio team members.
Okay.
And well, I didn't want to do this, but Rick, I think I got to drop this bomb, man.
Okay.
And well, let me just say,
you better hurry or nobody's gonna hear it.
Good night. No time out. I'll never know. I'll never know. Oh my goodness. See, Elijah would have got right to the point. All right, so we continue. Let's go to John in Gardendale, 1047 WZZK. John, go ahead.
Richard, Dr. Bussey.
Yes.
Do you think when John Kerry lays his elongated head on the pillow at night and looks over at Teresa, she says to him, you realize we make all our money off tomatoes and you're trying to ban farming?
Right. Yes. You know, that hit me. Somebody else had tried to call. We didn't get to their call. But I thought about that afterwards. Yeah. I mean, the money that he enjoys and the plane that was hers, not his, that they fly, it all came off tomatoes.
They've got so much now they don't care.
Yeah,
that's the bottom line.
Well, this is the classic left move.
Yeah.
The way that I became wealthy, I wanted to deny that opportunity to you.
I'm going to climb the ladder, but when I get up there on the roof, I'm going to pull the ladder up so none of you can come up.
That's right. Or I'm going to stand up there and unzip and relieve myself.
You're right.
As y'all stand there.
I think we're seeing both of those.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go to Shawnee. Shawnee in Jerusalem. Shawnee, go ahead. 30 seconds.
How you guys doing?
We're
okay,
great.
Well, this is a big topic, so I will make it quick, but I understand that there are some rumors about some coup in Israel, and I wanted to calm everybody and say that no, there isn't.
Okay.
There is a democracy that is wrestling with some issues and some laws that are being passed that people are very unhappy about, and they have the right to be unhappy and protest. But the only thing that's happening is people who are supposed to serve in the military are saying that we're concerned about serving under a potential dictatorship if you guys take away the power of the Supreme Court, which is the law that they're passing. So everybody be at peace. We're good.
Okay, good.
We don't have another country to go to, so there you go.
It's like a murder-suicide pact in a family. You might as well work it out, right?
Yeah. Sounds like y'all are having the same problems we're having. To try to keep this thing from turning into a dictatorship.
Wow. Democracies can be ugly at times. Still the best deal going.
Oh, yeah. So that's why you got to keep continuing paying the price to hold on to it.
Yep.
Hey, thanks, guys. Thanks for being with us. If you're wrapping up time together, I told you about the archives that are available to you. If you got more Rick and Bubba today and you're enjoying the archives, then stick around. You'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.